Blood stained the rooftop, marking a path toward a battered man lying near the edge. The night remained silent as a woman approached, her pale hair swaying behind her. Her steps were calm, yet carried a weight that reflected the destruction left behind. Before this moment, the battlefield had been overwhelmed in an instant. Hundreds of demonic warriors had fallen under a single decisive strike. The force of that attack still lingered in the air, leaving no doubt about its origin. Wisela stood at the center of it all, her blade steady after ending countless lives at once. Now, only one survivor remained. The man leaned against the ground, his body broken and unable to move. Despite his condition, his eyes followed her as she drew closer. There was no resistance left in him, only a faint awareness of what was to come. She lowered her sword, not in hesitation but in certainty. Her hand reached forward, gripping his face and forcing him to look at her. The moment stretched in silence, filled with a past that could not be undone. Though his lips moved, no sound came out, leaving his final answer trapped within him. A dark pulsing energy formed around the man's chest, shaping into a marked heart that throbbed with unnatural force. Though his body remained restrained, his awareness sharpened, allowing him to take in everything before him. The invisible bind held him still, leaving him unable to act despite the turmoil within. Standing close, the woman faced him with unwavering intensity. Her earlier calm had faded, replaced by visible strain. While she had ended countless lives without hesitation, this moment unsettled her. She gripped his face, forcing his gaze upward, as if searching for something hidden beneath his broken state. Gradually, her composure cracked. Tears slid down her face, carrying the weight of a war that no longer felt like victory. The destruction she caused seemed distant compared to the confusion now taking hold. One survivor remained, yet he brought more uncertainty than all the fallen enemies combined. Within his mind, memories resurfaced, scenes of betrayal and bloodshed intertwined, revealing the depth of his sins. He understood the path that led him here and the consequences he could not escape. Unable to endure the moment, she hurled him away. Distance grew between them, but the silence that followed felt far heavier than the clash before. The man collapsed forward, his strength finally giving out as his hand scraped against the floor. Blood spread beneath his fingers, forming uneven lines as he dragged them slowly across the stone. Each movement appeared deliberate, as if he were leaving something behind before the end. A sudden surge burst from his chest. The marked heart pulsed violently, releasing dark energy that forced its way outward. Blood followed, pouring from his body in a heavy stream that even the woman could not ignore. She moved closer in alarm, her earlier resolve shaken by the sudden change. Despite the pain, his mind remained focused. The blood markings on the ground began to take shape, forming symbols tied to the demonic power within him. The energy gathered and twisted, driven by a final act of will rather than survival. She knelt beside him, holding his collapsing body as confusion replaced anger. The possibility of another truth flickered across her expression, but it came too late to change anything. Memories surfaced within him, filled with regret and quiet acceptance. His strength faded as the energy consumed what remained. In the end, his body fell still, leaving behind only silence and the trace of a life that could not be undone. Regret lingered in his fading consciousness, gathering into a single undeniable truth. Every choice he had made shaped the life now slipping away. The weight of those actions pressed heavily as his vision dimmed. A distant memory surfaced. In a quiet place surrounded by stone and scattered remains, a younger version of himself sat in silence. Another figure approached, breaking the stillness. That moment carried a fragile emotion, one that once held meaning before everything turned. The present returned with sharp clarity. Tears fell onto his face as the woman held him, her voice filled with desperation he could barely perceive. Rain mixed with blood, blurring the boundary between grief and reality. Even now, he could sense her trembling, though his strength no longer allowed him to respond. His thoughts drifted upward, towards something simple and distant. The world around him faded into darkness as his breathing slowed. The end came quietly, without resistance. Yet, instead of nothingness, a different scene unfolded. A lively street appeared, filled with ordinary people and unfamiliar peace. Among them stood a small girl holding out something simple, her presence completely out of place against the memories of war. A sudden confusion filled his mind as he stood in the middle of a lively street. Moments ago, he had clearly died, his body broken and his heart destroyed after violating a forbidden rule. The memory of collapsing into darkness, ending his life in someone's arms, still lingered vividly. Yet now, everything felt intact. His chest rose steadily, and no pain remained. Awareness slowly returned as he examined himself. His hands looked smaller, cleaner, and untouched by hardship. The surroundings felt familiar, yet distant, as if pulled from an earlier time. Realization crept in: this was not the present, but a moment from his past. His attention shifted when he noticed a girl holding food. That brief encounter stirred recognition, marking the beginning of something important. At the same time, fragmented memories pushed him to recall how he once acted here. Without hesitation, he moved, disrupting the moment and taking what she held. The reaction around him changed instantly, drawing attention and tension. However, his expression remained steady, as if testing whether events would unfold the same way again. A faint smile formed as understanding deepened. Regret lingered within him, yet this return offered a chance to face it. A sudden shout broke through the busy street as a man rushed forward, panic clear in his movements. He quickly reached the boy, explaining that he had disappeared earlier. The boy studied him quietly, recognizing him as someone tied to his past. Though the name surfaced only faintly, attention soon returned to the girl nearby. The earlier disturbance lingered, and the food she held became the center of it. Instead of continuing the conflict, the boy shifted his approach. What had once been taken without thought was now carefully returned. Hesitation showed in her reaction, yet she accepted it with both hands. A visible change followed as her expression softened, replacing fear with surprise and gratitude. The tension that had filled the moment slowly faded. Shortly after, an elderly man pushed through the crowd and reached her. Relief overtook his face as he pulled her into an embrace. The reunion confirmed her safety, easing the situation entirely. Standing slightly apart, the boy observed everything in silence. Though the action seemed small, it felt different from before. This time, the outcome had changed, and that alone held meaning. Moments later, the girl pointed toward him, innocently revealing their brief interaction. The old man's attention shifted immediately, and he quickly pulled her away before stepping forward. Without hesitation, he lowered himself in apology, acknowledging a mistake that carried more weight than the situation seemed to deserve. The boy responded calmly, showing no sign of offense. Instead, he stepped closer and returned the gesture with unexpected politeness. His actions remained measured, as if he were deliberately choosing a different path than before. Soon after, he revealed the small item in his hand and offered it as a return for what he had received earlier. The old man hesitated, clearly uneasy, while the girl reacted with pure excitement. Before the matter could settle, they were suddenly ushered away. Distance grew between them, yet the girl kept looking back, her expression bright. Watching quietly, the boy felt certain that this encounter would not be their last. The old man and the girl slowly walked away, their figures growing smaller beneath the open gate. Silence followed, leaving the boy standing still as he watched them disappear. A quiet breath escaped him, easing the tension that had lingered since their meeting. Beside him, his attendant spoke with concern, but his thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. The identity of that elder surfaced clearly now, no longer hidden behind faint memory. He recalled a powerful figure who once stood at the peak of the martial world, someone feared and respected above many. Images from the past overlapped with the present. That same man, known for unmatched strength, had once ruled as one of the greatest, yet here he appeared humble, almost ordinary. The contrast unsettled him, forcing him to reconsider what he truly knew. Meanwhile, the girl glanced back with a bright expression before vanishing from sight. That simple moment left a deeper impression than expected. Soon after, he turned away and followed his attendant. The bustling street returned to normal, yet his thoughts remained restless. Doubt crept in as the world refused to fade like a dream. A strange presence then emerged, cold and distant. A familiar voice echoed, drawing his attention forward. Shadows stretched across the ground as he stood near the entrance, realizing the gathering was caused by the arrival of an important figure. His attendant questioned his presence, sensing something unusual in his behavior. The boy remained composed, aware that his actions no longer aligned with his past. Soon after, a young woman approached with clear hostility. Her stance and expression revealed deep resentment, drawing attention from those nearby. Despite her aggressive advance, he did not react impulsively. Instead, he observed her carefully, recognizing her identity and recalling their strained relationship. Energy suddenly surged as she moved forward, her attack swift and forceful. The ground cracked beneath her steps, and the surrounding air tensed. However, he remained steady, understanding the situation more clearly than anyone present. Just as the conflict escalated, another presence approached, shifting the focus of the scene entirely. Disciples lined the courtyard and bowed as the patriarch approached. The third child stood among them, keeping his head lowered while sensing the man's quiet scrutiny. Nothing was spoken at first, yet the pressure in the air felt heavy and deliberate. The patriarch's gaze lingered briefly before shifting away, leaving behind a silent tension. Orders were given regarding the sword units, and preparations moved forward without delay. Once dismissed, the gathering dispersed, but the third child remained unsettled. A strange familiarity crept into his thoughts, making it difficult to tell whether this moment belonged to the present or a memory. Night arrived, and the clan assembled for a formal meal inside the grand hall. Tables were filled with food, yet the atmosphere stayed rigid and uncomfortable. The third child ate carefully, distracted by the unnatural silence and the earlier command to meet the patriarch alone. During the meal, attention turned to the second child's recent progress in martial arts. Recognition was given, marking a small achievement. Meanwhile, the third child observed quietly, aware that something had begun to shift, though its meaning remained unclear. The patriarch's attention shifted toward the second child, acknowledging her progress with calm approval. She responded with visible relief, lowering herself respectfully before returning to her seat. Her earlier tension eased, and a faint smile appeared, softening the rigid mood of the hall from a distance. The third child observed this change, noting how different her expression became. That impression quickly faded when her gaze turned sharp and cold, directed toward him without hesitation. The warmth disappeared, replaced by quiet hostility that unsettled him. Before he could dwell on it, the patriarch called his name, drawing his focus back. A question followed regarding his recent movements outside the clan. The third child answered briefly, keeping his composure despite the attention placed on him. The patriarch studied him in silence, as if weighing something beyond the surface. Moments later, the meal came to an end. The patriarch rose first, leaving with measured steps while the others remained behind. The third child sensed unfinished intent in that departure. Recalling the earlier summons, later that night alone in his room, he lay awake, unable to dismiss the growing certainty that his life had returned to an earlier point. Yet not everything was unfolding the same way. Memories of a regret-filled past surfaced as the third child stared at his trembling hands. The weight of everything he once lost pressed heavily on him. Yet it also brought clarity. He understood now that this return was real, not a dream, and that he had been given another chance to change the path ahead. Sitting alone under the night sky, he formed a quiet resolve. The future, he remembered, would not remain unchanged if he chose differently. Thoughts of the heavenly demon and the fate tied to it lingered, but he pushed them aside, focusing instead on what he could control. Gathering his focus, he searched within himself and discovered a faint trace of internal energy. It was weak, almost insignificant, but it confirmed that he still had the foundation to begin again. Compared to others, especially his sister, the difference was overwhelming. Yet he did not hesitate. Slowly, he began circulating that energy, guiding it through his body with careful precision. Flames of power flickered into existence, unstable but real. The technique inherited from his clan started to take shape as he continued refining it. Though far from strong, he accepted his current limits. Step by step, he prepared to rebuild everything from the beginning. The third child steadied his breathing as he focused on the faint energy within his body. Instead of relying on forbidden power from his past, he chose to strengthen himself through his own effort. A small flame formed at his core, unstable and difficult to control, yet it responded to his will. Energy surged unevenly, causing sharp pain to spread through his body. His control faltered, and the strain forced him to stop before it grew dangerous. The risk was clear, as pushing too far with such weak foundations could lead to serious consequences. Exhaustion followed, leaving him lying still as he struggled to recover. Despite the setback, a slight improvement remained. The energy he gathered had grown, even if only by a small margin. That progress gave him enough reason to continue. Slowly, he refined the technique, guiding the flame with more care than before. By morning, the effects of training lingered in his body. Fatigue weighed on him, but his resolve did not weaken. He accepted his current limits and planned his next steps carefully. As he stepped outside, someone suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. The unexpected encounter caught him off guard, marking the beginning of another moment he had not anticipated. One evening, Gu Yangchen spotted a peculiar glow in the sky, something far too unstable to be a star. As he kept watching, the luminous anomaly split apart like broken glass, capturing all his focus without any sign. It erupted with immense force, trembling the ground beneath him. This bizarre event was not just a sight. It marked the start of disaster. From the shattered tear in space, twisted creatures flooded into the world. The gate of the demon realm had been unleashed, bringing ruin. Whole cities collapsed as demons ran wild. To fight back against the chaos, the martial sects created specialized sword units, fighters trained from childhood to battle the demonic danger. Among them stood the Gu clan, which controlled 5 elite sword units of its own. Gu Yangshan was part of one of those units, trained under the strict authority of his eldest sister, Gu Chanhua. Life under her command was unforgiving, and Yangshan struggled to endure. During those hardships, he finally encountered Weisil, a girl whose future he knew would be crucial. Yet, something seemed off. In his original timeline, their meeting should have occurred much later. But now, Esiol appeared early, recognizing him with a cheerful smile, referring to a past they hadn't shared, at least not in this life. As she greeted him once more, destiny shifted. Yangshan realized the timeline was already changing when she reached out and grasped his hand. A new story began with her beside him again. Gu Yangshan's confusion grew when Wai Mun scolded Wai Seal for showing him disrespect. Though surprised, Yangshan felt more puzzled than insulted, pressured by her grandfather. Seal formally apologized. Yangshan, unaware of the circumstances, could only question what was unfolding around him. Wei Mun introduced himself as a servant assigned by the clan head to assist Yangshan from that moment forward. At his side, Seal revealed she would be aiding her grandfather, effectively placing her near Yangshan as well. Yangshan was taken aback not only by the names involved, but by the sudden closeness and their roles. In his past life, events had progressed differently, and Seal's role had followed another course. Now everything was shifting quickly, still adapting. Yangshan accepted that orders from the clan head had turned this into his new reality. He asked to be addressed by his name rather than young master. Hoping to regain some ease, Seal responded respectfully, further easing his tension. Later, he sat on the ground, broom in hand, doubting the strange changes. Wei Mun watched him silently, showing no hint of regret. Yangshan questioned the fairness of the situation, but deeper worries remained. Not long after, Seal tried to carry a tall pile of books by herself, even though other girls warned her it was too risky. She insisted she could handle it, but stumbled dramatically in front of everyone. Books scattered, Seal fell, and the scene ended in silence. Yangshan stood nearby, aware this life would not follow the same course as before. After the fall, Wai Seal lay stunned among scattered books and flustered girls. Gu Yangshan watched quietly, wondering how someone destined for martial greatness could be so helpless at chores. Though clumsy, she stayed cheerful, seemingly unaffected by the mishap. As he turned away, Seal suddenly stood up and followed him. Curious, Yangshan asked where she was heading. Her answer was simple: she had been told to follow him everywhere. The command, of course, came from her grandfather. Realizing she had become his personal attendant, Yangshan couldn't help but feel the arrangement was more of a convenient excuse for others to avoid him. Still, he accepted it, unsure whether this connection was intentional or coincidental. Though uncertain about her ability, he admitted Wai Seal's presence was at least bearable. Her title, however, Sword Supreme, felt like too great a burden to place on her. She happily finished her first task, but Yangshan noticed her inexperience showed in every movement. He started to wonder how involved his father truly was in these decisions. Did the clan head even know who Wai Seal really was, or had she been assigned carelessly among many servants? With no clear answers, Yangshan prepared to meet his father, hoping for clarity. Seal followed behind, only to be stopped by another clan member reminding her to complete her duties first. Embarrassed, she stayed outside. As Yangshan entered the building alone, he still wasn't sure whether fate had brought Esiol closer, or if this was another hidden trial. Before entering, Yangshan turned and encouraged Wai Seal, with a small promise a reward if she did her best. Inspired by his simple words, she brightened with energy and began her task eagerly, while her grandfather watched with a faint smile in the background. As Yangshan approached his father's chamber, unease filled him. In his previous life, they were never close, and the thought of speaking directly unsettled him. Unsure of what awaited, he prepared himself to ask about the new servants Wai Seal and Wai Hyogen and why they had been assigned to him. He was startled when the clan head suddenly appeared and firmly told him to enter. Nervously, Yangshan obeyed. Once inside, he tried to remain composed, but regret over his earlier careless words lingered. As they sat facing each other, his father mentioned the new servants and asked Yangshan's opinion. Choosing his words carefully, Yangshan expressed gratitude, but questioned the reason behind their assignment. The clan head stayed silent at first, then told Yangshan not to seek answers yet. Everything would be revealed in time. Though the response was unclear, Yangshan understood there was a deeper plan unfolding, possibly involving Wai Seal and Wai Hyogen. Then the discussion shifted. When his father mentioned the Unified Dragon Assembly, Yangshan froze. The name stirred intense memories and fear. That name had not appeared in his past life until much later. Now it emerged far too soon, and that changed everything. The sword unit's selection ceremony was an important occasion, conducted each year with strict tradition. Fighters from every region assembled, aspiring to be selected as guardians of the demonic realm's borders. Gu Yangshan, however, felt little excitement. While he understood its significance, he complained about the duty, wishing he could quietly avoid attending. That wish disappeared once he learned Elder Li would be present. Hearing that name alone stirred old memories. Among the elders, Elder Li was known for being particularly severe, constantly placing the burden of clan pride upon Yangshan. As the clan's sole heir, he had been raised under intense expectations and rigid discipline, something he often tried to escape. Even with his reluctance, Yangshan made ready to leave. While passing through the clan grounds, he spoke with Zhang Rai, another household member. Their talk was cut short when news spread that the clan's second daughter had arrived. Intrigued, Yangshan looked over and froze. YSEO appeared accompanied by attendants. Wearing formal attire and moving with elegance, she looked completely different from what he remembered. Yangshan's face shifted from shock to quiet admiration as he observed her. A faint blush spread across his cheeks. Sisol hurried toward him, excitedly repeating how others had called her pretty. Her pure happiness caught him off guard, embarrassed. Yangshan tried to remain indifferent, yet he couldn't deny the truth. She truly was beautiful. For a fleeting instant, he forgot all the burdens weighing on him. As Yangshan turned away, Seol suddenly leaned closer, asking directly if he also thought she was pretty. Flustered and overwhelmed, he struggled to conceal his reaction. With the tension rising, he suddenly shouted for everyone to move. Desperate to escape the situation, they set off by carriage, with Seol, amazed by its speed. Her excitement was contagious as she wondered aloud how horses could be useful for anything besides eating. Yangshan, exhausted from training, suggested resting during the trip, while Seol stayed alert, fascinated by everything around her. When they reached the area near the Heavenly Exchange, Seol eagerly asked about the busy surroundings. The scenery had shifted from quiet countryside to the vibrant streets of Shan, filled with shops and crowds. Yangshan explained it was the city's most famous commercial district. Impressed, despite the noise and activity. Later, while eating inside the carriage, Seikol questioned the taste of the meat, confused by its scent. Yangshan casually told her it was horse meat, making her gag in disbelief. He quickly stuffed more food into her mouth to stop her complaints, and although she resisted at first, she continued chewing, surprised by how it tasted. Eventually, as Yangshan rested indoors, Seol was assigned to wake him. Still groggy and confused, she forgot to tell him they had already arrived. When she finally remembered, Yangshan stepped outside and was met by the glowing night streets of Shan, prepared to meet the Heavenly Exchange's representative. After reaching Shan, Yangshan spent the first day handling formal greetings and procedures. The elder in charge praised both him and Seol for their efforts. However, when Seol was wrongly addressed as Miss Gao, her expression darkened, irritation surfacing beneath her calm demeanor. Yangshan sensed the tension and tried to avoid situations that might worsen things. Unfortunately, matters didn't go as planned. While exploring the city, Yangshan encountered someone he wished to avoid: his sister. Her icy stare and sharp sarcasm immediately created unease. She warned him not to disgrace the family, clearly doubting him. Yangshan responded with forced courtesy, but the exchange left a lasting impact. Seol, confused by the hostility, quietly observed. Later, Yangshan attempted to ignore it, yet his sister's words lingered in his mind. She accused him of falling back into his old habits before leaving in disappointment. Unsure of her meaning, Yangshan remained silent. His companions tried to lift his spirits, encouraging him to move on and focus on their purpose. Soon after, they arrived at an enormous, radiant arena, where a festival was underway. Seol was amazed by its immense scale and splendor. Yangshan couldn't help but notice the wealth invested in such a celebration, questioning its extravagance. The event honored the sword unit's achievements, and the following day would feature duels to select new members. As someone of direct lineage, Yangshan would not compete, he was only present as an observer. Yet, an uneasy feeling lingered in the air. Yangshan stiffens as an opponent ridicules his choice to remain in battle rather than fleeing. An enormous presence wrapped in raging power drops down, making Yangshan panic and ready himself. Understanding the threat, he swiftly lifts his arms, desperately trying to stop the approaching strike. Afterward, Yangshan meets the second elder, who pulls him into a firm embrace. The elder smirks and asks why Yangshan, typically timid, didn't avoid him on this occasion. Yangshan replies that someone warned they'd tear him apart if he failed to show up. The elder responds theatrically as Seol observes everything with a gentle smile. She remarks on the elder's fixation, guessing it's because Yangshan is the clan leader's child all at once. She notices a bear and grows thrilled, eagerly talking about eating its meat. Seol keeps focusing on food, mumbling about soft bear meat with shining, excited eyes. Yangshan advises the elder not to stare so harshly at others, or he might frighten them. The elder inquisitively wonders if Seola is Yangshin's concubine, which leaves him puzzled. Yangshin rejects the idea, explaining Seola as merely a servant judging from her clothing. The elder accepts this answer and reminds Yangshin about tomorrow's unified dragon assembly. Before leaving, the elder cautions Yangshin again not to flee, wearing a sly grin. Seola unnervously jokes about the elder being like a bear, while Yangshin teases her dramatic fear. From afar, the elder observes them intently, noticing something unusual about Yangshin's aura. He quietly watches the two, sensing a strange trait in the boy he cannot overlook. The day of the unified dragon assembly comes, with crowds assembling in a vast open arena. Yangshin and Seola talk about the surprisingly delayed start. Noticing the lengthy queue of participants, they explain only those from sword clans or with valid identification may enter the gathering. Seola shakes, thinking the elder will punish her, while Yangshin calmly questions her reaction. Even with her fear, she insists on staying with him, saying the elder ordered her to remain close. Their exchange continues as she admires Yangshin's bodyguard, not realizing it's simply a joke. Concerned about her future, Seola believes she'll die today, adding intensity to the situation. Yangshin jokes with her, but Seola holds on to hope, remembering her grandfather's words about dying satisfied. Excited by meals, she shifts from fear to dumplings, picking them as her supposed last dish. At a food stand, a woman notes how kindly Yangshin treats Seola. Despite her position, Yangshin reflects that he's uncertain how to treat her due to regrets from his past life. Though embarrassed, he doesn't deny her value. While the woman silently observes their unusual bond, Yangshin receives praise for disproving rumors, surprising his guard with a gentler, calmer personality. Perplexed, Yangshin asks how long the guard has served, realizing it has only been 2 weeks. Out of nowhere, someone calls Miss, shocking Yangshin as a figure rushes by him. Two women discuss how risky it is to wander while the assembly is ongoing. Showing worry, one dismisses the concern, believing nothing bad could happen with so many Gu clan members present. Yangshin hears the voice and tenses, recognizing it could be someone important from his past. Internally panicking, Yangshin wonders if she meant him by Gu heir, doubting such coincidence. The woman brushes it aside, insisting meeting him among the crowd is unlikely. Uneasy, Yangshin feels her remark holds a dark undertone he cannot ignore. Their routes cross. The unknown woman and Yangshin's group spot each other on the street. Both parties pause, exchanging glances with subtle recognition beneath their calm appearances. The woman murmurs to her guard, confirming their suspicion as she stares straight at Yangshin. Yangshin studies her expression and posture, sensing danger from her reaction and piercing gaze. Memories return. He recalls her unique black eyes and shoulder-length hair from before regression. The ring she wears proves his suspicion. Its hidden mark is unmistakable to him. Yangshin focuses on the woman's ring, fully aware of the symbol and the faction it signifies. The intense blue aura of the Mei Feng clan's sword flashes through his memory. He remembers a quiet moment long ago, sitting beside a member of that very clan. A union was set between the Jiyu and Feng families, intending to merge two influential houses. Yangshin had been initially anticipated to rise as the Jiyu clan's successor, considering his age and rank. Yet, events changed after his careless actions began to tarnish the clan's image. Stories of Yangshin's negligence and reluctance to train circulated, weakening his position with the Feng clan beyond mere gossip. His sharp remarks toward the Feng girl inflicted lasting damage by coincidence. They encounter each other again in town, both surprised by the meeting. Seola angrily confronts his disrespectful tone, pointing out their difference in age. Yangshin offers a relaxed apology, dismissing it with a playful remark to lighten the tension. Their companions proceed ahead, leaving Seola clutching dumplings and watching them go. As they depart, she forces a courteous goodbye while concealing her annoyance. Thoughts spin within her mind about the unfamiliar girl walking beside Yangshin. Curiosity and suspicion blend as she questions whether Yangshin's demeanor has truly shifted. A faint hope appears considering that Yangshin might have grown. Abruptly, her memory recalls his harsh insult regarding her background. His earlier remarks resound as she rushes toward him angrily, unable to erase the hurt. Seola, enraged after Yangshin's insult, releases intense energy and challenges his words. Yangshin grins smugly, convinced he's right in looking down on her standing within the clan. Her fury erupts as she slaps him fiercely across the face, shocking everyone around. Amid the strain, a servant reminds Seola about the importance of staying composed. Her anger surges as she shakes off the servant's hold and knocks Yangshin over, driven by rage. She rips apart the marriage agreement, declaring it void and finished. Afterward, the scene transitions outside where the group gets ready to exit the marketplace. While attempting to seem calm, Seola continues reflecting on Yangshan's unchanged behavior. Still, his gentle act of assisting her with belonging sparks a moment of uncertainty. Seol rejects the idea of change, blaming his actions on a fleeting mood. Yet doubt remains as she observes him from behind, watching his behavior. She cautiously begins to question if he's genuinely improving, even if only slightly. Suddenly, disorder breaks out as someone yells. Drawing focus to the dumpling basket, Yangshan replies with sarcasm, attempting to maintain order while handling the chaos. Annoyed, he shouts at an elder burdened by stress and fearing possible outcomes. Yangshan's remark about being caught attracts sharp attention from the officials nearby. They quietly examine the young man who arrived without proper steps or identification. People gather around the registration area, waiting to witness how the dispute will proceed. The staff begin interrogating him, resulting in a tense exchange with Yangshan's group observing. Though regulations allow participation if confirmed, his hostile attitude raises suspicion. To stop further issues, the Jiyu clan's fighters prepare to step in and resolve matters. Without warning, the stranger breaks loose and unleashes a strong attack, stunning everyone present. With incredible speed, he slams a guard down and demands permission to join. Despite the turmoil, he calmly claims his demonstration proves his eligibility to participate. The staff angrily refuse him, pointing to his aggression and absence of identification. From afar, Yangshan and his group watch, considering whether they should get involved, deciding against interference. They choose to go inside and let others handle it. The elder insists that power alone isn't sufficient since rules still apply regardless of strength. Tension rises as the man argues that his skill should grant him entry. The conflict intensifies once more as emotions reach a peak between both parties. Yangshan rushes forward and delivers a powerful punch, stating the opponent is disrespecting the Peng clan's young leader. His unexpected move astonishes nearby spectators, drawing shocked reactions from those who saw the strike. Confusion spreads through the crowd while a stern-looking man questions what Yangshan just suggested. Snow covers the Martial clan compound as Yangshan roasts a sweet potato beside a fire pit. Seol notices him outside her chamber, questioning his strange conduct and the object in his hand. He casually says he's warming himself while holding a plaque, unaware of its real significance. To hasten the cooking, Yangshan feeds the fire with the plaque, ignorant of its value. Seol reacts immediately, striking him and scolding him for disrespecting such an important item. The plaque represents his position as the youngest successor ever obtained from the Twin Dragon Academy. She firmly tells Yangshan he must begin behaving like the clan's rightful heir. The word successor lingers in his thoughts as he struggles to accept the heavy burden. Seol, a serious expression, shows the expectations the clan has placed upon him. While sitting again by the fire, Seol admits she can no longer understand his intentions. Despite his accomplishments, Yangshan admits he feels empty and disconnected from the assigned path. He finally reveals his wish to leave the clan and escape the role imposed on him. Seol surprises him by suggesting he leave temporarily and return later. He is shocked by the idea and begins to seriously consider it. A note left behind is quickly crushed in someone's hand, hinting at an unexpected twist ahead. After Yangshan vanished for months, Seol became furious upon hearing from the beggar sect he is in Shaanxi. Her shock turns into frustration, wondering why he traveled so far without leaving a proper message, determined to locate him. She begins preparing after finally receiving clear information about his location. Meanwhile, Yangshan shouts in frustration, demanding to join the Unified Dragon Assembly immediately. Overcome with emotion, he insists he has proven his strength and is prepared for the challenge. A guard attempts to calm him, but Yangshan's urgency and desperation ignore all formalities. Others notice his use of the Dark Night Blade, a technique unique to the Peng clan. Doubt fades as his skill confirms his identity, though Yangshan starts regretting his impulsiveness. When an elder acknowledges the technique, Yangshan realizes he has gone further than expected. The elder supports Yangshan, allowing him to participate without further questions. Yangshan introduces himself formally, displaying respect and confidence before the Grandmaster. Despite objections, the Grandmaster sees promise in him and accepts his participation in the tournament. Laughter breaks out as Yangshan is ridiculed for leaving home to prove himself. The elder asks his age, surprised by the level of skill from someone so young. He praises Yangshan's talent, wishing his own reckless disciple could show similar growth. Yangshan listens as others discuss his connection to the Grandmaster and his rumored monstrous talent. Observers speculate about his origins while Seol suddenly sees him and rushes forward angrily. She charges at him without hesitation, while others struggle to keep up behind her. Yangshan happily greets her, unaware of what is about to happen. Without warning, she strikes him hard in the face, sending him stumbling in shock. The impact resounds as Seal, A's group storms the area with fierce intent. Burning with anger, Seal, A demands answers for his sudden disappearance and careless farewell note. Yangshan begs for a chance to explain before things worsen further. Seeing her pause, he pleads for mercy but receives another strike instead. Seal delivers another round of blows, shouting about his foolish attempt to join another clan. Others comment on his endurance, debating whether to intervene or let it continue. Someone finally steps in, warning that she might kill him at this rate. The Grandmaster recognizes Seal, as Peng Aoi, and greets her respectfully. She formally apologizes for the disturbance and promises future compensation. As they depart, Seal smirks and delivers one last jab, mocking Yangshan's condition. Yangshan declares his seriousness about not wanting to become the clan head yet. Seal responds silently, while Yangshan voices frustration at how dull the Peng clan feels. He admits he wants to enjoy life before accepting the role forced upon him by bloodline. Despite his reluctance, Yangshan explains he accepted the successor position to prevent worse candidates. He sees most others in the clan as dangerous beasts hiding behind the family name. The second elder hesitates about allowing him to join. Uncertain due to the Peng clan's politics, the elder proposes a duel, stating Yangshan must defeat him to earn the right to participate. Both Yangshan and Seal are shocked by the absurd proposal. The elder clarifies the challenge: win within 10 moves or lose the chance to join. Yangshan confidently accepts the challenge without hesitation. The fight begins instantly, with the elder unleashing fierce, rapid attacks. Yangshan must avoid being struck 10 times to secure victory in this high-speed test. He attacks swiftly, but the elder responds with deadly accuracy. Laughing, the elder mocks Yangshan's impatience during the intense clash. A heavy blow lands, sending Yangshan crashing as the duel escalates dramatically. Beneath the glowing night sky, an energetic crowd assembles within the GU clan arena for an important duel. Anticipation surges as the announcer announces a clash meant to determine the clan's future leading heirs. Gyu Yanseo, called the Flame Sword, steps out boldly, meeting her opponent with unwavering pride. Gyu Yangshan seems uneasy, puzzled about being paired against his own sister before a large audience. Uncertainty fills his mind, questioning the reasoning behind fighting family in such a public display. Yanseo rushes in with fierce power, leaving Yangshan barely able to handle her dominant assault. Her strike hits with tremendous force, capturing everyone's focus as the dust slowly settles. Declaring victory loudly, the elder celebrates while others watch Yangshan's stunned state after the quick result. Even in defeat, Yangshan ponders the ridiculous situation. Unsure why the duel even happened, the elder casually dismisses the issue, admitting the match existed mainly for amusement. Seal listens with quiet laughter, while Yangshan questions the elder's authority due to his strange conduct. A soft wind passes as Seal enthusiastically recounts how Yanseo threw her brother to the ground. Smiling broadly, the elder presents Seal with a reward, catching both her and Yangshan off guard. Overjoyed by the gift, Seal celebrates happily while Yangshan remains unimpressed by the act. The elder then faces Yangshan, claiming he also merits a reward. Following the dragon assembly, the arena falls quiet as Yangshan and Yanseo stand opposite each other within the vast sparring grounds. Yanseo notices Yangshan has no weapon, questioning why he chose to fight without a sword. Hesitant, Yangshan wonders aloud whether he had ever truly relied on a sword before. He remembers that the Gyu flame wheel arts support multiple weapons, including blades and bare hands. Although the style prefers swords, Yangshan eventually lean toward fists for their natural rhythm. Yanseo, unconcerned, states it makes no difference, showing eagerness to start immediately. Yangshan pauses as Yanseo sarcastically thanks him for such a rare chance. She smirks dangerously, viewing the duel as an opportunity to freely beat her younger brother. The thought of doing so before a massive crowd only fuels her excitement further. Yangshan curses the elder internally, realizing the match was arranged purely for spectacle. He confronts the elder angrily about the meaningless setup and shouts in frustration. The elder shamelessly admits he simply wanted the Gyu clan to seem entertaining to outsiders. Yangshan threatens to forfeit, but the elder warns him not to quit halfway. The elder mocks him, asking whether he intends to embarrass him publicly. Hearing those words, Yangshan quietly considers whether he truly wants to lose. He remembers his regression, realizing this fight offers a chance to alter everything he once lost. He decides not to waste this rare moment, especially against an opponent he never faced before. Yanseo, both confident and bitter, claims Yangshan is destined to become the next clan head. Filled with anger, she declares her hatred for him. As the duel officially begins, she charges forward with explosive speed, unleashing a fierce attack with her blazing sword. Yangshan barely responds in time, narrowly avoiding her deadly strike. Her assaults continue relentlessly, each blow sharper and faster as she pressures him. Yangshan quickly realizes he survives by reacting just slightly faster than her movements. Though he notices her weaknesses, he wonders how to finish the fight without causing harm. Focusing on movement, Yangshan carefully studies her swings and predicts her actions. His defensive steps outmaneuver her aggressive strikes, which repeatedly miss by small margins. Spotting an opening, he counters swiftly with a precise punch, beginning to turn the tide. His remark irritates Yanseo, causing her to swing harder as anger clouds her accuracy. Yangshan senses her lethal intent, questioning whether she truly wishes to injure him. She secretly resents losing her dream of becoming clan head simply because she was born female. Yanseo glares intensely, wondering if Yangshan could ever grasp her resentment and pain. As she lunges again, Yangshan notices she has infused her sword with martial energy, increasing the danger. Realizing her strength surpasses a 3-star level, he becomes cautious of her burning resolve. Yanseo releases another blazing strike, forcing Yangshan to evade repeatedly. Shouting in anger, she accuses him of constantly retreating instead of truly fighting. Her fury erupts as she calls him untalented and lazy for never trying his best. Overwhelmed by emotion, she screams at him to disappear entirely from her life. Yangshan watches her quietly, eyes sharp as he prepares for her next move. Her flaming blade crashes down again, yet his calm focus remains steady amid the chaos. She crosses a boundary, shouting for him to vanish just like their mother once did. The harsh words shock even her, as she realizes the weight behind them. Yangshan suddenly grabs her arm firmly, his expression dark beneath the moonlit sky. Gu Yanseo gained respect early, earning the title of Sword Twin at only 14 years old. By 20, she had secured the confidence of elders and was regarded as the strongest in the clan. Despite her achievements, she couldn't rise to clan head. That position was meant for Gu Yangshan. Yanseo suddenly disappeared one day, and the clan leader prohibited any attempt to look for her. Left puzzled and forsaken, Yangshan began distancing himself, treating people coldly without cause. As gossip spread about his conduct, suspicion and fear began to surround his name in the clan. Yanseo's contributions were ignored simply because tradition allowed only men to become clan head. Observing Yangshan's behavior, she began to resent him, unable to grasp his feelings. That resentment deepened into intense hatred, her gaze filled with restrained anger and confusion. Suddenly, a sparring match intensified dangerously, causing panic among the spectators. Yanseo unleashed a strong attack, catching Yangshan off guard with quick, relentless strikes. Seeing the power behind her blow, the second elder stepped in before anyone was seriously injured. In the crowd, a girl admired Yanseo's ability, impressed by her strength and composure. Though uneasy about her Peng family roots, she was reassured and encouraged by those around her. The second elder used energy to block sound, concealing the truth of what was actually said below. Peng Yoju warns her brother not to shame their clan, playfully scolding his bruised condition. While observing the duel, the siblings discuss Gu Yanseo's skill and her 3-star rank. Focus shifts to Gu Yangshan, who is also fighting, showing unexpected internal energy control. Yoju's friend confirms both Yanseo and Yangshan are the Sword Phoenix's younger siblings. The revelation surprises the young man, impressed that talent runs strong in the Jiyu clan. Thinking about his future, he expresses a wish to enjoy life before accepting leadership. Yoju quietly notes that once Yangshan becomes clan head, his carefree nature will vanish. The duel intensifies quickly, forcing Yangshan into a defensive stance against Yanseo's fierce strikes. Amid the clash, Yangshan spots a brief opening and prepares to retaliate. Yanseo releases powerful flames, claiming the opportunity to win as entirely hers. Yangshan, calm under pressure, accepts her hatred and prepares to withstand her attack. He mentally steadies himself, understanding the pain behind her aggression but not retreating. Yangshan meets Yanseo's fire with equal determination, launching his counter in the heat of battle. Their attacks collide explosively, shaking the area and drawing stunned reactions. Yanseo's eyes widen in disbelief as Yangshan endures her power and strikes back. Gu Yangshan's final counter overwhelms Yanseo, knocking her off balance before the shocked crowd. She collapses unconscious as Yangshan stands composed, ending the match with unexpected calmness. From above, the elder declares the result: Yangshan has won the duel. To everyone's disbelief later, Yangshan rests outside the arena, reflecting on the unintended effects of using 1-star energy. His concern shifts to Yanseo's condition, worried he might have caused serious damage during the match. Inside, Yanseo awakens furious, shouting her frustration and emotional pain over the loss. Sitting alone, Yangshan considers the aftermath until others arrive, calling out to check on him. He assures them he isn't physically injured, trying to stay lighthearted under the moonlight. Though exhausted, he listens as they describe how shocked the clan was by his victory. Rumors spread quickly. Yangshan, believed to be a failure, defeated someone praised as the next star. The group prepares to leave before trouble begins while one girl notices Yangshan's hand bleeding. He dismisses it casually, but concern still lingers in the group's atmosphere. Seola tries to wrap Yangshan's wound but struggles, feeling embarrassed and unsure of herself. She softly begs him not to get hurt again, blaming her lack of ability. After a tense pause, Yangshan introduces himself to Peng's group, breaking the awkward silence. Peng Yoju nervously urges her brother to leave, embarrassed by the growing discussion about their past. Her brother laughs off the tension, trying to encourage reconciliation with Gu Yangshan. Yangshan remains distant, warning that associating with him won't bring any benefit to the Peng siblings. Yangshan questions the man's connection to his sister, Gayu Hwe. By sensing something strange, Peng's brother claims they are very close, though he admits uncertainty about her feelings in return. Yangshan replies bluntly, stating that if she never said anything, they are clearly not close at all. Yoju watches silently as the group walks away, hesitating with something still on her mind. She finally speaks, mentioning the day their engagement was ended without warning. Awkwardly, she apologizes for striking him with a chair back then, her tone shy yet sincere. Yangshan accepts the apology but admits he was worse, calling her a concubine's child before. He acknowledges his own immaturity and believes her actions were justified at the time. Hearing that, Yoju smiles softly, relieved by his honesty and the closure given between them. She cheerfully tells him not to lose the gift from her brother. Brightening under the night sky, confused, Yangshan checks his pocket and finds something unexpected, placed there without noticing. Opening his hand, he discovers a wooden tag engraved with Peng, puzzled by its meaning. Under the starlit sky, the Peng siblings prepare to depart, offering a quiet farewell before leaving. Gu Yangshan watches silently by the gate, his expression unreadable as their figures fade into the distance. Looking up at the moon, he reflects on the burdens still weighing on him, unresolved matters left behind. Beneath a starlit sky, Gu Yangshan journeys with his escort team, returning from duty late that night. Next to him, Seol rests drowsily against his shoulder, unaware of the thoughts disturbing his mind. Troubled by former regrets, Yangshan remembers his inability to comprehend or exceed Seol's strength earlier. Abruptly, Yangshan detects a strange presence, his instincts igniting before logic can explain the sensation. He commands Muyin to inspect the demon, detecting charm for signs of nearby demonic activity. Muyin assures him the charm's lack of response indicates no danger has emerged for now. Even with that reassurance, the charm suddenly shines, causing Muyin to stop the entire party. Battle formation is called instantly, placing the young master's protection as the highest priority. Disregarding caution, Yangshan advances to investigate, resolved to confront the danger personally. From the road ahead, a radiant green portal appears, signaling the opening of a demonic realm gate. Without hesitation, monstrous creatures surge outward, eyes glowing crimson and bodies radiating corrupted power. The foes rush forward quickly, showing the fight has started before anyone can fully react. Green represents the lowest threat level, yet the creature's speed still requires care and tactics. Yangshan strikes first, focusing his energy into a blazing blow that collides with the monsters directly. Muyin readies the demonic stones, the creature's known weakness, to aid the fight's second phase. Yangshan clarifies the demonic stones act like a monster's heart, removing them causes immediate death. With a single accurate strike, he impales the creature and removes the core with skilled precision. Despite victory, he notices his energy is almost depleted, making it difficult to sustain the flame will arts. As additional beasts advance, Yangshan realizes survival requires one final desperate use of his ability. Gripping the stone, he steadies his mind, preparing for one last surge of strength. Flames burst outward in wide arcs, burning the approaching monsters and breaking their formation apart. An ally watches in astonishment, quietly wondering if Yangshan had always been this strong. After clearing the route, Yangshan is asked whether he's safe, answering with an exhausted nod. They share brief remarks while recognizing the small number of enemies and their lower rank concerned. His companion rebukes him for acting carelessly and putting himself in danger. Yangshan responds lightly, dismissing the worry and insisting everything still ended well. At that moment, a sinister feeling causes him to pause, something disturbing catching his focus. While being scolded, he suddenly falls in agony, clutching the glowing violet energy at his chest. The others hurry to him, alarmed by his cry and puzzled by the cause. Fear overwhelms his thoughts as he questions the dark, familiar force overtaking his body. Yangshan grips his chest, realizing the demonic energy within him is violently stirring. As purple energy surges, his consciousness is pulled into a haunting recollection of ruin. From the twisting black haze, he remembers a blood-covered battlefield and a familiar warrior's face. Shouts of despair echo as civilians scream, overtaken by demon-empowered attackers. Within the chaos, a cloaked enemy observes calmly, wielding corrupted power as the massacre continues. A wounded man calls for the sect leader before collapsing, his fate sealed within moments. A colossal demonic dragon descends from a crimson sky. Summoned through a dreadful ritual, the dark figure mounts the dragon and begins an assault from above below. Yangshan and another fighter observe the horrifying sight unfolding across the ruined city. The demonic entity taunts Yangshan, urging him to accept his corrupted strength. Dark energy blends with his flame arts, producing a violent reaction within his body. Yangshan is stunned. His technique isn't being overwhelmed. It is consuming the demonic energy entirely. Awakened by voices, Yangshan finds himself surrounded by companions worried for his condition. He minimizes the event, claiming he was only slightly hurt during practice. Privately, he decides to conceal the truth. Absorbing demonic energy might cause future danger. Seol notes Yangshan's pale face, leaning closer to check his state with concern. He brushes it off casually, but her response turns annoyed, scolding him for recklessness again. As others approach, Yangshan insists it's nothing serious and refuses the suggestion to visit an apothecary. Later, he tells everyone to get ready to depart, urging swift and efficient movement. Despite the tension, light teasing breaks out as Seol denies drooling, drawing laughter from the group. Internally, Yangshan reflects that the demonic energy has disappeared, possibly absorbed by the Gyu flame wheel art. In the heart of a crowded marketplace, Gu Yangshan and his companions arrive beneath the observant gazes of townspeople. A stall of honey cookies grabs Seol as interest, and she eagerly dashes toward the food vendor. Yangshan challenges Muyan's reason for tagging along, highlighting the flimsy logic of purchasing treats. Muyan questions Yangshan's presence if not for sweets, reminding him he is still in recovery. At the same time, Seol offers assistance in locating something, sensing Yangshan's strange mood and actions. Even with her sincerity, Yangshan insists it is not her place yet, politely declining her offer to help. After a short pause, Yangshan notices something down a side alley and grows wary of its direction. He tells Seol to head back home while asking Muyan to continue with him. Although puzzled, Seol lingers, clearly worried about her grandfather and Yangshan's well-being. Yangshan proposes a deal of 10 honey cookies and dumplings to persuade her to leave. Her expression quickly brightens as she agrees with a cheerful smile, moved by his kindness. With a final handshake, Seol separates from them, allowing the two men to proceed alone. Yangshan and Muyan move further into the alleyways without revealing their purpose. Muyan cautions about the rising danger, yet Yangshan remains intent on reaching a location. At last, he halts and indicates he has located the place he was seeking. Upon reaching a massive, foreboding structure, Yangshan confirms it is indeed what he had been looking for. Muyan questions why they must be here, feeling an uneasy tension lingering around them. Yangshan admits the building itself feels unnatural, unsettling him beyond its external look. As they enter, troubling thoughts arise that it once served as a hub for illegal dealings. Muyan remembers rumors of people vanishing here, confirming their suspicions were valid. Inside, a group of dangerous men emerges, all glaring at the newcomers with hostility. One thug mocks Yangshan, asking why he entered such a place without invitation. Yangshan casually states he is a customer, disregarding the threats and tension building. Muyan reacts protectively when a thug threatens violence, but Yangshan calmly gestures for him to stand down. Yangshan confidently declares they already know his identity and warns them of repercussions. He advises them to avoid needless trouble and demands they summon the regional manager. Sneering at him, the gang leader echoes the phrase regional manager with contempt. The thug ridicules Yangshan's demeanor, accusing him of disrespect while rallying his crew. Unshaken, Yangshan points out their hypocrisy, criticizing their own lack of respect. The leader smirks darkly and orders his men to take action. When commanded to attack, the gang rushes forward fiercely, attempting to overpower Yangshan and Muyan. Muyan reacts instantly, delivering a powerful blow that stops the enemy's advance mid-charge. One assailant freezes in fear as Muyan's blade halts mere inches from his face. Muyan unleashes rapid strikes, knocking enemies aside and creating space around the young master. As everything settles, Yangshan stands calm, bearing not even a scratch from the encounter. Realizing their mistake, the gang leader mutters in irritation. Watching events unfold, Yangshan reflects on the burden of being the clan leader's son and the expectations tied to it. The gang announces the regional manager has given a response, and the leader prepares to receive it. After hearing the message, he reluctantly chooses compliance, unwilling to escalate the situation. Another thug instructs everyone to stand down as the regional manager now wishes to meet them. Yangchen scoffs at the wait, telling Muyin to sheath his sword as they get ready to proceed. They begin walking while the others observe them warily from afar. Before leaving, Muyin questions the decision, but Yangchen insists it must be done. The narration describes the setting as a once unregulated area, now turned into a hub for black market dealings. Their next destination is revealed, the ominous headquarters of the Mao sect. Walking down the stairs, the dark-haired youth reaches the Shani branch to submit a commission. Du Winchul, the branch chief, courteously welcomes him and introduces himself to reduce any tension. Offering an apology for the earlier rudeness, Winchul explains they did not anticipate someone of his rank arriving. The youth states that the mission is appropriate only for the House sect, not the beggar sect. Doubt remains as Winchul keeps verifying, defending his caution because of the visitor's distinguished surname. Accepting the assignment, the man asks for assistance in finding a particular boy, revealing a drawn sketch. Observing the portrait, Winchul pauses, sensing something troubling and rethinking the entire arrangement. With reluctance, he cancels his agreement, explaining another client is already pursuing the guardian. He clarifies that the goal is not the child, but the individual protecting him, making the task more complex. Even so, the young man insists on the mission's significance, even if it opposes the House sect leader. Without delay, he calls upon assassins who instantly move in precise coordination. From the darkness, a fierce woman charges forward, blades ready, prepared to stop them. The atmosphere tightens as Winchul stares coldly, realizing his earlier mistake. The youth calmly reminds him of the consequences and questions his ties with the Gegak sect. Understanding he is exposed, Winchul tightens his grip, knowing control has slipped away. Recognizing the circumstances, Winchul agrees to the terms despite the implied threat from his guest. The youth calmly outlines the schedule, estimating the search will require roughly 3 months. With the agreement finalized, he leaves, promising to provide updates once the target is discovered. Behind closed doors, Winchul sits quietly before disclosing the location, the Sharp Mountain Range. Hearing this name shocks those present, suggesting it carries serious meaning. He presents this information as an advance, confident it will drive the other party forward. Looking from above, Winchul reflects on the seriousness of what he has just revealed to the requester. His subordinate questions the reliability of that information, referring to the Sharp Mountain Range. Winchul explains that knowledge of the sect leader's disappearance leaves them no choice but to trust it. He concludes the youth must have strong backing, possibly even from the GU clan leader. While murmuring his irritation, he removes his outer garment, signaling the end of his act. A subordinate jokes about his performance, but Winchul stays uneasy, still weighed down by the truth. Relaxing slightly, he notes that there is no surveillance now, so appearances are unnecessary. Inwardly, Winchul reflects that the Hao sect rarely follows or respects authority, which explains why their missing leader chose to stay hidden to avoid internal threats. A man sits shackled in a prison cell, his figure recognized by the protagonist as his father. Outside, the youth calmly departs after finishing his meeting at the branch relieved. He quietly exhales, having avoided unnecessary trouble during the negotiation. As memories return, he recalls a past incident that led to the downfall of the Hao sect. He remembers a deadly ambush that claimed many lives during an operation led by a cunning figure. His own mistake in that battle caused irreversible damage and ultimately resulted in defeat. Grateful that the information proved useful, he considers the branch leader's cooperation a stroke of luck. Despite frustration over delays, he remains committed to continuing the search for his objective. The person he seeks, Fang Zhuge Haik, is the strategist of the demonic cult and a deadly tactician. Even the powerful Seal struggled against Fang's strategies in past encounters. The youth resolves to eliminate him before Fang can strengthen the cult further. While discussing timing with his companion, he is reminded the next update may only arrive in summer. Suddenly, a troubling thought surfaces as he wonders why it had not occurred to him sooner. He recalls the immense wealth and dangerous artifacts held in Fang's possession. Realizing the danger if Fang reaches them first, he prepares himself for the coming battle with full awareness. Overwhelmed by complications, the youth suddenly shouts in frustration, suggesting they abandon everything. He argues that traveling to Sichuan is impossible, especially without knowing the hidden location. His companion, confused, asks what he truly means, unable to understand his sudden reaction. Gi Rian lets out a chuckle while teasing the elder for overlooking a leaf during cleaning duty. The elder, irritated yet amused, scolds Gi Rian for stirring up trouble and creating chaos once again. Despite his complaints, he joins in laughter, telling Gi Rian to return to work and quit fooling around. Ryun is found picking leaves, insisting he's helping while disguised as a servant. The elder tells him to sweep correctly and reminds him he already broke the previous broom. Annoyed, he says Ryun should pluck his own hair to craft a replacement broom. Doubt grows as the elder questions Ryun's true motive for coming, hinting concern for Yangshin. Ryun brings up Yangshin's rapid progress and how he even defeated his sister not long ago. They both agree Yangshin's advancement is remarkable and cannot be ignored any longer. Worried about internal politics, they suspect the first elder may soon move against Yangshin. They assume he's under close watch and shouldn't create excessive trouble while supervised. At that moment, a girl asks the elder what he genuinely thinks about her directly. Yangshin rushes in, dramatically announcing he can make her happier than anyone else ever could. A comedic scene shows Seol, mocking Yangshin's outbursts, teasing him with playful sarcasm. That night, Seol dreams of a grim future, her expression haunted by what she witnessed. Seol faces a masked assassin, filled with anger and disbelief over the bloodshed before her. The assassin stands quietly, his blade dripping with blood as Seol trembles in fear. Tears gather in her eyes as she hears the assassin whisper an apology while calling her name. Seol awakes from the nightmare, shaken and disturbed by the vision of Chun's death. Still frightened, she runs to find the young master but is redirected toward the courtyard. Upon arriving, she mistakenly meets another man who confesses he wants to make her happy. Yangshin shows up and pulls Seol away, calling her his servant while confronting the stranger. Suspicion increases as Yangshin demands answers, while the blushing man apologizes for overstepping. Recognition appears when the man claims he knows Yangshin, addressing him with formal respect. He introduces himself as Gu Juliop and suggests having a sparring match with Yangshin. Without hesitation, Yangshin declines, laughing boldly as he completely avoids the situation. Despite joking, he openly admits fear, impressing even Juliop with his honesty and keen perception. Juliop admits he caused the earlier incident involving Yangshin's sister, taking full responsibility as he turns away. The second elder appears and stops Yangshin from brushing him off. During the reunion, Juliop greets the elder warmly, leaving Yangshin confused by their familiarity. The elder explains that Juliop is the first elder's grandson, revealing their resemblance and shared bloodline. Juliop's intentions are questioned, with suspicion rising that his arrival came from higher orders. Yangshin wonders whether Juliop's interest was sincere or simply tied to internal clan politics. Yangshin recalls the first elder's ambition to dominate the clan and influence leadership succession. After Juliop lost to Yanseo, the elder's plans seemed ruined, but now he is trying again. Juliop insists he came without any intention to fight, while Yangshin mocks the obvious result. Refusing to face a stronger opponent, Yangshin avoids becoming involved in political conflict. Sal grabs his arm as he begins to leave, demanding that he wait. Her sudden grip stops him mid-step, forcing him to pause immediately. Juliop boldly claims Yangshin is unworthy of Seol, and offers himself instead. Seol looks unsettled, but before she can respond, a cold voice interrupts from behind. Yangshin appears, eyes glowing red, declaring he will accept the match without hesitation. Yangshin exhales as he gets ready for another sparring session, unwillingly stepping onto the training field. Although reluctant, he's accompanied by the second elder, who motivates him with words about progress. Even while seeming irritated, the elder agrees to assist, but only if Yangshin accepts the result. Yangshin shocks the elder by stating he has no desire to become the next clan leader. The elder grows alarmed at the statement, insisting Yangshin is the sole suitable candidate for succession. To avoid the subject, Yangshin threatens to concede by lying on the ground, unless he's aided. An agreement is reached if Yangshin wins the fight, the elder will fulfill his request. Confronting his rival, Yangshin is asked if he's prepared and gives an easygoing answer. With a grin, he steadies himself. Despite understanding the challenge ahead won't be simple, Yangshin apologizes for an earlier match where he might have gone overboard. His opponent dismisses it, but remarks about weakness ignite tension in Yangshin's expression. Tightening his fist, Yangshin shows his contempt for those who bully the weak. His opponent releases blazing energy, declaring hatred for weak men attempting to lead. Yangshin observes as the flames burst violently across the dueling field resolute. The opponent states he also wants something if he wins the fight. The elder permits a condition, asking Juliop what he wishes should he win the match. Without delay, Juliop points at the maid, claiming her as his reward, shocking everyone nearby. Entertained by the daring request, Yangshin replies with a smile, accepting the terms without worry. As the duel starts, Yangshin gathers his inner energy, radiating a dark aura filled with confidence. The second elder watches eagerly while declaring the official beginning of the fight. Juliop advances slowly, questioning Yangshin's reasons and trying to read his intent behind the duel. Despite Yangshin's calm demeanor, Juliet feels something immense in his presence, stirring inner doubt. He rapidly evaluates Yangshan's earlier victories, attempting to explain his current fatigue and low energy. Spotting an opening, Juliet gets ready to strike first, initiating his assault. Yangshan accepts the attack calmly, steadying himself as Juliet charges forward with speed and force. With a lowered stance, Juliet swings powerfully, forcing Yangshan to evade narrowly. Their clash escalates, flames trailing behind them as their weapons collide mid-motion. Juliet taunts Yangshan's effort, calling it slow despite the attempt. Yangshan regains balance swiftly and responds with a sudden upward slash. The counterstrike lands perfectly, sending Juliet into the air, overwhelmed by its sheer strength. Juliet crashes heavily into the arena, his body striking the ground from Yangshan's counter, bleeding and stunned. He lies still, struggling to comprehend the force of the hit. Yangshan orders him to stand, refusing to accept victory. Without a proper end to their duel, despite his wounds, Juliet rises. Admitting his earlier display was lacking and recognizing his own flaws, Yangshan stays composed, having yet to make a single serious move throughout the entire fight. He considers his limits, realizing his body still cannot handle full inner energy reinforcement. Time is limited, only 7 minutes remain for Yangshan to finish the match safely. He carefully studies Juliet's sword style, identifying the friction-based technique behind each strike. Resolved, Yangshan sharpens his focus, prepared to counter the predictable rhythm of his opponent's attacks. Flames encircle them as their blades meet mid-air, both warriors pushing their boundaries. Juliet's refined motions reveal years of practice, earning brief acknowledgement from Yangshan. However, Yangshan detects a flaw in his pattern, preparing to intercept at the right moment. With quick steps, Yangshan advances again, closing the gap while watching closely. His plan is straightforward: cut Juliet off before the technique fully activates. Delivering a precise strike, he lands a clean hit to completely disrupt the technique. Yangshan's attack shatters Juliet's guard, breaking the ground beneath and sending shockwaves outward. In the short moment when Yangshan releases his full inner energy, the battle's tide shifts entirely. Overwhelmed, Juliet wonders how Yangshan could unleash such strength with so little energy left. Yangshan lets out a pained gasp after taking a devastating blow, unable to respond in time, forcing himself through the shock. He rushes ahead with relentless resolve, flames coiling around his weapon. A burst of power erupts and rattles the arena as Yangshan's strike connects, covering everything in dust and debris. Slamming into the wall, Yangshan collapses unconscious, his body lying still within the crater. Slowly regaining faint awareness, he tries to move, though the agony makes even thinking difficult. As he lies there, the opponent coldly delivers a speech, criticizing his ambition and weakened state. The enemy stands shrouded in red energy, showing disdain for those who reach beyond their limits. With ruthless intent, he seizes Yangshan's arm, deciding how to deal with his arrogance. A verdict is declared: the right arm will be shattered as a lesson against defiance. The second elder quickly rushes in, halting the fight and examining Yangshan's condition. From above, the aftermath reveals a shattered arena with Yangshan injured at its core. Later on, the elder reprimands him for starting trouble, yet Yangshan shows no regret. Seol playfully mocks Yangshan, joking about taking his place as the next clan leader. Even in jest, she seems excited by the idea, mostly thinking about the food she would enjoy. Yangshan remains quiet, wondering when Seol will grow serious and properly use a sword. Other disciples question Seol's position, doubting her link to the Sword Supreme because of her chores. Yangshan begins recalling how he first met Seol, but senses an odd gap in his memory. Seol notices his distant look, assuming he is still shaken from the earlier battle, and makes another bold request. The second elder tries to brush it off, suggesting Yangshan should rest instead. Unwilling to delay, Yangshan rises with renewed determination, reminding the elder of a prior promise. Intrigued, the elder assumes Yangshan wants something simple, but the young man stays vague with a grin. Suddenly, Yangshan requests to be sent to Sichuan, surprising both the elder and Seol. The elder questions the strange demand, unsure why Yangshan insists on going there. Yangshan casually avoids explanation, trying to gain agreement without revealing his true purpose. Misinterpreting it, the elder jokes about sending him to an ordinary weapon market. Elsewhere, however, high-grade weapons are displayed, exactly what Yangshan intends to investigate. Seol points out it was only a joke, but Yangshan's seriousness becomes undeniable. The elder notices Yangshan's urgency, sensing his strong desire to leave. Realizing his mistake, the elder jokes about getting old before offering a deal in exchange for help. Finally persuaded, the elder eagerly agrees, promising to send Yangshan to Sichuan immediately. After noticing the elder took him too seriously, Yangshan panics and tries to retract his request. The elder angrily shouts, declaring he will send Yangshan to Sichuan at once as promised. Despite Yankin's shock, preparations begin rapidly, and everyone scrambles for the sudden departure. Gu Yangshan is stunned when summoned to leave, not expecting things to move so quickly. As the carriage departs, the elder waves enthusiastically while assigning tasks to others. One disciple complains, but the elder insists he will not handle everything alone. Guilt tripping him left behind, the elder shares his concerns with Gu Ryun, who had only come for conversation. He mentions the clan head recently asked about the immortal physician, hinting at something deeper. The timing raises suspicion, especially since someone may have influenced the clan head's curiosity. Gu Ryun stays silent, prompting the elder to shift the topic with a direct question. He bluntly asks whether Seol is truly Ji Ryan's granddaughter. Demanding honesty, the question carries weight, implying Seol A's identity may not be straightforward. Gyu Ryan reflects on her presence, admitting something about her feels entirely inhuman. His statement triggers a stern warning from the elder, who steps forward with an intimidating aura. Glowing swords materialize around the elder as he warns Gu Ryun to choose his words carefully. While walking through the forest, the elder reflects that if Sola were truly human, her presence should have been noticeable. He recalls meeting her during the Unified Dragon Assembly, where every warrior displayed some aura. Yet Seol had none at all, unsettling him since that first encounter. The elder warns that even divine physicians would not be able to treat someone like her. Before continuing, a powerful voice interrupts, declaring the girl is indeed human. Turning around, the elder faces the glowing swords and firmly states his belief that Seol is human. Ryun accepts this, but wonders what it means if she appears human, yet is not. He reflects inwardly, questioning whether humanity can truly be judged by presence alone. Hours later, inside the quiet quarters of the Sword Supreme, it is revealed that Seol has suddenly vanished. Beneath a moonlit sky, the group rests outside as their trip to Sichuan goes on. While talking about food supplies, two companions sit near the fire. Arranging provisions for the coming days, they speculate about Gu Yangshan's location, thinking he wandered off from boredom to practice alone. Far from camp, Yangshan intensely trains, releasing strong blows and pushing his limits. After tiring himself out, he stops, noticing he cannot fully control his internal energy. Annoyed by his gradual improvement, he considers his restricted skill to unlock martial techniques. A shining demonic stone emerges before him, triggering thoughts of earlier forbidden methods. He remembers how the gooey flame wheel previously cleansed the demonic power he had taken in. From that point, his cultivation feels pure, giving belief that he may advance without danger. Even with progress, Yangshan understands the heavenly demon's martial art is risky to depend on. A sudden scream breaks his focus, pulling his awareness back toward the camp. Concerned, he quickly heads back, feeling that something strange is occurring nearby. Near the carriage, a girl appears, unconscious, creating commotion among the guards. Yangshan inspects the carriage and is surprised when someone calls out his name. Seol suddenly shows herself, grinning warmly and happily, declaring her unexpected arrival. Seol begs to join the journey, but the elder declines, mentioning her weak housework abilities. She debates using past allowances, but the elder points out prior supervision that won't be present in Sichuan. Agreeing unwillingly, Seol holds folded clothes, muttering about Gu Yangshan's extended absence. By herself in the carriage, she thinks about her shortcomings and how Yangshan dislikes useless individuals. Out of nowhere, she hears an odd voice, making her freeze mid-thought and glance around. Seeing nothing around, Seol believes the noise came from a mysterious chest inside the wagon. A spectral hand reaches her shoulder, making her scream and lose balance. Frightened, she shouts toward the unseen presence, asking it to stop fooling around. Luminous hands appear behind her as a mysterious girl silently observes from inside the box. The concealed girl mutters sleepily, then dozes off among the supplies. Meanwhile, the carriage departs the village, with Seol unknowingly bringing the girl along. Later at camp, Seol completes recounting the odd incident to the shocked group. She claims she was possessed, while the others listen, puzzled and uncertain what to think. As the trip continues, Yangshan wonders why she arrived, since her motives seemed vague. Despite his annoyance, he silently allows her to stay, realizing it's too late to send her back. Seol happily suggests exchanging something for a cookie, attempting to tease Yangshan. He panics when the cookie slips from her hand during the ride, making him yell. Irritated by her behavior, Yangshan regrets not turning her away when he had the opportunity. Abruptly, glowing green flames appear across the night sky, indicating an incoming unknown danger. Yangshan and Muyin quickly sense danger, commanding everyone to stop the carriage. Inside the carriage, Yangshan feels something wrong, estimating how many enemies are approaching. One after another, Monstrous wolf-like beasts emerge from the shadows with glowing eyes. Their quantity confuses Yangchen as they appear to increase every moment. A strong two-headed creature rushes ahead, showing a greater threat than anticipated. A huge beast roars toward the group as Seol watches in terror beside Yangchen. A stranger with white hair steps forward, prepared to fight using a blazing fist. As the creature charges, the stranger orders the group to withdraw for safety. With immense power, she cuts down the enemies using a lightning-infused blade. While the others recover, she calmly states she could not face them earlier by herself. Yangchen looks on in confusion as the woman talks to someone hidden within the carriage. Gu Yangchen freezes in shock, his expression changing when he senses a strong familiar aura. Blood drips from a sword as the scene shows a woman kneeling among countless corpses. Calmly, the silver-haired woman stands and confirms their route, saying they are heading towards Sichuan. As silence lingers in the air, she notes that nobody else remains nearby. Facing Yangchen directly, she asks whether she may join the group on their journey. Introducing herself as Namgongbia, she stands firmly, sword in hand, while Yangchen reacts inwardly with disbelief. Dark clouds loom above the battleground, ash drifting through the air as silence settles after a savage clash. A crow rests atop a fallen body while others gather across the blood-drenched earth littered with corpses. Within the destruction, a solitary white-haired girl stands, confronting a dark-haired man who questions her purpose. The man discloses her mission: escort the girl, worried she might spiral into another violent frenzy. She casually corrects his path, leaving him irritated, yet forced to trail behind her. As they move forward, he becomes increasingly tired of her demeanor, but keeps going. Something weighing on his thoughts, she abruptly inquires about the power of the Sword Supreme, her interest unmistakable. He cautions her to remain careful, insisting the cult leader would confront such a formidable opponent. When she wonders whether the Sword Supreme is stronger than her, his annoyance sparks a surge of energy. In reply, she neutralizes his force with ease, a barrier igniting around her form. Her presence intensifies, pushing him back as he's crushed by her overwhelming might. The ground fractures under her restrained display, leaving the surroundings devastated. She softly questions if this is what battle truly feels like. He exhales, conceding defeat, and gestures her toward the proper route. With a final caution, he proceeds ahead as the sky gradually clears. As they continue, the girl mentions taking a shortcut, making the man visibly uneasy. Her offhand reference to the three Supremes triggers his anger, dark energy flaring briefly around him. Ignoring his reaction, she calmly guides them, reaching their destination far quicker than another had managed. Later that evening, a different white-haired girl politely asks to accompany them towards Sichuan. The man instantly declines, recalling earlier chaos and refusing to relive it. Though doubtful of her clan background, he restrains himself and demands evidence of her identity. Without speaking, the girl releases immense energy, her body enveloped in blue lightning. A powerful beam shoots upward, shaking the earth and drawing attention from afar. An onlooker recognizes her sword technique, panicking at the thought of such power being unleashed here. The strike causes a massive explosion, leaving the terrain cracked and faintly glowing. She calmly remarks that this demonstration is not even her full strength. Witnessing the destruction, the group finally acknowledges she is truly from the Namgun clan. That night, they camp in silence as the girl rests beside the fire. A young man reflects on her quietness after being rejected and feels uneasy about his cold behavior. He's advised not to approach her, but the situation leaves him conflicted and troubled. Around the fire, Seol eagerly demonstrates how to skin a frog, impressing Namgongbia. Suddenly, Gu Jeol Yop shouts in shock at Seol's actions, thinking something has gone wrong. He reprimands the group for fooling around, but Seol calmly defends herself, making him sigh. Curious, Jeol Yop questions why someone from the Namgun clan is traveling alone through dangerous territory. Bia explains she had an escort but became lost while journeying far from home. Realizing her terrible sense of direction, Jeol Yop suspects she simply began following them aimlessly. When he states their group isn't heading to Sichuan, Bia reacts with confusion and surprise. Still, she introduces herself properly and asks Jeol Yop to do the same. After a brief hesitation, he answers, revealing himself as Gu Jeol Yop of the Gu clan. 2 days later, Jeol Yop still feels uncomfortable around her, though she remains close to Seol. Their conversations slow the group's progress, turning what should have been a one-day trip into longer travel. As Bi attempts to climb into the carriage, Jeol Yop immediately refuses, sparking a humorous standoff. Seol also asks to ride, but he rejects both, clearly irritated by the situation. Muyin observes their pace has significantly decreased, estimating arrival will now take 3 days. Despite the delay, the journey continues as their group dynamic gradually evolves. Muyin questions Jil, Yop's stubbornness, wondering why he won't simply share the carriage with Namgung B. Letting out a tired sigh, Yop admits he has little choice and leans against the carriage window. He suggests reevaluating their circumstances at the next village while Baya and Seal follow behind quietly. Gu Jilmu trudges wearily as the party arrives at a nearby settlement after an exhausting trip. He and his companions celebrate finding a decent place to rest, glad to avoid spending another night outside. Seal casually lounges on Yangshin's back, saying she's tired, while Jilmu questions her odd posture all at once. A group dressed similarly to Seol appears, drawing everyone's attention with urgency. Namgung Chunjun rushes forward, calling out for his sister, visibly distressed by her disappearance. He reprimands Seol for leaving without warning, while she apologizes with little concern. Jilmu feels puzzled about Chunjun's identity until it's Seol introduces him as her junior master. Understanding who he is, Jilmu recalls rumors about the future lightning blade of Miram. Chunjun confidently presents himself as Namgung Chunjun, the current lightning dragon of the Namgung clan. Chunjun asks why Yangshin and Seol are journeying together. Yangshin says they happen to meet again and travel together towards Sichuan. Seol calmly mentions that she chose it herself, while Muyan appears quietly irritated. Chunjun apologizes if Seol caused issues and offers them an extra room. Yangshin first declines, wanting to avoid further trouble involving her again, but after learning no rooms remain, he reluctantly agrees to Chunjun's offer. Gu Yangshin reflects on a brutal past where Seol slaughtered enemies mercilessly, shocking even allies. In a trance-like condition, she killed her brother disciples and many enemies without hesitation. Still disturbed by that event, Yangshin avoids confronting her power directly, knowing it defies reason. The following morning, Yangshin greets Namgung Chunjun after a restful night at the inn. Without any warning, Chunjun strikes Yangshin and sternly tells him to know his place. Chunjun makes it obvious that someone like Yangshin shouldn't speak to Seol at all. He cautions Yangshin to stay away or suffer harsh consequences if he approaches Seol. Again. Despite the warning, Chunjun cheerfully greets others, concealing his hostility behind a friendly attitude. Yangshin, left bewildered, realizes how erratic and unhinged the siblings truly are. While getting ready to leave, Yangshin tells Jilmu not to mention the Namgung siblings anymore. They intend to depart after eating, eager to avoid more chaos. Yangshin quietly appreciates Jilmu for being the only normal person amid all the madness. During breakfast, Seol greets Yangshin while Muyin offers him dumplings with a smile. Yangshin, overwhelmed by the strange mood, quietly wonders why he must sit with them. Although he allows Muyin to remain, he tries to send Seol away from the table. Yangshin sits uneasily, fully aware Namgung Chunjun is glaring at him with killing intent. Seol behaves as if unaware of the tension while Yangshin notes how dangerous her brother seems. Suddenly rising, Yangshin decides to leave early, claiming he's full despite barely eating. As Yangshin walks away, Seol watches silently, unsure how to react. Her brother, now suspicious, asks why she didn't sit with their group. Caught off guard, Seol lies, saying it was simply more convenient. Then Chunjun's expression darkens, clearly annoyed by the slight distance his sister shows. He urges her to join them next time, trying to hide his anger behind a request. Meanwhile, Yangshin and the others leave, unaware of the growing resentment behind them. Chunjun notices Seol leaving during breakfast and calls out, confused by her sudden exit. She says she's going to rest, avoiding further interaction with anyone at the table. Her quiet departure leaves Chunjun uneasy, sensing a shift in her behavior. Gu Yangshin confronts the silver-haired woman, asking why she continues lingering behind their group. Calmly, she claims she isn't chasing them, but simply accompanying them by her own choice. Irritated, Yangshin questions her motive, especially since her real companion rides close by. Before she responds, another girl interrupts, yelling that Seol brought her with them. As tension builds, Yangshin commands Muyin to remove both intruders from the carriage. Instead of complying, Muyin chuckles, predicting they will leave on their own. The group soon reaches Sichuan. They step into the domain of the renowned Tang clan rulers over the Sichuan region. Though overshadowed by clans like Namgung, Peng, and Moyong, the Tang clan maintains hidden power. Experts of poison and weaponry, the Tang clan hosts the perilous Tang weapons exhibition. Yangshin considers his mission to locate a treasury before the exhibition ends in 3 days. He only knows the rough location and feels burdened by the city's enormous scale. Knowing failure could involve outsiders, he decides to move quickly to prevent unnecessary exposure. Suddenly, a girl's sharp scream startles Yangshan as she appears beside him on the rooftop. He's taken aback, unsure why she is there at such an important moment. Unaware of his inner conflict, she admires the night scenery, enjoying the gentle breeze. The girl eagerly points at the fireflies glowing beneath the moonlight, urging Yangshan to watch. Still unsure how to react, he listens as she speaks about a nearby lake. Without warning, she grabs his hand, pulling him along without any hesitation. They dash across rooftops, the girl guiding him excitedly toward the distant lake. Soon, they arrive beneath the moonlit sky, admiring the calm and sparkling water. Yangshan observes the lake's size, wondering what it takes to create such a weaponized dock. Curious about Seol, the girl attempts to mention her location, but Yangshan interrupts her. She explains she only wanted to improve his mood, hoping to be helpful. He asks a hypothetical question about hiding valuables, to which she replies with childish irritation. Their conversation is interrupted as a mysterious woman appears near the lake, confronting them instantly. Yangshan senses her presence and recalls stories of her role in protecting Sichuan. She is Tang Soyal, known throughout the region as the Poison Queen of the Tang clan. Elsewhere, blood covers the ground as someone moves quietly through the remains of battle. A cloaked figure confirms the cleanup is finished, speaking to the nearby Poison Queen. Surprised by the familiar voice, she cautiously asks, trying to confirm the person's identity. The demonic man mocks Tang Soyal's actions, questioning her reason for coming despite knowing the result. Soil stays composed, asking him what truly drove his presence in the ongoing conflict. Without pause, he answers that his only aim was to take her life in revenge. Instead of resisting, Soil apologizes, her voice sincere, shocking even the demonic man. She admits her mind may be shattered, realizing truths only after losing her vision. As he questions her rambling, she begs for a selfish final request before the inevitable end. Silence falls as he tightens his grip, dragging her with heavy steps deeper into the ruins. Blood spreads across her body and the ground, his hands stained by her wounds. He glances at his bloody palm, disturbed by feelings he believed were long gone. Back in the present, Soil angrily questions Yangshan for ignoring her earlier inquiries. Flustered, she threatens to summon guards if he remains silent any longer. Her mood shifts when the white-haired woman calmly reveals his identity, stunning Soil mid-speech. Formally, Soil introduces herself and apologizes for her earlier tone, recognizing Yangshan as a guest. Juliope steps forward and apologizes too, identifying himself and explaining their presence. While Juliope prepares to depart peacefully, he quietly notes how trivial Soil's reasoning actually was. As the group walks away, Soil complains to the white-haired woman about Juliope's rudeness. Without replying, her companion listens quietly while Soil continues criticizing his lack of apology. Under the moonlight, Soil insists she dislikes rude men who think appearance excuses everything. Embarrassed, she stammers, clarifying she didn't intend to call him handsome as her words unravel. The white-haired woman freezes briefly, surprised by the unexpected compliment. Elsewhere, Juliope hears the word handsome and pauses mid-step, unsure what caused the thought. Dawn arrives across Sichuan, where birds sing and tranquil landscapes encircle the Tang clan estate. Gu Yangshan murmurs about the approaching Tang weapons exhibition, considering practice to pass time. Before he can depart, Namgung and his sister Seol abruptly arrive, obstructing his way. Namgung says they're invited for a dinner by the Tang clan and asks Yangshan to come. Yangshan answers awkwardly, saying unease near others, and subtly pushes them to go. He squints his eyes, quietly wishing they'll back down, while Seol gently tells him not to act harsh. Namgung seizes Yangshan's arm and insists he go along, refusing to accept no as an answer. Annoyed, Yangshan wonders whether Namgung truly plans to pull him by force. He smirks, amazed that Namgung would go so far simply for a shared meal. Shadowy energy flickers briefly from Yangshan, shocking Namgung, who almost panics. Yangshan brushes it off casually, now entertained by their reactions, and decides to go. As they head off, he murmurs a threat to tease Namgung about Seol as presence. Yangshan jokes with a grin, warning Namgung that his sister could be watching him closely. Namgung looks flustered while Seol quietly thanks Yangshan for joining them. Once seated, Yangshan stares at the table full of spicy dishes, realizing his suffering has only begun. The Tang clan head, Tang Juiok, greets the guests with modest hospitality, presenting a table full of dishes. Yangshan eyes the red dumplings, assuming they could be safer than the others. He takes a careful bite, unaware of the trouble waiting for him. Tang Juiok stares intensely, reminding Yangshan of their odd encounters in his previous life. He remembers the same uneasy gaze she used to give. Stirring old memories after chewing, an intense heat bursts in his mouth, causing instant regret. Burning from the fierce spice, Yangchen panics, desperate to cool his tongue. Muyin quickly hands him a cup of water, which Yangchen gratefully accepts. After settling down, he continues eating but stays cautious of every dish on the table. Seol kindly offers him a milder option, assuring it is not spicy. Blushing slightly, Yangchen feels caught off guard by her gentle tone. Namgung teases them, making Seol apologize while Yangchen becomes flustered. Namgung snaps his chopsticks from too much force, embarrassing himself. He gives excuses, while the Tang head politely accepts them without remark. Noticing her troubled look, Yangchen quietly watches Tang Jueyuk, sensing something deeper behind her attitude. During the meal, Tang Jueyuk is asked if she had something to say, flustering her. After hesitating, she begins to speak, clearly nervous yet trying to express something. Namgung shifts the topic to the training grounds, eager to show them. Namgung asks for a visit to the training area, curious about its layout and purpose. Yangchen silently watches him, wondering about his true intentions. The group arrives at the large, well-kept training ground rarely used by the clan. Namgung notes Jueyuk used to train there often, teasing that she does not visit anymore. Yangchen privately remarks on her intense personality, glad he does not have a sister like her. Namgung suggests a sparring match, proposing it as a light way to digest their meal. Yangchen senses a hidden agenda, reading the challenge in Namgung's expression. Feigning innocence, he refuses by joking about their large skill gap. Namgung suggests removing internal energy use, saying it would be a fair mentoring session. Yangchen mocks the idea, doubting the match would be fair in any way. A bystander warns Yangchen to show respect to his senior despite his tone. Excited, Namgung releases his aura, eager to show his strength despite Yangchen's refusal. Gu Yangchen and Chunjun stand facing each other on the sparring platform, prepared to resolve their clash. Chunjun arrogantly grants the opening move, assured of his power and eager to provoke Yangchen. With a faint grin of curiosity, Yangchen accepts the offer without pause, bracing himself for what follows. Chunjun rushes forward with explosive speed, intending to finish things quickly through a direct assault. Yangchen watches calmly, letting Chunjun approach, yet his posture stays firm and unshaken. The attack fails as Yangchen deflects the motion, countering the reckless advance with precise skill. Yangchen exposes his composed thinking, having recognized the earlier flashy strikes as simple feints. His eyes narrow, readying a final move, declaring the real start of the confrontation. They clash once more, now with greater force, catching the attention of Tang Soil among the spectators. Soil remembers her unusual upbringing, drawn towards savage beasts instead of gentle creatures. While others chose pets, she connected with wolves and tigers, embracing peril rather than comfort. Her bond with fierce animals shaped her face sharp, untamed, and fearless before predators. That same connection distanced her from others, her fascination with beasts leaving her misunderstood. While others chased romance, she found peace lying beside a giant black wolf. Watching the duel, she quietly questions why Chunjun, despite his looks, fails to move her. Tang Soil suddenly falls in love at first sight upon encountering Gu Yangchen. In a calm moment overcome by emotion, she becomes confused by her racing pulse and flustered state, unsure how to react. As she tries to justify her feelings, she convinces herself it is only fleeting attraction. During a meal, Yangchen eats calmly while Soil secretly admires his appearance. She focuses on small details, even finding his struggle with hot food endearing. Seated beside him, her flustered feelings intensify. Realizing she cannot ignore them anymore, Soil suddenly becomes aware of her closeness to Yangchen, startled by how naturally it occurred. He questions why she is there, while she panics inwardly, wondering what love truly means. Before she can act, a sudden interruption bursts into the room, cutting the moment short. Guided away by a white-haired woman, Soil watches Yangchen's duel from the side. Her eyes remain fixed on him during the fight, admiration deepening despite the chaos. Chunjun's aggressive assault continues, but Yangchen prepares his response, eyes glowing with focus. Overwhelmed by emotion, Soil drops to her knees, shaken by her intense feelings. Despite embarrassment, she stays still in awe, unable to look away. From afar, others notice her actions, but her attention stays only on Yangchen. Chunjun stares at his shattered sword in disbelief, unable to grasp how it broke. He recalls holding back at first, then attacking seriously, expecting to overpower Yangchen. As Chunjun falters, Yangchen mocks his pride, saying he would have died many times in reality. Yangchen pins him down and asks if Chunjun truly understands the difference between them. After letting him go, Chunjun is thrown back, defeated, and furious from public humiliation. Still angry, he insults Yangshan for fighting without a blade. Unaware of what comes next, Yangshan shrugs, mocking the idea of guidance, and asking for more lessons with a confident smile with a teasing grin. He suggests he might be the one giving lessons instead. The onlooker clenches his teeth, enraged by Yangshan's playful mockery and reversed roles. Now holding a new sword, Chunjun releases powerful lightning energy, preparing a full-force strike. He descends like a bolt of rage, forcing Yangshan to react quickly. Yangshan answers with internal energy, preparing to meet the incoming thunderous attack. Chunjun releases a storm of blinding sword waves, filling the arena with shining streaks. Yangshan observes carefully, surrounded by chaos, calculating the perfect moment to act. Amid the barrage, Chunjun keeps attacking, his technique erupting in a brilliant final strike. Chunjun's frustration grows as he refuses to accept that Gu Yangshan surpasses him. Across from him, Yangshan stays calm, easily deflecting the wild sword assault. Closing in, Yangshan delivers a direct counter, striking Chunjun cleanly and sending him away. Chunjun crashes down hard, his body hitting the ground as he gasps in shock. Soyeol and the white-haired woman watch, stunned by the harsh result of the duel, eyes widened. Soyeol covers her lips, shocked by how far Yangshan pushed the fight. The arena surface cracks as the impact settles, a loud cry marking Chunjun's pain. Spectators remain silent as Yangshan stands above his fallen opponent with cold presence. With a dark grin, Yangshan asks which part of Chunjun broke, his voice filled with cruel amusement. Juliep and Chunjun drop to their knees inside the broken arena, dust lifting from the collision. Chunjun stares in rage, panting as he mocks Juliep through gritted teeth, his pride deeply shaken. Yelling with shaky fury, Juliep denounces Chunjun's behavior, insisting he's unfit for the martial path. Chunjun warns of Juliep's standing, saying every clan will despise him after today's disgrace. As quiet hangs, Juliep questions how many lives Chunjun has taken without regret. The claim startles Chunjun. Juliep continues, suggesting at least 10 victims are connected to him. Seizing Chunjun's collar, Juliep hoists him harshly, disregarding a bystander's plea to stop. He shouts in anger, defending himself by highlighting Chunjun's murderous intent during the duel. The bystander cautions Juliep to think of consequences, reminding him of Chunjun's Namgun clan ties. Juliep argues he's holding back because of the Namgun name, wondering what he'd do otherwise. The bystander hesitates, uncertain how to answer Juliep's fierce logic. Without warning, Juliep attacks again, leaving Chunjun writhing on the ground, blood flowing from his face. Onlookers observe from a distance as Juliep remains alone, noticing the crowd has grown silent. An empty look appears as he reflects on his actions under rising pressure. He sweats anxiously, wondering if he might have gone too far this time. Juliep considers what the second elder would say if he reported harming a Namgun clan member. Certain he was justified, he concludes Chunjun deserved punishment and he had a witness. As he moves away, an unknown hand catches his sleeve, halting him mid-step. He turns, startled to see a white-haired girl calmly asking his name. Juliep attempts to dodge with a lie, but she reads through it instantly. Her silence lingers, leading Juliep to ask why she's so intent on knowing. Juliep observes her expression hasn't shifted, even after he beat her brother earlier. She repeats the request gently, insisting on hearing his true name. Standing face to face, she stays composed, eyes fixed on him as she presses. Juliep goes quiet, puzzled by her conduct and unsure what to say. She apologizes awkwardly, and he wonders if telling her would make her leave. Despite the suggestion, she quickly shakes her head, clearly refusing to retreat. At last, she states it herself. His real name is Gu Yangshan. Hearing it spoken shocks him, her certainty catching him completely unprepared. Later, as Yangshan walks off, he tries convincing himself this day gave him more time. An angry clan member approaches Yangshan, declaring he'll watch closely to stop further trouble. Unfazed, Yangshan strolls through the courtyard, seeming entirely indifferent to the warning. He disappears from view, making the man shout his name in anger, unable to follow him. Another attendant notices the scene but acts unaware, nervously asking if Yangshan was nearby. Attendant Y answers calmly, saying she hasn't seen him at all. Realizing Yangshan hasn't come back since his morning meeting, the attendant panics over reporting it. As panic settles, narration reveals the forgotten Yan clan, once the strongest in Central Plains. Their vanishing after a disaster left only ruins and unanswered mystery behind. Although the clan disappeared, records indicate their secrets remain buried beneath a white maple tree. Under moonlight, Yangshan reaches the rumored place, annoyed by the absence of maple trees. He mutters sarcastically, doubting the legend since no white tree can be seen. Breathing hard, he curses the climb, wondering if everything is just a trick. Still complaining, Yangshan guesses someone invented the rumor for amusement. Seal suddenly appears, offering food to cheer him up, catching him off guard. Thankful, Yangshan admits her timing helped and they share a brief moment under the stars. Startled, Yangshan yells at Seal, confused by her sudden arrival deep in the forest. She replies brightly, glad she surprised him, completely unfazed by the situation. As they sit and eat, Yangshan asks how she located him on the mountain so easily. While enjoying the meal, Yangshan reflects on their task and the difficulty of finding the white maple tree. He questions its existence in summer, but Seo insists she saw it recently. Doubtful, Yangshan keeps eating, unaware he's about to discover something important. Suddenly, he stops mid, bite stunned by Seo, as statement that they saw the tree together. Confusion deepens as he points to himself, asking if she truly meant him. With a bright grin, Seo happily confirms it, repeating her answer with complete certainty. Gu Yangshan and Sol reach a withered tree standing under the moonlight. She claims firmly that it is the white maple tree. He studies the dead branches, openly doubting her words since nothing in sight appears white. Irritated, Yangshan ridicules the claim, telling her to check her vision before trusting such absurdity. Seal, wounded yet stubborn, insists softly that she isn't lying and looks at the tree again. A subtle glimmer forms in her eyes, her thoughts reflecting doubt and curiosity about what is happening. As the breeze changes, wisps of dark energy drift by, seizing her focus and pulling her ahead. Yangshan considers leaving to train with the second elder, annoyed by the pointless search. Without warning, he hears an odd crackling sound and turns, seeing Sola surrounded by radiant energy. Disturbed by the unfamiliar power, he rushes forward to stop her, sensing genuine danger nearby. Before he can reach her, the energy surges as Sewell unleashes a strong force from her palm. Yangshan is thrown backward by the impact, shouting in alarm as blue energy churns wildly. The surge rips open space, creating a glowing vortex that lights up the night with sharp intensity. Yangshan raises his head, eyes widened as everything around him shifts in blinding brightness. Where the lifeless tree once stood, luminous white leaves now cover a revived maple tree. Seol turns with a soft smile while glowing leaves fall silently, confirming her claim true. Sel stands confidently beneath the radiant maple, asking Yangshan to admit that it is real. Meanwhile, narration reveals this instant signals the start of something that was never meant to happen. Yangshan reflects on Seol's role, confused about how she caused the change without any clear action. He questions her connection, yet Seol appears equally uncertain. Unaware of her own effect, as things calm down, Yangshan starts searching near the glowing tree, expecting something hidden. While inspecting the ground, a faint glow appears beneath the leaves, catching his interest. Looking closer, he reveals a swirling portal, clearly the entrance he had been seeking. Understanding dawns as he mutters that the hidden entrance had been beneath the tree all along. Suddenly, Seol jumps ahead, taking the lead with playful determination. Hovering in the air, Seol calls out, urging Yangshan to follow without delay. Though hesitant, he accepts, realizing there is no time to waste. Without pause, he leaps after her into the portal, vanishing into its glowing depths. Elsewhere, a hooded man watches the white maple, sensing traces of their presence. Speaking bitterly, he recognizes them with resentment, calling them those bastards. His motives unclear, the man steps forward, likely intending to chase or interfere. Gu Yangshan lands roughly but safely inside the underground chamber. Relieved the fall was not harsh. He steadies his footing, scanning the dim stone ground before glancing back at Seol. Seeing her uneasy expression, he cautions her to stay alert as the place may be dangerous. They proceed ahead and discover two pathways. The structure confirms they have entered the rumored treasury. As Yangshan pauses, Seol confidently points to the left path, insisting it is the right way. Though doubtful, Yangshan agrees, choosing to follow her lead further into the passage. He finds it surprising how often he has relied on her decisions throughout the day. The hallway tightens, and tension rises as a hidden figure observes from another route. Despite uncertainty, Yangshan follows quietly, voicing doubt about how far they have gone without an end. The pair finally reach a chamber where faint glowstones barely light the surroundings. Seol declares they have arrived at the treasury, though Yangshan questions it due to the emptiness. Remaining careful, he notices something unusual. Glowstones have dimmed, and no treasure can be seen. Turning to investigate, Yangshan sees nothing at first, but suddenly feels a presence nearby. Just as he speaks, Sol panics, rushing to cling to him in fear. A cold atmosphere spreads through the chamber, Something unseen has begun to awaken. Gu Yangshan stops mid-step as a massive white-scaled creature coils around the room, cutting off their escape. Soul stiffens behind him, overwhelmed by fear as the serpent, like monster, lifts its head above them, shaken yet steady. Yangshan pulls her close, protecting her while keeping his gaze fixed on the threat. Gu Yangshan guards his partner as they confront an abrupt danger surfacing within the chamber's darkness. A gigantic pale serpent ascends, its scales shining menacingly as it looms over the shocked duo. Yangshan immediately recognizes the creature, a sleeping demonic beast, and urges quiet to prevent agitating it. He remembers that the room had been vacant earlier, wondering how the beast appeared so suddenly, from its enormous body and the aura it releases. He concludes it's a creature of the white rank. Luckily, the beast seems oblivious of their presence, granting Yangshan a slight chance to escape unnoticed as they start moving. The serpent's eye suddenly opens, alerting Yangshan to its awakened condition. He considers escaping or battling, torn between survival instinct and safeguarding his partner. Even with fear, he refuses to let this instant end his pursuit of a tranquil life. Yangshan steadies himself to strike, though his opponent's pressure nearly crushes him. Surprisingly, the serpent speaks, showing curiosity instead of hostility toward the trespassers. Lowering his posture, Yangshan carefully replies, realizing this beast may not wish to harm them. The serpent insists to know their purpose, sensing a strange intent behind Yangshan's presence. Pretending innocence, Yangshan says coincidence, though inwardly wonders if the beast links to the heavenly demon. Unexpectedly, the serpent chuckles, entertained by Yangshan's answer, and prepares to speak again. The serpent abruptly asks a mysterious question about destiny, catching Yangshan entirely unprepared. Irritated and puzzled, Yangshan brushes it off as nonsense while shielding the girl behind him. Without warning, the serpent bursts into loud laughter, its behavior becoming increasingly unstable and disturbing. Returning suddenly to calm, the beast apologizes for the strange question, sensing Yangshan's rising worry. It then murmurs about the sealed clan lineage fading, implying deeper understanding. Just as they try to leave, a glowing sphere appears behind them, attracting their attention. The serpent studies the orb, noting it doesn't resemble a common resource or energy source. Yangshan reaches toward it carefully, and upon touch, a sudden force begins dragging him downward. As the light intensifies, he's forced into a kneeling stance, energy rushing uncontrollably through his body. Realizing too late, Yangshan recognizes it as a demonic stone, now forcibly absorbed into him. Despite similarities to earlier experiences, this energy feels entirely different and more chaotic. The girl beside him steps in, placing her hand on his back to stabilize the flow. Disoriented and weakened, Yangshan questions her identity, barely clinging onto awareness. She gently helps him lie down, taking control of the situation without hesitation. Standing firm, she faces the serpent alone as it observes her and asks if she's satisfied. The girl answers the serpent's question, saying satisfaction isn't her concern in this situation. A radiant aura surrounds her as she unleashes hidden power, commanding the serpent's full focus. The scene shifts in intensity as her transformation reveals deeper meaning and connection to the Zenith. She states understanding of the serpent's pain rather than pity, sharing his burden without judgment. Her question challenges the serpent's decision to entrust the crystal to a mere human. In response, the serpent admits it acted from loneliness, no longer wishing to wait in vain. The serpent calmly declares to have already moved on. No longer clinging to past regrets, she kneels beside Yangshan, recognizing him as a man who risked his life for her. Though injured and unconscious, he fought selflessly just to keep her safe from danger. Suddenly, a voice demands the return of the crystal, signaling the arrival of a new threat. Refusing immediately, she warns that the area remains unstable and potentially deadly. A masked intruder steps forward, revealing that he's been observing them for some time. He mocks her choice to reveal herself in such a dangerous location, insulting her and Yangshan. The man draws his blade, showing lethal intent. With a deadly gaze, she prepares to retaliate, refusing to let the insult go unanswered. As the intruder lunges with his sword, he suddenly stopped mid, swayed by a blinding force. Light pillars descend around the girl, her figure glowing as cosmic energy fills the space. Without raising her voice, she orders silence, warning him not to disturb Yangshan's rest. Moonlight glows across the manor, its stillness concealing turmoil forming beneath the tranquil evening sky. Inside, Namgung Chunjin's bed remains vacant, revealing his uneasy state well before sunrise comes. Abruptly, water splashes as he drives his head into a basin, vaporizing with an intense emotion, soaked and hurt. Chunjin kneels, shaking from the disgrace of defeat still vivid in his thoughts. Anger surges outward as he blames his rival of deception, refusing to acknowledge his defeat. His ego breaks as he wonders how someone so insignificant could overpower the mighty Namgung Chunjin. Images surge his body thrown helplessly from a crushing strike that defeated him entirely. Clutching his drenched hair, he bows his head, burdened under the weight of shock and fury. Then, with widened eyes, he whispers Maciel, recognizing the frightening force behind his rival's power. A shadowy figure arrives and speaks to Chunjin, shattering the silence hanging inside the chamber. Chunjin rises, attempting to steady himself as irritation grows deep inside. Frantic and unstable, he grips his head, demanding what must be done to surpass this. Meanwhile, masked enemies watch the Jiu clan's guard, astonished by his unexpected power. One remarks the guard is presently traveling alone, a rare and exposed circumstance. Seeing the chance, their mouths twist into a cruel smile, preparing to strike immediately. A cloaked figure speaks calmly to Maciel, assured that the mission ahead will succeed. Maciel, staying composed, requests boundaries. Noting the target still belongs to the Gu clan in reply, the young master coldly declares he offers his own arm in return for a life. Namgung Chunjin smiles darkly, calling the fatal exchange a fair one without hesitation. As the moon observes quietly, Maciel accepts the command, releasing lethal energy through the night. Suddenly, he's stopped mid-strike by a radiant figure, shocking him with immense power and presence. Maciel attempts to fight back, questioning her identity while straining under golden light and piercing force. Unmoved, the golden-haired woman refuses to respond and continues her overpowering assault. With time running short, she turns toward the unconscious boy beside her, focused only on her aim. Injured and alarmed, Maciel attempts to escape, realizing he cannot defeat the mysterious attacker. Resolved, he takes advantage of the woman's distraction to flee, planning to report back to the clan. While fleeing, dizziness strikes him. His sight fades, yet he pushes onward with all his strength. Without warning, blood bursts. He realizes too late the fatal wound inflicted during his escape. He falls mid-step, his body lifeless on the ground before reaching safety. Standing triumphant, the glowing woman calmly says she only wished to settle matters under their rules. The golden-haired woman speaks gently, confessing regret for taking a decision that wasn't hers to choose. She softly asks for the body's return, though her voice carries the burden of deep sadness. Kneeling beside the unconscious Gu Yangshan, she begs to remain just a little longer. Despite the apology, a faint resistance awakens from within, as if the real owner senses the intrusion. Tears gather as she grips her robe, realizing the body and time no longer belong to her. Looking back with warmth, she prepares to depart, her form shining softly as energy fades. As golden light bursts upward, she admits the path ahead will be harsh and uncertain. Firm, she confirms her readiness, aware of the trials that await the boy in her place. With one last look, she begins dissolving into particles, leaving behind quiet hopes of peace. Her body fades into light, scattering in the air like a blessing from the heavens. Before disappearing, she smiles, wishing to someday meet Gu Yangshan once again. In her final moment, she hopes for a safe journey and a brighter future for him. Now alone, Yangshan stirs, rising from the ground as the night sky observes quietly. He gasps in confusion, unaware of the farewell just witnessed. Nearby, a familiar face shouts in relief, glad to see he has awakened at last. Startled awake, Gu Yangshan cries out, quickly realizing he is leaning against a familiar figure. Perplexed by the setting, he looks around, noticing the quiet surroundings and Seol, as relieved expression beside him. They sit together near a cliff's edge, the view revealing vast mountains beneath the pale morning sky. Gu Yangshan and Seol reach a strange radiant tree known as the long-whispered white maple. A recollection returns. An enormous serpent stood before Seol when she neared the tree. Yangshan remembers the serpent handing Seol a shining orb, stirring unusual power within him. Seol doubts his tale, uncertain whether those moments truly happened or were merely imagined. Even with Yangshan insisting, she claims no memory and accuses him of making things up. Still puzzled, they both confess they have no idea how they reached the tree's location. Yangshan abruptly grabs his chest, overcome by a piercing pain in his energy center. Though hurting, he tells Saul, it's bearable, and not something that will kill him. Seol becomes worried as he struggles to stay steady, suggesting deeper shifts within him. Dropping to his knees, Yangshan's body emits dark power as pressure intensifies around his core. He confirms a major shift. The orb reshaped his internal energy circulation significantly. The new power nears the point required to unlock the fourth star of his cultivation. Understanding the truth, Yangshan realizes neither his nor Seol's memories were mistaken. He refuses to go back yet, believing resting longer will attract suspicion from the elders. To move quicker, he offers to carry Seol, who blushes, embarrassed by yesterday's large meal. Yangshin asks if Seol is prepared, prompting her uncertain reply as she looks at him. Collecting herself, she eventually climbs onto his back as they get ready to depart. Carrying her with ease, Yangshin teases about her weight, though his thoughts remain on his energy. With his flame wheel technique at 3 stars, Yangshin directs the excess power now rushing inside. In a sudden surge, he launches into the air with Seol, ascending them far above the forest. They glide across mountains and mist, landing after a long journey with clear fatigue. Elsewhere, Muyin tightens his jaw, uneasy over Yangshin being gone for more than a day. He mutters about repercussions if something occurred, only to hear Yangshin casually calling behind him. Muyin turns in disbelief as Yangshin and Seol appear both seemingly safe. Muyin scolds Yangshin sharply, demanding a reason for disappearing the entire day. Trying to avoid details, Yangshin minimizes the situation, while Seol almost exposes the truth. He quickly stops her, making up an excuse about taking a walk to prevent suspicion. Muyin stays doubtful and questions the change in Yangshin's energy. Yangshin vaguely states it was luck, concealing the full story about the orb. At that moment, he senses unfamiliar presences nearby, indicating that more people have arrived. Inside the dining hall, 2 girls share a meal when Yangshin approaches. Surprising them, both girls respond awkwardly, startled by his sudden arrival and presence at their table. Yangshin asks their intentions, Tang for waiting and Namgung for breaking her earlier word. While Namgung denies waiting, Tang acts like she's not bothering him, speaking with food in her mouth. Annoyed, Yangshin demands to know their true reason for being there so early. They explain they came to say farewell before leaving. Though Namgung adds her brother remained behind, Tang presses him for information about what happened while he was gone. Avoiding details, Yangshin admits vaguely that something occurred, unwilling to elaborate further. Tang's attitude suddenly changes as she pulls out a blade, asking if he prefers poison or knives. Namgung, crackling with energy, challenges him to a duel, her intent becoming serious. Sensing danger, Yangshin pretends exhaustion, and Muyin uses it as a reason to send the girls away. While they are escorted out, he watches with relief, avoiding an unnecessary fight. Before leaving, Tang gives him an invitation to next year's Tang Weapons exhibition. Though he doubts he will go, Yangshin thanks her with a polite goodbye. As the door shuts behind her, Tang reveals she simply wants their families to stay close. As they walk off, Namgung admits she was worried, though she hides it with a casual tone. Tang remains silent, but a slight blush reveals her thoughts while glancing at Yangshin. Curious, Namgung asks if Tang likes the GU air, catching her off guard. Embarrassed, Tang loudly denies it, her reaction louder than needed as she covers her face. Night arrives and the atmosphere shifts as Seol suddenly bursts out wanting festive food. Yangshin and Namgung exchange looks while Seol excitedly rambles about Chuseok and eating pancakes. Tang explains that Chuseok is a holiday from the reader's world, known for family and sweets. Despite not belonging there, Seol insists they celebrate together and enjoy the occasion anyway. As the group gathers under the moonlight, Namgung softly tells them to make a wish. They all gaze upward and a brilliant beam of light shoots down from the moon above. Their wishes acknowledged, the moon promises to grant their sincere desire. Bathed in golden light, the group smiles together, ready to celebrate Chuseok as one. Tang Soyol unexpectedly brings up a delicate subject, taking Gu Yangshin by surprise with a sudden shift in her thinking. Her composed face contrasts with faint hesitation, revealing uncertainty as she quietly studies his reaction without speaking. While attempting to explain herself, tension remains between them, exposing confusion rather than certainty behind her question. Soyol grows flustered and clearly embarrassed, her calm demeanor breaking as her emotions spill out uncontrollably. Sensing she has crossed a line, she quickly retreats, deciding not to worsen the misunderstanding any further. Yangshin softly steers the conversation away by mentioning the Tang clan invitation, returning focus to their original purpose. Soyol reveals her wish to personally hand over the invitation, expressing her hope to become closer through the act. Moved yet cautious, Yangshin accepts her effort, giving quiet acknowledgement without encouraging deeper emotional involvement. Relieved by his reaction, Soyol regains her composure, her spirits rising as they prepare to depart together. As they leave, a dark aura suddenly bursts out behind them, spreading ominously along the corridor without warning. In another place, Namgung Chunjun senses something amiss, anxiety rising as Michiel does not return as expected. Fear intensifies when the chance of failure becomes undeniable, shaking Chunjun's trust in Michiel's abilities. Standing alone beneath the night sky, Chunjun collapses, frustration and fear overwhelming his controlled demeanor. His tightened fist shows growing suspicion that Michiel may have fallen to an unknown power called by his father. Chunjun responds with restraint, hiding his turmoil as consequences begin approaching. A surge of lightning, like energy, strikes as Chunjun kneels, his body shaken by violent backlash from failed control. The pain forces him downward, blood dripping as he realizes his method was fundamentally flawed. His father's pressure bears down as Chunjun understands his strength lacks discipline and proper restraint. The father announces punishment, commanding Chunjun to remain in isolation inside the Jade Gold Gallery. Struggling to stand, Chunjun accepts the order, anger and humiliation burning behind clenched teeth. After the verdict, he collapses alone, murmuring about the Gyu clan while resentment quietly grows. Turning away, the father coldly instructs Chunjun to forget the Gyu clan until he becomes stronger. Shock spreads across Chunjun's face as hints of future ties emerge without clear explanation. Left behind, he gazes into the night, confusion blending with unresolved ambition. Elsewhere, Gao Yangchen appears in the city, drawing attention as whispers spread among observers. An elder quickly recognizes him, noting his Sichuan origin and unusual presence. Yangchen casually states his purpose, unaware his name is already stirring hidden tension. The elder laughs loudly, suggesting old ties are resurfacing through coincidence rather than intention. Nearby disciples react in surprise, realizing Yangchen's background carries unexpected significance. Unnoticed by them, fate quietly aligns both sides, preparing the stage for future conflict and intersection. Gu Yangchen listens as confirmation arrives, realizing news from Sichuan has already spread farther than expected. Uneasiness builds when rumors emerge implying earlier actions are now attracting dangerous attention. Assessing the situation, Yangchen senses the political balance shifting in unintended ways. The second elder steps forward with a subtle smile, clearly entertained by Yangchen's confusion. Hints are deliberately given, suggesting the engagement involves a clan Yangchen knows all too well. Tension rises as the elder delays revealing more, observing Yangchen's reaction. Instead of explaining directly, the name Gung clan is finally spoken, shocking Yangchen and confirming his worst fears. Connections to the Namgung family are clarified, linking the engagement to wider interclan interests. Understanding follows that the weapons exhibition contributed to speeding up these arrangements. Standing in the courtyard, Yangchen becomes silent, processing how far things have advanced without his involvement. Elsewhere, Tang Soyol sits quietly indoors, her posture calm yet burdened with unspoken thoughts. Gu Yangchen strides across the Tang clan grounds while ridiculing the unexpected engagement issue, attracting intense attention from surrounding members. An elder swiftly rebukes his reckless behavior, stressing that marriage choices are governed by the family leader. Shock replaces annoyance as Yangchen realizes the matter is much more severe than he originally believed. The elder's expression stiffens as he reveals surprising news about Yangchen's sister coming to the clan. Shock paralyzes Yangchen in place, his stance tightening as hidden memories rise uncontrollably. Discomfort spreads over his face, showing fear instead of anger at the mention of her presence. A quiet memory unfolds, revealing Jiyu Wei's immense talent and the impossible gap between them. Yangchen remembers years spent pursuing her shadow, bitterness growing alongside powerless admiration. That past drives his present fear, knowing her return endangers the delicate peace he restored. Panic overwhelms logic as Yangchen suddenly attempts to escape the courtyard, ignoring shocked spectators. The elder effortlessly restrains him, stopping escape while demanding calmness from the agitated youth. Frustration erupts as Yangchen desperately begs to be left alone during her visit period. Overwhelmed, Yangchen states his plan to vanish for months, unable to confront her directly. Irritation flickers across the elder's face as he tightens his hold, reprimanding the childish response. The moment ends with tension hanging in the air, hinting inevitable confrontation ahead. A cold smile appears on Ji Wei's lips, as flames surge, signaling her arrival with immense presence. The clan gate bursts into flames, heat warping the courtyard as her aura pushes violently outward. Fear spreads as Gu Yangshan senses danger nearing far beyond his control. Gu Yangshan urgently commands the door sealed, desperation overriding logic as chaos intensifies. Moonhyun hesitates, struggling to shut the huge doors against unnatural force and heat. Cracks widen as flames seep through, exposing the futility of resistance. A lone blazing eye pierces the door, fixing onto Gu Yangshan with terrifying certainty. The gate bursts inward, shockwaves tearing through the courtyard and scattering debris. Gui Wei walks through the flames, her presence silencing everyone instantly. She moves calmly, flames curling around her as power fills the space. Gu Yangshan flinches instinctively, fear overpowering pride in her overwhelming aura. A simple greeting confirms her dominance, revealing the gap between them. Gu Wei nears with steady steps, watching Gu Yangshan with unsettling amusement. His body betrays him as knees shake, memories of inferiority returning uncontrollably. The reunion ends in silence, the balance of power clearly tilted toward her favor. Gu Yangshan kneels as Gu Wei casually greets the elder, her calm tone contrasting with his stiff posture. She commends his progress while speaking lightly, forcing Yangshan to endure the moment under intense pressure. Embarrassment grows as attention gathers, making his discomfort painfully visible to everyone nearby. Gu Wei circles behind him, questioning his attempt to escape and calmly revealing his fear. Yangshan turns slightly, wondering if defeating Gianxiao caused her sudden hostility. Her expression sharpens, rejecting that idea while demanding the true reason for his behavior. The engagement is revealed as the cause, and Guhw's mood darkens immediately. Anger bursts as she condemns being told last, flames flaring with her rising emotions. Yangshan panics and yells defensively, overwhelmed by her explosive reaction. Gu Wei lashes out physically, hitting him while asserting authority through force. Elders and attendants rush forward, desperately attempting to stop her escalating violence. Her eyes glow ominously, showing she still hasn't calmed down. Gu Wei declares she will personally fix his manners, raising her hand again. Before the strike lands, Mu Yan intervenes, restraining her with sudden resolve. Silence falls as Gu Wei stares back coldly, tension lingering unresolved in the courtyard. Mu Yan throws herself forward, grabbing Gu Wei's arm tightly while shouting in desperate defiance. Gu Yangshan flinches as a blazing hand hovers near his head, sensing deadly intent through the scorching aura. Gu Yushtabui stands amid roaring flames, protecting Mu Yan instinctively, while glaring down at Yangshan, her anger barely restrained. Gu Yangshan notices an abrupt burst of fire as his older sister Gu Wei emerges, protecting a shaking servant behind her. Astonishment spreads over Yangshan's face as hidden memories return, recognizing the immense presence standing before him. Gui Jabi gazes down at him calmly, her posture steady, making it obvious she has already seized control. The servant shrinks back in terror while Goichwa clasps her wrist, claiming dominance and stopping any immediate resistance. Yangshan quickly steps in, attempting to clarify the situation, but his words fail to halt her movements. Without delay, Gui knocks him aside, emphasizing the huge gap in their authority and strength. The servant is drawn near as Gui lightly pinches her cheeks, observing her response with distant curiosity. Tears gather in the servant's eyes, her body rigid as she struggles to comprehend the sudden attention. Stepping away, Gui announces her decision final, ignoring Yangshan's objections without concern. Yangshan kneels upon the stone ground, apologizing repeatedly as frustration and helplessness burden him. Gui observes him closely, noticing subtle shifts in his behavior compared to her memories. Her expression softens slightly, suggesting that his recent actions have not gone unnoticed. An elder appears, examining the tense scene while remarking on Yangshan's surprising development. Gao Chibwei looks back at her brother, curiosity replacing hostility as she reevaluates him. Yangshan lowers his eyes, realizing her return will disturb the fragile peace he struggled to restore. The elder signals the issue is resolved, instructing Gu Yangshan to head toward the clan leader without further delay. Relief briefly appears on Yangshan's face as Gu declares she has no plan of continuing his training. Just as the group starts to scatter, Guhw calls him back, halting his retreat. Guhw sets a small ornament into Yangshan's hands, revealing a dull-looking demonic stone tied with thread. Yangshan inspects it carefully, sensing no energy, yet noticing her insistence on keeping it close. With no additional explanation, Guhw turns away, leaving him holding the item in confusion. Without warning, Gu Wei leans near, gripping Yangshan's sleeve while smiling with unsettling warmth. His body stiffens as embarrassment replaces composure, overwhelmed by her sudden closeness. Stepping away, she studies his reaction carefully, clearly entertained by his discomfort. Gui praises his recent effort, her expression unusually soft compared to earlier hostility. A fleeting memory overlaps her smile, hinting at a past where she wished him happiness. Yangshan answers quietly, accepting her words while sensing the weight behind them. From a distance, the elder watches Yangshan standing calmly, noting his steady posture. Gui reflects on his rapid progress, recalling how incapable he once was of controlling heat. Observing him now, she realizes his techniques and body have both advanced far beyond expectations. Gui watches Gu Yangshan from afar, quietly wondering how his growth accelerated so quickly. The elder admits surprise as well, recalling Yangshin's former limits and the absence of any clear explanation. Despite lingering doubts, both accept that his current state cannot be dismissed as mere coincidence. Gyeoui's focus shifts to the servant, sensing something unusual beneath her timid appearance. The elder casually reflects on earlier encounters, remembering how the girl once seemed ordinary and insignificant. Gyeouhw responds with slight irritation, brushing aside the suspicion while insisting the servant remains unimportant. After months of constant battles, the elder considers the possibility that unending vigilance has dulled his judgment. He places a comforting hand on Gyeoui's head, affirming that both siblings possess remarkable potential. The gesture soothes her slightly, though her eyes still linger in Yangshin's direction. A grim memory surfaces of the clan once turning against Yangshin despite shared blood ties. Gyeouhw expresses gratitude to the elder for protecting her brother during that dangerous time. The elder reassures her calmly, promising continued support while advising restraint in her emotions. Gyeouhw briefly ignites, recalling the engagement conflict that still unsettles her pride. Later, Yangshin sits across from a clan official, formally reporting his recent training without exaggeration. Silence fills the chamber as the weight of expectations settles, signaling a turning point in his status. Yangshin clutches his teacup firmly as unease settles within the Tang clan's silent reception chamber. Across the table, the Tang clan elder quietly watches him, inquiring about the incident involving the lightning dragon. Yangshin stays silent, his face rigid as annoyance briefly flickers beneath careful restraint. Dropping his eyes, Yangshin remembers the spar that escalated despite efforts to keep things contained. He considers retaliating after constant provocation, aware onlookers made the situation inevitable. The elder examines him closely, noting both improvement and lingering impulsiveness in Yangshin's behavior. A brief silence follows as the elder redirects the topic toward an engagement arranged by clan authorities. Yangshin tenses, realizing the choice was settled without regard for his own intentions. Despite irritation, he listens, aware refusal might trigger heavier political repercussions. The discussion shifts to seasonal affairs, with midsummer and the MANHWA festival nearing. Yangshin inspects the invitation document, sensing the timing holds deeper significance. Faint memories of past bloodshed arise, suggesting the festival may conceal unseen threats. The elder unexpectedly appoints Yangshin a formal duty during the forthcoming event. Taken aback, Yangshin pauses, recognizing both the responsibility and tactical advantage. Though unsure, he accepts inwardly, knowing refusal would only tighten invisible constraints. Yangshin leans back at the table as the Tang clan elder completes assigning duties connected to future actions. Outside the hall, clan members whisper as Yangshin learns he must escort and oversee wherever obligations require. Although appearing composed, he feels the arrangement resembles monitoring more than genuine trust. A formal directive arrives suddenly, ordering Yangshin to find Seol and return her safely. The realization sinks in that this command comes straight from the clan head, leaving no space to decline. Yangshin grips the document, understanding the mission holds both personal and political significance. Going back to his quarters, he notices the residence has grown quiet as elders and visitors leave. Exhaustion overtakes him, pushing aside thoughts of MANHWA and unresolved issues. Sleep arrives swiftly, interrupting his preparation before the journey truly starts. A sudden strike startles Yangshin awake as an unexpected figure appears over his bed. Sao sits confidently beside him, already eating and acting as if the room is her own. Shock replaces his grogginess as he realizes she entered without consent or restriction. Yangshin jolts upright, flustered by her unconcerned presence within his private quarters. Seol calmly claims her place, brushing off his reaction as needless worry. As the moment settles, Yangshin realizes the road ahead will be far from easy. Within the dim chamber, Seol sits across from Yangshin, clearly displeased with his distant and guarded attitude. Her irritation deepens as jealousy emerges, showing frustration over the engagement issue and his emotional restraint. Yangshin stiffens under the pressure, realizing her responses come from unresolved feelings rather than simple irritation. The tension eases as Seol stretches out comfortably, treating the space as if it still belongs to childhood days. Looking away, Yangshin keeps his distance, quietly acknowledging how naturally she intrudes into his personal space. Ignoring his unease, she continues freely, reinforcing her refusal to accept altered boundaries. Later, they sit beneath the open night sky as moonlight covers the silent estate. Yangshin observes cautiously while Seol relaxes entirely, unconcerned by propriety or outcomes. As the moment lingers, he realizes her presence endangers the peaceful future he struggles to preserve. Yangshin shows shock upon hearing his sister abruptly state she wishes to spar him, personally relaxing loosely while holding wine. She quietly affirms her plan, showing no doubt or worry whatsoever. Yangshan, puzzled and irritated, tells her to clear up before speaking something careless again. Disregarding his remark, she places her palm onto his abdomen, directing energy to inspect his condition. She detects excess energy inside him, warning his body isn't absorbing it properly. Yangshan remembers training with Jade, realizing the energy remains unstable within his still immature body. His sister strongly declares he must expel the surplus power immediately to ensure his safety. Yangshan thinks she only intends to help through sparring, yet she rejects that assumption outright with a grin. She reveals her true intention is simply wanting to beat him up. They move outside as she eagerly prepares, excited to fight her brother once more after long. Yangshan questions her stance without a weapon, discovering she no longer depends on using a sword. He becomes cautious as she boldly provokes him to start, clearly intending to hold nothing back. Yangshan pauses, recalling the duel's purpose is releasing dangerous energy accumulated within him. She lightly reassures him with laughter, promising he will not die from this fight. Before he replies, she rushes forward with intense force, her strike instantly beginning their duel. Fire bursts as Gu Yangshan's sister unleashes a powerful attack, colliding directly against his defense. Yangshan barely responds before another strike cuts through, pushing him into frantic evasive movement. With relentless speed, she delivers another strong blow, forcing him backward under crushing pressure. Yangshan counters by jumping upward, channeling unstable energy into a concentrated blast. When impact occurs, smoke and shockwaves spread, briefly concealing his effort to reposition himself. Breathing heavily, he understands the destruction's scale and wonders if she endured it directly. The smoke fades and his sister emerges unharmed, laughing loudly amidst surrounding flames. She commends his effort but charges again, unaffected by the strength he released. Observing her advance, Yangshan realizes she has surpassed the 5th star realm by far. He is stunned seeing her unharmed after receiving his full-powered strike straight to her chest. Panicking, he pleads to stop the spar, yet she ignores him, rushing forward once again. The ground trembles beneath her jump, flames erupting as she soars upward. Yangshan clenches his teeth, meeting her attack with a blazing fist as both collide midair fiercely. She smiles wildly, stating this is where the true fight between siblings truly begins. The clash force shakes the courtyard, sending Yangshan sliding back, barely maintaining his footing. Giyu Yangshan gasps, realizing the previous strike might have killed him had he not blocked. With muscles tense and energy swirling, he prepares himself for the next unavoidable attack. He narrowly evades another strike as his sister laughs uncontrollably. Pursuing him with relentless strength, Yangshan attempts to recover, but she launches another attack, fists blazing with fire and rage, determined to counter. He steadies himself, understanding escape is no longer possible. They collide once more, releasing a shockwave as their fists meet during an intense clash. A flaming uppercut sends Yangshan flying, his body surrounded by energy from the impact. He barely regains awareness as her hand grips his head mid-air with ruthless precision. Without stopping, she strikes again, warning him to stay quiet if he values his jaw hovering above him. She grins, playfully threatening to tear off his arm next. Yangshan glares angrily while the night resounds with violent collisions. Elsewhere, a quickly written message reveals someone fled to meet an unknown Fiang Fei. A clan member reads it aloud, shocked by the sudden disappearance of the runaway. He anxiously informs his superior, who responds with growing anger and disbelief. Crushing the paper tightly, the elder commands she must be found and brought back immediately. A destitute farmer kneels within a barren field, attempting to nurture frail crops through a merciless growing season. One root gets tugged from the ground, exposing its undersized form and proving the harvest collapse. Frustration weighs deeply as he understands the yield cannot even be traded for fair payment. While grieving his hardship, an abrupt force warps the air as something drops from the sky above. The farmer glances upward in alarm, feeling an immense presence rather than grasping its origin. A silver-haired woman, Seal, touches down softly nearby, her demeanor serene yet unnatural, paralyzed. Where he stands, the farmer watches as Seal quietly surveys the area with steady eyes. After a short evaluation of the terrain, she motions toward a path without offering further explanation. Shortly afterward, a silver bar lands beside the farmer, gleaming across the soil. Awareness dawns as he grips the ingot, realizing its worth could rescue his household. Overwhelmed by feeling, thanks spill forth as he bows repeatedly towards Seal. As departing silhouette already vanished, she advances quickly across the fields, her focus fixed elsewhere. Seal speeds through the woods, reconsidering her route with silent precision. Her goal sharpens as MANHWA surfaces in thought. Connected to looming strife, distant elders detect disturbance, recognizing perilous forces may soon gather once more. An old man readies a horse while formally choosing to escort the young boy on his trip. Before departing, he orders the boy to stay, deciding to manage the preparations himself. Puzzlement appears on the boy's face as he tries to comprehend the abrupt choice. Holding the reins, the elder detects something odd emerging within the boy's state. After a short inspection, he verifies the child shows signs of a mysterious inner response. Despite worry, the boy claims nothing is wrong, striving to seem unaffected. Standing side by side in the yard, the elder examines the boy's determination and calmness. Content for the moment, he gives the boy a small item drawn from his garments. Set into the boy's palms, the object emits a faint, unfamiliar fragrance. Interest deepens as the boy studies the item, uncertain of its real importance. The elder remembers its name and source, connecting it to MANHWA's concealed history. Though regarded as a simple stone, uneasiness remains in the elder's expression, trying to leave. The elder suddenly pauses, reconsidering the trade. Watching the boy intently, he senses the item could trigger greater outcomes. Stillness lingers as both feel this choice will influence events ahead. The aged caretaker finishes securing the horse's reins while briefly confirming the final plans in the courtyard. Close by, Gu Yangshan listens as the elders decide that sending him away now is the safest option. With everything arranged, Yangshan lowers his eyes, accepting the outcome despite lingering doubt. Inside the carriage, Yangshan gets ready to leave while the elder vows to guard everything remaining behind. As the carriage rolls forward, realization comes that Gui is absent from the residence. Shock spreads when it becomes obvious she likely departed the instant Yangshan's exit was decided. Concealed behind a structure, Gao Yue leans against the wall, struggling to steady her feelings. Worry overtakes her as thoughts center on Yangshan's fragile state despite his increasing age. Unable to bear the tension, she suddenly rushes forward, pursuing him without hesitation. Gu Yangshan rides along a woodland path inside a simple carriage, while escorts accompany him quietly on horseback. Uneasiness appears as Yangshan leans outward, noticing the trip has felt unusually long and mentally draining. Even with casual chatter nearby, discomfort remains because he detects danger merely from traveling with a dominant swordsman. The carriage keeps advancing as Yangshan maintains composure, concealing unease caused by the presence of the Sword Supreme. A simple remark reveals his strain, showing how tension rises without any clear threat or hostility. Internal reflections emerge, showing Yangshan finding it difficult to stay calm while journeying beside the strongest individual in the land. Focus changes as two young women emerge, quietly watching Yangshan from within the carriage. One of them behaves playfully, creating an awkward situation by teasingly taking what was intended to ease him. Embarrassment follows when Yangshan notices he has been softly cornered without resistance or exit. Time moves forward, and the journey concludes as Yangshan finally arrives at a familiar sect surrounded by mountains. While resting within the hall, sudden motion breaks the stillness, pulling sharp attention toward an unexpected arrival. Shock settles as a silver-haired woman appears, her presence instantly altering the atmosphere. Namgung Bai introduces herself calmly, her identity striking Yangshan with immediate intensity. Recognition spreads across his face as past and future consequences collide in silence. A quiet tension develops, marking the start of a connection that cannot be ignored. Gu Yangshan kneels across from Namgung Bai, immediately noticing her gentle beauty despite her plain travel clothing. An awkward exchange follows as Yangshan asks about her condition, sensing she arrived without proper preparation or escort. Namgung Bi explains her arrival was sudden, subtly revealing she came to meet her fiancé. Understanding spreads as Yangshan realizes she means him, exposing the burden of an engagement he barely recognized. Namgung Bi pauses, processing his reaction while quietly confirming the engagement remains unofficial. Gu Yangshan's composure falters when Jiu Hui reveals herself as his older sister. Jiu dominantly claims her role, radiating pride while enjoying Namgung Bai's visible surprise. Embarrassment overwhelms Namgung Bai as she adjusts her posture, suddenly aware of her manners and appearance. The contrast between Jiu Wei's boldness and Namgung Bai's restraint becomes evident. Calm briefly returns as Namgung Bai asks about Yangshan's location within the sect. Jiu Hui casually mentions his departure toward MANHWA, brushing the matter aside lightly. Those words linger heavily, stirring determination behind Namgung Bai's composed expression. After Jiu Hui leaves, silence fills the hall as Namgung Bai remains kneeling alone. Uncertainty arises while she wonders whether Yangshan will return or continue onward alone. The moment quietly signals a turning point, guiding her path toward MANHWA. At night, Gu Yangshan rests beside a campfire while an elderly escort quietly stands watch as others sleep. Feeling the old man's calm gaze, Yangshan exhales slowly, aware his body still struggles to regulate internal energy. Without warning, tension builds as Yangshan realizes the imbalance within him has not fully settled. Moving away from the camp, Yangshan begins training alone in the forest, forcing his energy to circulate with control. Pain spreads as unstable power bursts outward, confirming his body cannot yet manage controlled release. Frustration follows when Yangshan admits his ability remains unreliable despite effort and discipline. Energy suddenly erupts violently, glowing red as Yangshan grips his chest to stop losing control from within his hold. A small item reacts, releasing heat and an unfamiliar scent. Confusion grows as Yangshan recognizes the object given by the old man has begun transforming. Holding the item carefully, Yangshan notices the fragrance strengthening beyond its original state. Petals scatter through the air, filling the forest with an impossible scene beneath the summer moon. Shock settles as Yangshan realizes plum blossoms are blooming where none should exist. Standing among drifting petals, Yangshan looks around carefully, unsure whether this phenomenon signals danger. The blooming continues quietly, marking the forest with traces of power he cannot explain. Unease lingers as Yangshan realizes this moment may reshape his path far beyond simple training. Gu Yangshan stands surrounded by floating plum petals as an unfamiliar voice echoes within the energy field. The presence calmly remarks that Yangshan does not resemble a disciple of ManHwa. Confusion spreads as Yangshan realizes the voice carries awareness and intention. Startled, Yangshan steps back cautiously, scanning the forest for any hidden presence. Petals swirl wider, amplifying the sound as the voice continues without showing its origin. Recognition forms when Yangshan recalls an elderly man connected to the object he carries. Gu Yangshan awakens within darkness, his awareness coming back while distant voices indicate pressing worries surrounding him. Clarity intensifies as known figures hurry into sight, showing he fell unconscious throughout the night. Perplexity settles as Yangshan rises, realizing he is encircled by attendants beside the stopped carriage. Mian holds tightly onto Yangshan, relief flooding her as she confirms he is conscious and responding. An aged servant explains everything calmly, stating Yangshan had been discovered unconscious and brought back securely. Quiet follows as the servant observes Yangshan closely, sensing something strange beneath his calm demeanor. Yangshan reflects on the prior night, remembering solitary training carried out away from everyone else. His memory centers on a peculiar stone that glowed, capturing his attention during cultivation. Examining the stone shows no visible difference, though its existence now feels unfamiliar. Removing the cloth reveals a bright gem, like center resting silently within Yangshan's palm. Understanding comes that the stone's energy had been absorbed, leaving him unconscious afterward. Worry grows as Yangshan detects internal change instead of any outward transformation. Power surges through Yangshan's body, triggering a fierce reaction he cannot restrain. Flames burst forth as his cultivation forcefully progresses, proving an abrupt breakthrough. Breathing calmly, Yangshan recognizes reaching the 4th star, knowing this will reshape his future path. Gu Yangshan travels beside the carriage, staying composed while aware of lingering effects from his breakthrough. Focus shifts when Muyan quietly watches him nearby, her gaze lingering longer than usual. A subtle unease spreads as Yangshan senses her detecting something he cannot easily hide. Muyan steps closer, sniffing with curiosity, clearly noticing something unusual around Yangshan. Surprised, he instinctively moves back, trying to brush off the matter with ordinary explanations. Her bright reaction confirms the scent is not external, heightening Yangshan's inner concern. Yangshan thinks silently, realizing excess internal energy now leaks outward after achieving the 4th star. Memory contrasts his earlier limits with his current state, recognizing a fundamental shift in control. His thoughts drift toward Gui, wondering if similar methods may now be attainable. A sudden imbalance interrupts as Yangshan stumbles, pulling Mian down along with him. They both hit the wooden floor, drawing immediate alarm from nearby attendants. Yangshan quickly recovers, confirming no serious harm while embarrassment remains. Activity outside captures attention as a rider suddenly approaches the carriage. The stranger dismounts immediately, revealing an unfamiliar figure carrying authority. Yangshan stiffens after noticing the emblem displayed, sensing upcoming complications ahead. An unknown man confidently introduces himself as a 3rd-generation disciple, halting the caravan without delay. Gu Yangshan instantly senses danger, realizing the timing of this meeting is extremely unfavorable. Tension builds as Yangshan steadies himself, knowing escape is no longer possible. The disciple states his reason for stopping the carriage, claiming he sensed a familiar aura nearby. Inside the carriage, Yangshan grows uneasy, suspecting his recent breakthrough caused the disturbance. Careful observation shows the man is probing cautiously rather than acting recklessly. A faint pink-tinged energy flickers as the disciple sharpens his perception. Alarm rises within Yangshan when that energy brushes dangerously near his presence. Certainty forms that hiding alone will not suffice. Suddenly, an elderly man appears inside the carriage, looking relaxed and completely unconcerned. Yangshan freezes, realizing the old man's presence defies normal awareness. Confusion deepens as the elder acts familiarly, as if this moment entertains him. Gu Yangshan remains within the residence, halting as a strange feeling dims his sight and perception. He rubs his eyes repeatedly, attempting to clear the haze, yet the odd discomfort persists stubbornly. Composure returns somewhat, but confusion deepens, when his surroundings feel slightly unfamiliar despite seeming unchanged. A small elderly figure suddenly appears before him, radiating presence despite his ridiculously tiny form. Yangshan stares in disbelief, sensing something unnatural while struggling to grasp what he is witnessing. The elder moves confidently, behaving as if his presence needs no explanation or justification. Another young man nearby fails to notice anything unusual, reacting as though nothing appears different. Alarm spreads across Yangshan's face as he realizes the elder is unseen by everyone except him. Panic intensifies when no one responds to his reactions, confirming he alone perceives the anomaly. The tiny elder reveals he interfered with Yangshan's body earlier, preventing severe internal damage. Fragments of memory surface, linking excessive consumption and disrupted energy flow to the current condition. Realization emerges as Yangshan understands his senses were distorted, not controlled or attacked. The elder finally explains his role with pride, hinting at a long-standing bond with Yangshan. Unease blends with curiosity as Yangshan questions the elder's identity and motives. Silence settles between them, marking the start of an unexpected and mysterious connection. Gu Yangshan listens skeptically as the tiny elder reacts sharply to his ignorance about the martial world. Two disciples standing behind Yangshan remain silent, clearly unaware of the elder's true nature or status. Dismissal comes easily to Yangshan, as the elder's size makes his claims difficult to take seriously. The elder straightens himself and begins revealing his identity with visible pride and confidence. A surge of refined energy surrounds his small body, filling the area with overwhelming pressure. Yangshan senses danger instantly. Realizing the being before him is far from ordinary, images of the past surface, depicting a devastating war before the heavenly demon's emergence. The ManhWa sect's history unfolds, highlighting a figure revered for surviving that ancient slaughter. Recognition forms as Yangshan connects the legend to the elder standing before him. Returning to the present, Yangshan bluntly asks why such a legendary figure hid within a stone. The elder hesitates, offering no clear explanation for his condition or confinement. Frustration grows as Yangshan realizes the elder's memories seem incomplete or damaged. The elder shifts focus, carefully examining Yangshan's body and internal energy circulation. Shock flashes across his face upon realizing Yangshan absorbed the plum blossom stone's energy. Suspicion replaces arrogance, marking Yangshan as far more significant than he initially seemed. Gu Yangshan falls silent, lowering his gaze as pressure settles heavily within his chest. The tiny elder studies him closely, sharp eyes narrowing as if reading hidden thoughts. After a brief pause, the elder decides not to push further. Sensing unresolved issues within Yangshan, perched casually nearby, the elder speaks about unseen dangers and unresolved karma along Yangshan's path. Yangshan listens quietly, tension easing slightly as he accepts the warning without resistance. Turning toward the open window, he acknowledges the advice and steadies his breathing. Sudden movement outside shatters the calm as objects crash violently onto the ground. Figures rush forward at high speed, their coordinated steps revealing trained martial discipline. Dust rises as attackers close in, surrounding the area with clear hostile intent. Inside the room, Yangshan senses danger instantly, his expression hardening with clarity. One companion moves to shield him, while another braces against the incoming blow. Impact shakes the structure, confirming this was no random encounter. Gu Yangshan's carriage proceeds along a wooded path while an organized group of ManhWa fighters approaches from ahead. Suspense rises when Yangshan detects hostility inside their formation. Realizing their arrival is no coincidence. Inside the carriage, alertness spreads as the escort stops, aware the meeting may escalate beyond courtesy. Closer inspection shows the fighters carry ManhWa's blossom emblem, confirming their identity as sect members. Yangshan observes their hostile intent, recognizing resentment rather than confusion guiding their advance. Muyan quietly supports him as responsibility presses heavily on Yangshan's choice to respond appropriately. One ManhWa disciple steps forward confidently, offering to manage the situation without consulting his seniors. Ignoring caution, he charges ahead recklessly, trying to establish dominance through action alone. A swift counter leaves him halted instantly, his failed attack exposing the gap in skill and judgment. The squad leader intervenes immediately, formally apologizing and restoring order among the fighters. He explains their presence comes from missing sect members, not personal vengeance against Yangshan. With tension reduced, the road becomes calm again as reason replaces uncontrolled hostility. Yangshan reflects on the encounter, sensing lingering energy reacting strangely within his body. A small elder spirit appears beside him, observing quietly while confirming the abnormal internal flow. Realization emerges as Yangshan understands his cultivation has changed, foreshadowing deeper consequences ahead. Gu Yangshan calmly confirms he can sense the lingering MANHWA energy, surprising the fighters gathered before him. The tiny elder appears behind Yangshan, clearly urging him to reveal the stone causing the disturbance. Attention sharpens among the MANHWA disciples as Yangshan prepares to prove his words through action. Yangshan reveals the glowing stone, instantly drawing stunned reactions from the surrounding fighters. Recognition spreads when they realize the object matches the sect treasure reported missing. Suspicion shifts into understanding as the source of the sense energy becomes undeniable. Yangshan formally introduces himself as a member of the Giyu clan, clarifying his position without hostility. The MANHWA fighters stiffen, realizing they misjudged someone from a prestigious lineage. Apologies follow as their aggressive behavior is replaced by respectful restraint. One disciple casually attempts to ask about Yangshan's sister before being abruptly silenced by another. Reassurance is offered as they explain concern lies with Yangshan's unstable condition, not personal matters. Yangshan accepts the explanation, though unease remains beneath his calm expression. Reflecting briefly, Yangshan admits his sister caused unforeseen complications. He declares his intention to personally escort her back to MANHWA to resolve matters. Shock spreads through the group as the fighters realize the situation may escalate far beyond expectations. Gu Yangshan hesitates as the MANHWA fighters firmly request him to follow, sensing the situation growing complicated. A steady hand grips his shoulder, signaling urgency while the group begins moving without further delay. Silence lingers between Yangshan and Muyan as concern grows over how serious the trouble has become. Night descends upon MANHWA, where lanterns glow softly around the quiet buildings along the mountainside. Within a secluded hall, a young girl sits alone, her posture tense as she listens to the silence outside. Nervous movements reveal her unease, showing she has been waiting while suppressing lingering fear. The sliding door opens slowly and the girl peers out carefully before stepping into the room. An elderly woman greets her gently, her calm presence easing the tension lingering in the air. Comfort follows as the girl moves closer, finding safety beside the woman who watches her carefully. Moonlight spills through the window as the girl curls into the woman's embrace, seeking reassurance. Soft relief spreads across the elder's face, noticing the girl's condition appears stable tonight. Despite the calm moment, an unspoken distance remains between them, heavy with unresolved feelings. The elder gently asks about returning home, her tone cautious yet sincere. At the mention of family, the girl stiffens, emotions surfacing she struggles to restrain. Pain quietly fills the room as she rejects the word entirely, leaving the elder silently shaken. Moonlight covers MANHWA as silence settles, emphasizing the distance between past glory and present decline. The elder remains awake, thoughts drifting toward memories she rarely allows herself to face. A quiet determination forms as she accepts that time has already taken much from her. A fierce surge of azure blade energy rips across the dark forest, etching a jagged trail through wood and rock. Remaining force dissipates as debris drops, exposing Y Seal, a standing composed within the wreckage, her sword lowered. Her gaze sharpens when subtle motion and lingering carnage imply the attack failed to finish everything completely. Facing away toward the shadowed sky, Soul halts briefly, detecting an unknown presence trailing her in silence. A tiny, peculiar elderly man appears beside her shoulder, faintly glowing and floating freely above the ground. Before any response forms, a sudden collision bursts nearby, forcing the figure to retreat without warning. In another place, Gu Yangshan travels inside a carriage as arrangements begin for a night camp near a river. Uneasy tension crosses his expression when the same small elder emerges, now distinctly visible solely to him. The figure attaches itself to Yangshan, insisting his body contains something perilous and unresolved. Pulled toward the river's edge, Yangshan struggles as red mist leaks from his body into the atmosphere. Pieces of brutal recollections arise, connected to slaughter and a cursed inheritance buried deep inside him. Astonishment replaces uncertainty when the entity reveals the origin as strength tied to the immortal sword. Yangshan regains composure, understanding his regression failed to remove every repercussion from his previous life. The small elder vanishes, leaving lingering mysteries about destiny, obligation, and the conflicts ahead. Standing alone near the river, Yangshan accepts that escaping the past can no longer happen. The tiny old man hovers confidently beside Gu Yangshan, confessing he possesses no real strength, despite his unusual form. A calm explanation continues as the elder states he cannot intervene directly, only influence events in subtle ways. Yangshan remains silent, realizing this entity understands far more about his situation than anticipated. The old man examines Yangshan carefully, remarking on his unstable condition and the violent nature concealed within. An oppressive sensation develops as Yangshan realizes something dangerous exists inside his body. Despite lingering confusion, he accepts the explanation, sensing honesty behind the bizarre appearance. Dark violet energy suddenly bursts above Yangshan, twisting wildly like smoke drawn outward from his core. Pain forces him to hunch inward as fragments of restrained power surge uncontrollably. The old man watches closely, ensuring the release does not escalate into disaster. The energy vanishes abruptly, leaving Yangshan slumped against a tree, breathing heavily. Lingering discomfort remains, yet the crushing pressure within him has clearly diminished. Behind him, the old man grins, pleased with the partial outcome. As Yangshan steadies his breath, new uncertainty arises about the strength still sleeping within. The old man implies deeper truths exist, intentionally withholding complete answers. Gazing upward at the quiet sky, Yangshan understands this meeting has only begun shaping his fate. A column of pink energy erupts beside Gu Yangshan, forcing him backward as unfamiliar power surges upward violently. Petal-like fragments drift through the air, leaving Yangshan stunned by the sudden release he never intended. Shock and annoyance appear as he realizes the strange disturbance originated beyond his control. A ManHwa disciple approaches along the forest path, calmly mentioning the existence of an ancient route nearby. Yangshan listens cautiously, noting the man's relaxed tone contrasts sharply with the danger just revealed. Despite suspicion, he realizes this encounter might not be mere coincidence. Distance separates them as the disciple explains ManHwa's training grounds and concealed traditions further. Yangshan lowers his eyes, assessing the difference in experience and intent between himself and the sect member. Reluctant acceptance forms as the situation turns into a test rather than open hostility. Both individuals assume their stances, tension thickening the forest air as energy gathers swiftly. Lightning crashes downward in a blinding strike, ripping into the ground with immense force. The impact leaves the earth broken, water and debris bursting outward violently. Yangshan stares at the destruction, fully aware he could not have blocked that strike directly. Realization emerges that ManHwa's disciples still stand far above typical martial artists. Quiet determination settles within him as this brief clash reshapes his understanding of the road ahead. Gu Yangshan remains suspended within a warped circular space, sensing reality around him folding unnaturally inward. Across from him, Weiwuseo appears through crackling lightning, her presence calm yet deeply familiar despite the storm. Recognition settles between them as Seo smiles gently, confirming she has finally located him. Rain cascaded over the faraway mountain manor as a shadowy figure staggered through the storm toward its gates. A beastly being stepped out from darkness, drenched and injured, holding an unconscious woman within his arms. He dropped beside her, scarcely able to remain conscious, gazing down at her pale and battered face. Tears disguised as raindrops filled his eyes while she slowly opened hers, whispering with fragile breath rather than escaping. She had remained risking everything to battle beside him until the very end. His voice shook as he questioned why she hadn't run while she still had the opportunity. Just moments before, they had stood back to back, releasing their final strike amid thunder and bloodshed. Looking into her dimming eyes, he asked once more, desperate to understand her sacrifice. With a faint smile, she murmured it wasn't for any reason, she simply wished to stay. She said it wasn't logic that kept her there. It was only her feelings guiding her. Above the battlefield, the rain continued, yet both moons slowly emerged behind the heavy clouds. Lying weakly, she asked whether the moons had risen, and he answered, softly smiling through the storm. Her face relaxed upon hearing it, whispering that was enough for her to feel at peace. Her body gave way, her remaining strength fading as she finally fell limp within his embrace. From afar, another man observed, ridiculing their connection and questioning if demons could feel love at all. As the rain kept falling, the brown-haired man approached steadily, provoking the silent warrior. He mocked the fallen girl, vowing the dark figure would soon follow after her. With a cold grin, the man called forth the name Meteor Sword and prepared a fatal strike before it could land. An immense force disrupted the rain, surrounding the girl's body and energy. In an instant, she appeared within a tranquil memory, smiling warmly and saying she had finally found him. Within a quiet field, the girl stood before Yangshan, who questioned why she had come there. A voice called out to Yangshan, asking if he recognized the silver-haired woman standing nearby. The question carried danger if he denied her. she would be executed immediately. Two fighters stood beside him, ready to attack, waiting for his response about the unfamiliar woman's identity. Encircled by others, Yangshan hesitated, overwhelmed under the weight of their scrutiny. His thoughts raced, calling her merely an acquaintance would not be enough anymore. Flustered, he suddenly blurted a word, trembling, "Fianc Fei," hoping it would protect her. The woman smiled and repeated it boldly, declaring to everyone that he was indeed her fianc Fei. Shock spread among the group, confusion passed from one startled face to another. Caught in his own lie, Yangshan awkwardly scratched his cheek, unsure how to explain things now. The disciples questioned how someone like Yangshan could possibly be engaged to such a beautiful woman. Trying to stay calm, Yangshan asked her why she had suddenly come all this distance. Without pause, she answered that her reason was simple: she came solely to see him. The girl said she had acted to test whether his current strength matched his reputation. Yangshan attempted to reason, pointing out her actions had still endangered his sect members. Despite his words, the disciples remained stunned, one already dazed simply from looking at her. Her beauty captivated everyone, overwhelming the surrounding men with admiration and shimmering illusions. Yangshan noticed their expressions change and muttered quietly, irritated by their sudden fascination. Before he could continue, a disciple challenged him, filled with jealousy and emotion. The challenge surprised Yangshan, yet he remained composed and chose not to engage. With a blank look, he commented that the disciple must be healthy if he wanted to fight. The calm scenery clashed with the chaotic tension that had suddenly arisen among companions. Night eventually fell as the group gathered by the riverside, attempting to settle down after the confusion. Some openly admired the girl, while others stared in disbelief as she stayed close to Yangshan. Annoyed, he muttered that she was far too skilled at using her charm as a weapon. An elder wondered aloud if anyone questioned how powerful Namgung Chan had become. Attention shifted as Chan appeared, seizing the moment to issue a dramatic challenge. Spectators assembled, whispering about Esciola, while others debated the likely victor of the fight. One disciple confidently claimed the result was obvious, as everyone had witnessed Chechen's remarkable abilities. Though often playful, they agreed Chechen became frighteningly serious once combat began. With narrowed eyes, the elder silently observed, curious about how events would unfold. Petals began to swirl as Chan activated his technique, enveloped in glowing pink energy. His movements flowed through the petals, drawing his blade with calm yet lethal precision. He lowered his stance, his aura tightening as he called out to his opponent in a chilling tone. Chigun declared his attack, launching forward amid drifting blossoms and blazing waves of fire. Amazement spread through the crowd as the ground burned, heat expanding outward in surges. One man clenched his fists, the sight awakening old resentment within him. Within the flames, Chan confirmed his belief his control still lagged behind his sisters. Even surrounded by fire, he accepted this weakness, yet remained determined to surpass it. He continued to rise around him, proving the battle had only just begun and was far from finished. Amid a raging inferno, Jin confessed he couldn't command flames with the same ferocity as his sister. Even with that limitation, he remained surrounded by fire, unshaken, his body emitting fierce heat and determination. Hosan observed from afar, eyes widened, astonished by the immense pressure and abrupt change in aura. Fire surged around Jin as he advanced. Confronting Hosan's gaze with unwavering confidence, he questioned whether Hosan felt no fear, provoking him to acknowledge weakness before their impending clash. With a bold grin, Hosan replied instantly, and declared the beginning of their fight. Hosan rushed forward, his movements sharp and accurate, bridging the gap between them in an instant. Resolve blazed in his eyes as petals and energy spiraled fiercely along the arc of his blade. He descended from above, ready to strike Jin, who remained steady within the heart of the flames. Their weapons collided mid-air, sparks and energy exploding outward as neither yielded in strength. A savage exchange followed, strike after strike, their bodies enduring both fire and pressure together. Without warning, Jin burst forth, his flames erupting violently and engulfing the ground in a massive wave. From a distance, onlookers watched, their emotions caught between fear and awe as the fight intensified. Hosan shouted fiercely, refusing to give in, even as his strength faltered beneath Jin's overwhelming power. At that moment, an old man appeared, silent and stern, witnessing the destruction their battle had left behind. Hosan dropped to his knees before Jin, his body battered and shaking, the result of the duel clear without words. Lowering his head, he finally confessed defeat, his voice breaking under the weight of pride and failure. Those watching remained silent, disbelief filling their eyes as tension lingered heavily in the air. Jin turned as a cloaked figure stepped forward, her presence composed yet filled with challenge. The silver-haired woman lifted her sword and demanded a duel, her voice firm and without hesitation. Jin, puzzled and still exhausted, questioned her timing, caught off guard by her sudden challenge. She met his gaze coldly, unwavering, despite his objection and visible fatigue from the prior battle. He hesitated, sensing her displeasure and recognizing trouble if he refused her outright. In the end, Jin agreed, choosing to delay the match rather than escalate the tension further. The woman turned away, her expression softening as she quietly reminded him not to forget. She clasped her hands gently, holding onto his promise with quiet but steady expectation. Jin answered briefly, confirming his agreement as she smiled, relief evident on her face. Later, alone in an open field, Jin released his power once more, flames spiraling into the sky. He meditated within the blaze, pushing beyond his limits as the inferno intensified around him. Despite everything, Jin understood greater challenges awaited, ones demanding even greater strength and resolve. He reflected on his recent growth, wondering if the flames were responding to his progress. The old master explained the power was shaped by Jin's intent, fueled by his determination. Even so, Jin knew his strength still fell short of the level he sought. Hossein approached him, sensing his inner frustration despite his clear victory. His demeanor was calm as he recognized Jin's effort and admitted his own weaknesses. Grateful, Jin expressed thanks, acknowledging the lesson gained through their fierce clash. The elder remarked that Hossein lacked technique but had grasped Jin's potential through the fight. Jin, irritated, muttered about risking his life while Hossein spoke like a teacher after losing once. Still, Hossein praised Jin sincerely, realizing how far behind he remained in discipline and resolve. With genuine respect, Hossein thanked him again, addressing him by name before bowing deeply. Jin stood quietly, processing the unexpected gratitude as the tension between them gradually eased. He said nothing in response, simply watching Hossein with a calm, unreadable look. The image of Hossein's broken, bloodied state lingered in Jin's mind, a reminder of their brutal battle. Though part of him still resented Hossein, Jin couldn't ignore the lesson gained through hardship. Elsewhere, a girl ran toward her grandfather, eagerly asking if he had seen Jin's performance. Seola excitedly reenacted the fight, mimicking each strike as others watched with amused expressions. Her excitement faded as she recalled something urgent and turned to her grandfather in alarm. She shouted that the young master was becoming engaged, while her grandfather reacted with cheerful approval. The grandfather appeared confused by her panic, unaware of her misunderstanding. Seola stood firm, frustrated and conflicted, insisting no one else should be near the master. Raising her voice, she claimed only she had the right to be close to him. Trying to understand her feelings, Seola softly repeated the words "getting engaged." She remained still in the forest, the meaning slowly settling in as silence surrounded her. Her eyes widened and her lips parted slightly, overwhelmed by the unfamiliar emotion growing within her. Following the encounter with Yongfeng Seola, found herself unable to enjoy any basic meals. She approached the fire pit quietly, holding soup, clearly withdrawn and reluctant to join everyone. Taking a seat, her unusual mood attracted worried looks from the group as they ate silently. An elder asked whether she was feeling ill, while another questioned her poor appetite despite good health. As dishes were shared around, arguments started over snacks, disturbing the already strained atmosphere present. Seola began shaking while eating, overwhelmed by the chatter and gazes surrounding her at once. Another sharp clatter of chopsticks startled her, increasing the discomfort she already carried within. She turned aside, unsettled, as a stern lecture about manners captured everyone's attention nearby. Recoiling from the rebuke, Seola clutched her utensils firmly, visibly shaken and uneasy inside. Suddenly, she yelled in frustration and rushed away, leaving everyone shocked around the campfire. One elder called out to her, following as she dashed deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, confusion spread among them, unsure who or what had caused her sudden reaction. Yangshan watched her distant behavior, noticing her declining attitude since their earlier confrontation. He quietly acknowledged her ongoing irritation, realizing it had become more frequent and severe lately. Despite the strain, he kept training, thinking she appeared harsher now compared to back home. A burly man struck his chest proudly, radiating excitement. As he suggested training together nearby, Yangshan quietly watched, puzzled by the man's energy and his tendency of ripping shirts. Despite the strange greeting, he agreed, joking how mornings in Manhwa begin without shirts. Thanking him, Yangshan followed along and mentally prepared himself for the journey ahead. He then gazed at the massive staircase leading upward, overwhelmed by its immense height. Reaching the top at night, he quietly observed as another disciple waited there to greet him. Darkness covered the mountain as lights flickered gently across the temple structures. During the meal, Yangshan asked if climbing that route was part of their usual routine. Hearing the reply, he complained about whoever chose to build their base atop a mountain. The disciples advised him to rest overnight before continuing further discussions the next morning. Though unsure, he accepted politely, trying not to offend their continued kindness and hospitality. Left by himself, he wondered if staying could help improve his strained ties with the elders. The next morning, soft laughter from others hinted at lingering tension beneath the surface. Yangshan realized he wasn't close with his seniors, and they didn't seem to like him either. Still, he remained calm, waiting quietly as food arrived to begin another uncertain day. Seal cheerfully brought a tray of dumplings, her bright energy surprising everyone at the table. Yangshan welcomed the meal gratefully, relieved for a brief moment of peace and pleasant taste. Her sudden friendliness raised doubts, yet she smiled sweetly, leaving him unsure how to respond. Taking a sip of tea, he silently watched Seal. Still trying to understand her changing mood. Unexpectedly, she leaned closer, and his hands softly patted her head, startling her into silence. Her usual sharpness faded momentarily, replaced by a gentle, unspoken warmth within her eyes. Suddenly, another girl, the silver-haired one, offered food straight to Yangshan with a soft. He froze, confused, caught between her gesture and the awkward silence it suddenly created. Both girls now faced each other, tension slowly building as the moment lingered at the table. Seal blocked the gesture using her own bun, staring at her rival without saying anything. Without a word, she pushed the dumpling into Yangshan's mouth and turned away angrily. The silver-haired girl stayed silent, while Seal burned with frustration, eyes filled with rivalry. A keen edge hit rock, shattering the quiet as someone neared the concealed chamber in haste. A veiled figure stepped out from darkness, clearly unsettled, his breathing uneven as he came nearer ahead. A powerful leader remained seated, his quiet tones slicing through the heavy air in the chamber. The masked servant bowed before the seat, stating that MANHWA had uncovered what they were doing. The leader swore at their bad luck, aware their plans would soon be exposed due to MANHWA's involvement. A directive had already been issued from the central palace, redirecting their focus toward another objective. That objective became evident. The divine physician had surfaced again in Shanxi, someone of great importance. Hearing the name, the leader sought verification, discovering the target was indeed traveling within their domain. He summoned Baichong ahead, indicating the following move in tracking the hard-to-find physician. Baichong stepped forward to proceed, but was suddenly halted since their troops hadn't been permitted. Regardless of his objection, the leader ignored the palace chief's command, doubting the real purpose behind it. He icily questioned whether they ought to eliminate or seize the divine physician. When the moment arrived, they were commanded to detain the physician inside the underground cells rather than end his life. Irritated, the leader grumbled about the dullness yet was allowed to eliminate anyone else. With a dark smile, he agreed to the terms, eager for the violence that would come. The man dropped onto the stone ground, struggling for breath after the harsh climb that sapped his energy. Gazing over the endless view, he criticized the altitude and doubted the sect's extreme location. Behind him, an elder with white hair appeared, stating that hardship was the only road to improvement. A young woman offered to lift him, but he refused, wanting to maintain his dignity despite fatigue. Another person reached out a hand to assist him up, expressionless yet firm in her quiet offer. Though help was offered once more, he declined courteously, amazed by their steady endurance and calm patience. At the entrance, the silver-haired woman abruptly bent deeply before him, astonishing everyone nearby. He froze in place, uncertain what to do as even the spirit beside him sighed in disbelief. Her silent bow remained full of honesty, leaving him unsure whether to feel respected or puzzled. The other girl scowled, visibly annoyed and anticipating he would reply with a kind action. Encouraged by the spirit girl's suggestion, he got ready to pat the bowed woman's head. Just as his hand lifted, she rose swiftly, creating an awkward and sudden situation. To ease the mood, the dark-haired girl moved ahead and patted the woman's head instead. Smiling widely, she said she did it for him, as though smoothing things out on his behalf. The silver-haired woman gave a small smile while he stayed confused, still unsure how things had changed. With a gentle grin, the silver-haired girl said they could attempt it again later. Gu Yangshan, still perplexed, wondered aloud what would become of the others. An elder stood near the steps as additional members slowly climbed, clearly worn out from the ascent. Hong was staggered up the stairs, barely speaking, yet pleaded not to be abandoned. At the summit, Yangshan turned and heard the commotion, watching her fall down. Above them, a man in white stepped out from the gate and declared he had been waiting. The elder moved forward eagerly, arms spread as though welcoming a long-time acquaintance. Yangshan looked on, unsure how to react, while the spirit girl confirmed who the elder was. The man hugged Yangshan firmly, laughing that now the elders might finally cease blaming him. Introducing himself with unease, Yangshan started explaining why he had come to the sect before finishing. The elder cut him off, stating Ji Ryun had already told him. He verified Yangshan's aim to return the stone and bring his sister home safely. The elder accepted his reasoning but implied there was more happening than what was recorded. He studied Yangshan carefully, remarking on the strange power circulating within him. With a stern look, he leaned closer and added, and leaving his words incomplete. The elder remained still, watching Yangshan as the atmosphere between them grew quietly tense. After a pause, his expression softened, masking his seriousness with a calm, unreadable face. Resting both hands on Yangshan's shoulders, he shifted topics. Marking a change in mood, he told his followers to arrange rooms and meals for the visitors who had just arrived. Another elder answered quickly, prepared to obey and aid the guests as directed. As they were guided further inside the sect, cherry blossoms lined the way toward the central hall. Amid blossoming sakura petals, the tranquil MANHWA shrine concealed a pressing discussion between host and visitor. The elder voiced apology for interrupting the young man's rest. Yet his worry about energy regulation persisted. Grasping the matter, the dark-haired visitor answered politely, conscious of the seriousness behind the elder's warning. Sitting opposite each other, the elder asked how the youth unintentionally absorbed their sect's sacred energy. Staying composed, the visitor shared a partial truth, deliberately hiding another person involved to shield them. Although doubtful, the elder found it difficult to accept such a coincidence, clutching the now vacant artifact uneasily. He noted the abnormality of absorbing two opposing forces, an occurrence scarcely recorded in martial history. The young man affirmed it, displaying no trace of dishonesty, though strain lingered within his voice. Standing up, the elder recognized the visitor's intent and offered to personally accompany him. A veiled figure emerged quietly behind the visitor, yet he showed no reaction to the sudden arrival. Intrigued, the elder teased the visitor's calm demeanor, likening it to someone who once came before. Leaving the valued jewel behind, the elder gestured to move, encouraging the youth to meet his sibling. Water streamed down a turning wheel, resonating softly beyond the silent, isolated sect grounds. Close by, birds sang gently within the shrubs, their calm rhythm untouched by approaching events. Beyond the forest, an impressive training hall rested within nature, peaceful before the coming storm. Inside the chamber, an elder inspected the woman's state, revealing that her internal system was gravely damaged. Not only had her blood flow collapsed, but her energy circulation had also become dangerously distorted. He wondered how she could withstand such agony, her body gradually breaking down from inside. Despite the condition, she calmly claimed the pain was manageable, concealing her suffering with composure. The elder rebuked her carelessness, especially for enduring this before her worried disciple. The dark-haired girl remained seated quietly, clearly troubled, while the elder asked how long it lasted. She confessed it had continued for 4 years, causing the elder to question the origin. Turning slightly aside, the woman struggled to answer, her expression sinking into silence. Sensing something off, the young girl called out anxiously, alarmed by her master's sudden hesitation. A surge of pain struck as the woman clutched her side, nearly collapsing beneath its force. The girl hurried forward, shouting, while others rushed to steady the falling woman, barely capable of speaking. The woman expressed gratitude to those assisting her, breath faint yet controlled. Later, she disclosed a seal had restrained something inside her, hidden from earlier inspections. The elder found it unusual, as he should have detected such a seal during his prior examination. Outside, water drifted softly while the girl asked quietly how much time was left. Tears gathered in the girl's eyes as she listened to the elder's grim verdict. He predicted the woman had 2 months remaining, perhaps until winter if luck favored her. With steady composure, the woman accepted the truth, while the girl fought to suppress sorrow. Silence settled as memories of combat and sacrifice surfaced within the elder's thoughts. Though injured and weakened, the woman stayed composed, awaiting the elder's judgment. He eventually promised to try his best, instructing everyone else to exit the room. As he held a stained cloth, pain and remorse filled his shaking hands. Meanwhile, the young girl forced a faint smile, attempting to stay strong for her master. Yet beneath her garment, her tightened fists revealed the helplessness she refused to display. Outside, the boy sat alone, breathing hard as he remembered the heavy conversation. He lamented his helplessness, watching others suffer while unable to alter their destiny. As he stepped into the house, the girl appeared with reddened cheeks, clearly shaken by something. Their gazes met, her steps paused, tension building between them in sudden unease. Both remained still, realizing something unspoken had just changed between them. She looked on, puzzled, before asking why he had come to her then. As the pair stood close, another girl bumped into the dark-haired girl from behind. Startled, Both staggered inside the entrance while the boy observed in confusion from outside. He narrowed his gaze, sensing something strange. Someone unfamiliar had come in behind her. Inside, the white-haired girl covered the dark. Haired girl's mouth, silencing her abruptly. From afar, the boy clenched his jaw, anger rising as he noticed the harsh action. With a sharp voice, the dark-haired girl snapped, telling the intruder to act more carefully at the same time. The boy's body reacted to the growing tension, heat spiraling wildly around him. Flames flared across his figure as uncontrollable energy surged, casting a blazing glow around his form. He stood surrounded by burning light, his awakened strength radiating with destructive force beneath a star-filled void. A shadowy individual triggered a prohibited altar, calling forth strange energy that snapped across the dim sanctuary. When the gates parted, a cloaked figure appeared, greeted by ominous violet haze rising from below. Positioned near the portal's rim, he proclaimed readiness to observe the long-anticipated outcome. Bent followers twisted in torment as the dark force surged wildly within their forms. Their master, holding a fan, silently watched the disorder unfolding at his feet. Abruptly, a dark-haired fighter stepped forward, wrapped in shadow power, ready to purge the corruption. Both figures stood opposite each other, neither wavering, their energy pulsing outward in visible waves. The fighter condensed strength into his fist, wrapped in purple fire, then rushed ahead, his blow aimed directly at the rival's chest, driven by resolve and lethal accuracy. Ignoring the warning to know his limits, the fighter pressed forward with another assault. He struck with resolve, pushing the fan, bearing man to shift slightly from the strain. Yet his foe remained composed, unaffected, studying every action with unreadable gaze. Their collision echoed loudly as force exploded fiercely upon contact. The fan holder chuckled quietly, untouched by the intense display of strength. Speaking calmly to the fighter, he uttered one word, "Sir," marking the trial's conclusion. A grim prophecy was spoken: the Heavenly Supreme had fallen, and the Atra Supreme would soon follow. Certain of his reasoning, the planner declared the weakened sword surfer no longer posed a threat. From behind his fan, he wondered who might rise next if the cult chief were to fall. Standing quietly, the dark-haired man gave no reply, his face concealed within shadows. Elsewhere, a young warrior released fury. Seizing an enemy's throat with blazing crimson aura, his savage attack hurled the opponent backward, while another victim gasped, stunned by the brutality. The aura surrounding him intensified, turning the ground below into a churning abyss of corruption. Even as darkness spread outward, a young girl stared in terror, watching the boy transform, overtaken by fury. His eyes shone brightly, preparing for another uncontrollable surge. Insanity warped his expression until a master quickly restrained him from behind. With steady force, the elder held the boy firmly and murmured a warning. Aware it would cause pain, the old man initiated a method to stabilize the boy's unstable power. A sudden explosion captured attention, startling the nearby elders. The divine physician arrived just in time, summoned urgently for assistance. Pulling the unconscious youth inside, the elder declared there was a patient requiring aid. The elder proudly presented the divine physician, calling him the finest healer of their era. He explained the physician had treated the youth and indicated notable individuals in the room. Among them were the Blossom Sword Queen's student, her sibling, and the physician's silent grandson, Jaigol Hyuk. Songchun, still confused, was questioned regarding his earlier violent actions. Encircled and pressured, he realized his behavior had been seen and feared the repercussions. While considering the situation, he noticed surprising ties between those present and the sect. His anxiety grew when even the divine physician remained quiet, leaving him unsure what to do. He questioned himself aloud, overwhelmed by doubt and remorse. The elder ended the silence, suggesting his memory seemed unstable. Surprising Songchun with precision, memories of strangling Hyuk resurfaced, deepening Songchun's sense of guilt. The elder asked for an evaluation, yet the divine physician stubbornly declined. Only after a gentle push from the Sword Queen did he reconsider, drawing focus to Songchun's name. The woman identified him as Young Shun, confirming she had once known his mother closely. Hearing this, Songchun processed the link with surprise and hesitation. With a gentle smile, she expressed joy at finally encountering him. As the young girl silently watched Songchun, emotion flickered within her eyes, sensing traces of his mother. He reacted with disbelief, but the woman insisted it was his aura, not appearance. That matched her words moved him, leading to a shy thanks before she rose and prepared to depart. Before leaving, she quietly mentioned a rare healing item, the leaf of the dragon herb. The elder quickly suggested a bargain. The physician would inspect the boy in return for that leaf. Releasing a reluctant sigh, the divine physician finally consented to help, though unwillingly. He firmly stated this would be the last favor he would grant the elder's demands. Still kneeling, Songchun observed everything with cautious optimism as tension slowly faded. A subtle smile appeared on the elder's face, certain the divine physician's refusal had only been a bluff. Yangshin sat quietly, accompanied by two elders. While tension saturated the entire room, the elder sensed something unusual, a dark presence lurking beneath Yangshin's composed exterior. A strange, unstable violet aura appeared, exposing a dangerous force sealed inside his body. The elder plainly declared Yangshan was a living corpse, shocking those of the younger generation. Yangshan requested an explanation, troubled by the statement yet unable to grasp its full meaning. The elder revealed multiple clashing energies stirred within him, questioning how he stayed conscious. Disturbing memories of Yangshan's past emerged, showing how he absorbed alien powers through unknown ways. Although he thought he controlled it well, recent findings proved he had been mistaken all along. Abruptly, a loud voice cut in as his companion rushed inside, angry and concerned about his disappearance. She disclosed that the same energy harming him was also what kept him alive. Yangshan, overwhelmed, questioned how to deal with the unstable forces now surging within him. The elder offered two options: remove them or pray his body would not burst randomly. He was cautioned that even eating or bathing could trigger his sudden death without warning. Despite the terrifying revelation, Yangshan stayed calm, simply acknowledging the seriousness of his condition. The girl beside him failed to understand his composure. After all, he was facing death directly. Yangshan calmly answered he was still alive, though the elder warned it might end any time. A deep silence followed as everyone felt the gravity of the situation within the room. Ending the tension, Yangshan told them to get ready to leave. Yet the girl refused. When questioned if she was serious, the girl admitted their father wouldn't mind either way. The elder advised Yangshan to return to his quarters and rest. After an exhausting first day as he departed, she assured the healers she'd come back soon, dismissing concern with ease. In private, the healers expressed unease. Yangshan's lack of response to death felt unsettling. They talked about how even after hearing he might die, his expression never shifted. The woman concluded he had already abandoned life, a truth visible within his eyes. Beneath the moonlight, Yangshan walked through the silent halls haunted by earlier words. A voice reminded him she once invited him to visit if life ever felt overwhelming. He quietly approached the room, uncertain of his intent, her voice casually greeting him from within. The silver-haired girl, startled, asked why he had entered without any notice. She asked again after noticing him walk toward her bedside without hesitation. Yangshan simply responded that he was preparing to sleep, prompting her surprised acceptance. With unexpected honesty, the silver-haired girl said she wanted to sleep in the same room. Yangshan, surprised, reminded her that the sect leader had arranged two separate rooms. She insisted there was only one, confirming they were meant to share the space. Irritated, Yangshan blamed the elder for interfering and creating such an awkward situation. He chose to leave and said he would sleep elsewhere, trying to prevent misunderstanding. As he turned around, she softly held his hand, stopping him without a word. She gently asked him to remain, promising only to hold his hand while lying beside him. Both stood still, saying nothing, the atmosphere filled with uncertainty and quiet warmth. Neither withdrew, their silence expressing more than words ever could in that moment. Yangshan noticed her laugh, leading him to ask why she reacted that way. She admitted it was amusing. His awkward smile had caught her off guard. For the first time, she witnessed him smile sincerely, something she had never seen before. As he turned away, she grasped his robe again, making him pause once more. Without speaking, she brought his hand to her face, gently leaning into his warmth. A faint blush spread across her cheeks as she softly held his hand with hers. A quiet inner thought suggested hesitation, but a small hope for change began to grow. Under blooming cherry blossoms, the air became still as a quiet wish began forming. Meanwhile, two young girls started a strange conversation about childbirth and how babies are created. The younger girl nervously asked about reproduction, prompting the other to answer with childish confidence. She innocently claimed that holding hands in bed summoned a crane delivering babies. As confusion increased, it became clear Namgung, Beaser's understanding of biology, was seriously lacking. Morning sunlight poured into the chamber as Yangshan opened his eyes, clearly worn out after a sleepless night. He turned and noticed Muyin still resting beside him, having slipped in during the night. Thinking about everything, he let out a sigh while someone else teased him for holding back. Yangshan brushed it off, far too tired to argue or deal with nonsense this early. Escalating slowly woke up, unfazed by the teasing. Since she had insisted on staying near him, he noticed that she tended to act more boldly whenever another woman was present. Just as he was about to get up, the door swung open and another girl walked in with a heavy aura. The sight of him with Escalating sparked silent anger as jealousy burned across her face. Her gaze fixed sharply on Escalating, making the atmosphere tense with unspoken conflict. Pretending to stay calm, Escalating greeted her while subtly mocking her timing and attachment. Embarrassed, the girl gripped her skirt tightly and tried to express herself. She admitted that she also wanted to spend the night beside Yangshan. Without hesitation, she firmly announced her intention to share his bed as well. Yangshan sat there in disbelief as Sol casually asked what the issue was. With a playful grin, Sol invited her to join them, easing the tension effortlessly. Flushing with surprise, the dark-haired girl shyly asked if Seol truly meant it. Seol responded with a sharp yet approving glance, silently granting permission with confidence. Without delay, the girl leapt onto the bed, causing noise and chaos to fill the room. Laughing happily, she showed her excitement at joining them while Seol, watched with amusement. Yangshan, stuck between them, struggled to understand how things escalated so quickly. Before he could respond, a man entered, puzzled by the unusual scene that morning. The visitor said the sect leader wanted to see him and left quickly with a grin. Yangshan sighed as his companion joked that rumors would not spread, at least not openly. Elsewhere, an elder laughed quietly at Yangshan's rumored behavior, commenting on youthful energy. Yangshan wondered why he had been summoned, already uneasy about the elder's assumptions. The elder mentioned the cottage from the previous day, suggesting something significant. He confirmed that it was where the Sword Queen had been residing. Yangshan received a container and was told to deliver medicine to the divine physician. He accepted, but questioned why he was chosen for such a simple task. The elder explained it was due to the secrecy surrounding the Sword Queen's condition. He added that delivering it himself would risk exposing the hidden situation. Since the divine physician would refuse to leave, Yangshan was the only reliable option. With no escape, Yangshan reluctantly agreed, reminded of the debt he owed the elder. He stepped outside under the bright sky, carrying the medicine and a quiet sense of responsibility. Elsewhere, a girl descended the stairs alone, holding tightly onto her bag of supplies. She moved through the crowded sect streets, heading toward her destination. Checking her belongings, she reassured herself that nothing from the elder's list was missing. Crossing a narrow bridge, she continued along the forest path with steady determination. Stopping briefly, she sensed something strange and scanned her surroundings carefully. A group of deer stood silently among the trees, watching her from afar. Despite their presence, she remained calm, her face unreadable and distant. As she walked down the steps, the deer quietly observed her without fear. Fragments of memory surfaced, showing fear, power, and danger tied to her past. A mysterious man with glowing eyes appeared, connected to those hidden memories. In another vision, Yangshan trembled as a young girl secretly watched him. A flashback showed the girl encountering a dangerous man radiating overwhelming energy. As the memory faded, her expression hardened with quiet determination. Murmuring to herself, she swore never to return to that place or those people. Two masked men hidden in the forest wondered if their target had noticed them. Doubting her awareness, they dismissed the idea that she sensed their presence. They advanced to investigate, moving carefully along the forest path. One of them activated a concealed formation, causing a glowing purple barrier to appear. Realizing they were blocked, the man cursed the elder for setting such a trap. The powerful chi barrier confirmed the divine physician was hidden within the area. With no way to proceed, the masked man chose to retreat and report back. He believed the Russian martial artist would handle the situation from here. Meanwhile, the marketplace remained peaceful, unaware of the danger quietly approaching nearby. A girl dressed in white stood still upon the stone stairs, waiting within the quiet woods. As she looked ahead, her eyes settled with worry on a figure slowly nearing. Having difficulty climbing, the boy rose step by step with clear strain, his body shaking from exhaustion. She shouted toward him sternly, questioning why he had arrived in such poor condition. Without concealing irritation, he replied he was simply completing a task, not acting willingly. She turned around, telling him to continue forward, while he grumbled that he wasn't delaying. Intentionally, her serious expression stayed unchanged as she observed him struggling for each breath. Dark veins throbbed across his arms, his body fragile enough to give out even during simple tasks. Still gasping, he asked how she stayed unaffected while he was barely managing to stand. Extending her hand, she offered to take the object herself and finish the delivery instead of him. Taken aback, he paused before giving it, uncertain about her sudden proposal. She insisted once more, leading him to question if she was actually concerned, an idea she loudly rejected. With embarrassed frustration, she snapped that he was simply too slow, not something she cared about. Complaining under his breath, he continued climbing, muttering about her sharp attitude and unfairness. As she faced away, he attempted to talk again, but she remained silent, concealing her thoughts. While the girl whispered Zhuge Hayuk's name, the boy turned, puzzled by her abrupt change. She hesitantly asked whether he had noticed anything unusual about the divine healer's grandson. He looked at her, unsure if she was speaking to herself or asking seriously, and she denied it. Her mind grew uneasy, quietly worrying about the girl's odd actions and lack of ordinary behavior. In his thoughts, the boy admitted he also couldn't understand it and chose to avoid the matter. He recognized that although her presence disturbed him, his worsening condition mattered far more. The pink-haired man teased him, misunderstanding his worry as feelings toward his sister. Even though he denied it, the idea remained he couldn't truly tell what she actually was. Meanwhile, the group eventually reached the divine healer's isolated home along the mountain trail. Inside, the elder angrily demanded why someone so ill had been sent to deliver a message. The boy answered calmly, saying he couldn't reject the clan leader's command despite his state. Interested, the doctor asked about his condition, and he replied that he felt all right for now. Abruptly, the elder's voice roared, asking whether the boy truly wasn't afraid of death. Shocked into silence, he didn't respond immediately. While the girl beside him lowered her eyes, the room became still as the elder watched them both, waiting for the boy's reply. Dark thoughts crossed the elder's mind, but he quickly brushed them aside, realizing his question was excessive. In a gentler tone, he excused the boy and motioned for him to rest. The boy sat down beside the girl, who remained silent, her expression unreadable. She glanced toward the doorway, concerned about his condition, but couldn't bring herself to stop him. Before she could fully speak, he turned away and stated he would leave. Left alone, she remained seated by the bedding, surrounded by a faint green aura of worry. Her hand tightened around the blanket as she muttered quietly, calling him a fool. Later, the boy went back to the clan and was questioned whether he had delivered the message. He confirmed it, saying the elder cursed after reading it, but the job was done. The man next to him asked about the Sword Queen's state with subtle interest. He replied that she was resting, and he couldn't verify her condition. Still, he believed the divine healer's treatment would help her recover soon. Beneath blooming plum flowers, the elder reflected on the misfortunes arriving all at once. Confused, the boy asked what disasters the elder meant. He reminded him about the Supreme disappearing and added Zhuge presence as another issue. As he walked through the arch, the boy thought about how one calamity always followed another. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed below. He had stepped into a hidden area beneath the sect's structure. Down there, a kneeling man stayed silent while another muscular figure towered over him threateningly. Rushing up the steps, the strong man yelled in urgency, his tone reverberating across the rocky hall. He insisted confirmation, eyes frantic with expectation at the mention of the mysterious sacred healer. A veiled underling replied carefully, saying they hadn't discovered him but had identified a probable place. Annoyed, the leader responded severely, stressing that doubt wasn't sufficient to excuse failure. Kneeling, the underling stated a huge barrier had been sensed, suggesting the doctor's presence. The leader breathed sharply, doubtful that simple guesses justified confidence in the report. He asked what certainty the underling truly possessed, voice quiet yet filled with menace. Without notice, he slammed the ground, causing vibrations and quieting the chamber. With threat, he blamed the underling for coming back empty-handed, lacking clear information or results. Head lowered, the underling confessed guilt, voice just above a whisper. The leader confirmed the fault with steady intensity, admitting his knowledge of the failure as the underling hurried back. The leader asked how hard locating one elderly man could be. A vicious strike hit, stopping the underling's plea and sending him staggering across the ground. Grinning coldly, the leader told him that mercy had been given once. Leaning back upon his throne, he warned the next mistake would not be forgiven so easily. Tightening his fist, the man recognized the chi barrier's existence, realizing it could hide the target. While the underling stayed bowed in fear, tension persisted from the earlier clash. Standing firmly, the leader declared they'd move in 3 days, using that time to prepare things. He stated that if the healer was located, he would be taken back once. However, if the healer wasn't present, the consequences would be deadly for all involved. Leaning back confidently, he ridiculed his own plan as flawless. Unaware of the underling's fear, the underling forced a smile, anxiously agreeing with the plan despite knowing the risk. Far from the cavern, a quiet estate shone beneath soft lantern light inside. A girl yelled happily, reminding the boy that she was meant to share his room. Taken by surprise, he objected, insisting she had the wrong notion. She hugged him boldly, ignoring his confusion about their situation. He asked for clarity, still unaware of what she was referring to. With confidence, she stated they were to sleep together that night, recalling a promise. He denied recalling, but she happily insisted her memory was enough. Questioning her actions, he asked about her grandfather, only to learn he was conveniently away. As the girl insisted on remaining, the boy hesitated, clearly unsure how to reply. Walking through the corridor together, he muttered that it was best to simply let things pass. Inside another room, a silver-haired girl sat upright, already aware of their presence. He entered carefully, surprised to see both girls already beneath the same blanket. The girls happily invited him to join, suggesting they all sleep together without hesitation. He froze at the doorway, unsure whether to move forward or turn back. A flash of energy lit the night sky as the moon hung over the estate. One girl slept calmly, Unaware of the growing awkwardness, the silver-haired girl moved beside her, still determined to carry through with her plan. Moments later, the boy found himself trapped between both girls in the same bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He tried to grasp the strange situation. Raising a hand to his face, he muttered under his breath, defeated by their persistence. A flash of brilliant light covered the heavens, indicating an unknown change within existence. Yangshan suddenly awoke inside a strange chamber, disoriented and bewildered by his environment. Before he could react, two girls held him in bed, leaving him utterly speechless. His thoughts flickered with a desperate request from a ghostly entity, pleading to be saved. Another spirit, far more forceful, claimed they could not pass on unless Yangshan took action. While trying to understand the bizarre message, a young shrine maiden stepped in and froze. Shocked by the inappropriate situation, her expression darkened as she suppressed growing irritation. Without speaking, she turned and left, making the air feel even heavier than before. Yangshan grumbled about knocking, then chose to wake the girls lying beside him. Acting as if an insect crawled on her, he startled the first girl awake. She shrieked in fear, causing the second to jolt up in alarm as well. Confusion spread when they questioned the imaginary insect, while Yangshan stayed calm later outside. The girl questioned why Yangshan had been summoned. She explained that their master had called him for a conversation. Irritated, he wondered if she really traveled that far just to say that. Yangshan brushed off her concern, insisting he was only there because of the Hua ritual. She repeated the master's request, casually ignoring his annoyance, with a neutral response. When he teased her looks, her expression shifted, taking him completely by surprise. Suddenly, two familiar girls appeared and clung to Yangshan, shocking everyone nearby. Their lively and affectionate behavior clashed with the earlier tension in the corridor. As questions arose about who they were, the shrine maiden became visibly flustered and irritated. Before she could respond, Yangshan abruptly shut the door behind him, avoiding more conflict. Perplexed by the strange moment, he looked at the silver-haired girl beside him. Their closeness and silence made him feel more uneasy than expected. Elsewhere, a girl wandered the training grounds, calling repeatedly for her older brother. Anxious, she searched with teary eyes, fearing he might be avoiding her. The rustling of bushes suddenly caught her attention, hinting at something unusual. Yangshan leaped out from hiding, raising his arms dramatically to scare her. Her face stiffened in disbelief, left speechless by his childish prank. Holding back tears, she trembled, overcome with embarrassment and pain. Yangshan hurried over, repeatedly apologizing for making her cry earlier. They sat quietly along the path as he gently asked how he could make it right. She looked up and tugged his sleeve, preparing to voice her request. With slight embarrassment, she asked him to scold Yanseo for her. She explained that Yanseo kept claiming her mother, which hurt her deeply. Yangshan seemed taken aback, but slowly nodded. Processing what she said, he gently told her that Yanseo was family too and never meant harm. Her tense expression softened, though she stayed silent for a moment. Soon, a shy smile appeared as she accepted his words with a nod. Elsewhere, the shrine maiden struck the ground with her wooden sword in frustration. She gasped heavily, worn out from intense solo training. Even so, she forced herself to continue despite her shaking arms. Each swing weakened, yet she refused to stop until reaching her limit. Her hands trembled violently as her grip began to slip. Eventually, she dropped to her knees, completely exhausted from pushing too hard. With her body shaking, she clenched her teeth and forced herself upright again. In frustration, she hurled her sword toward a tree, hitting it with full force drained. She collapsed once more, struggling to breathe under the weight of failure. Tears formed, but she tightened her fists, refusing to surrender to frustration. Her thoughts spiraled as anger grew, blaming her own weakness for everything. Then suddenly, a calm voice nearby pointed out her mistake of letting go. In a tranquil woodland clearing, the silver-haired woman stood before Seal, gently presenting her with a wooden sword. Seal, stayed seated on the ground, gazing upward cautiously, her stance rigid despite her youth. Carefully studying the child, the woman evaluated her grip and breathing, detecting both doubt and concealed resolve. Seal raised the sword yet firmly rejected help, pushing it away with a stubborn expression. Pivoting abruptly, she increased the distance, making her refusal evident through action instead of speech. The silver-haired woman hesitated, mildly surprised, then observed as Seal steadied herself independently. After regaining control, Seal asked why the woman stayed nearby rather than departing. When Go Yangshan was brought up, Seal's guarded voice showed unease about being linked to him. Hearing this, the silver-haired woman relaxed, her face softening as quiet acceptance replaced strain. Left alone with her thoughts, the woman considered A's surprising determination and emotional responses, calling again. She approached with calmer intent, no longer insisting, but watching attentively. Instruction followed as she pointed out errors in A's posture, stressing control over brute force. Listening quietly, lowered her eyes, taking in the guidance without objection. She then stepped back, inner turmoil visible as she processed unfamiliar care from a stranger. Observing her withdrawal, the silver-haired woman remained motionless, sensing this encounter would influence A's future path. Why A stood firmly in the forest clearing, questioning the silver-haired woman's composed demeanor before the sparring started. From a short range, noticed the woman had not even drawn her blade, which only increased her irritation. Keeping a relaxed stance, the silver-haired woman accepted the challenge without altering posture or expression. Tightened her hold and acted first, rushing forward with firm intent and focused eyes. In a swift motion, her sword came down with speed, causing the air to ripple from its force. The silver-haired woman stepped forward smoothly and intercepted the strike with exact timing, stopping the attack instantly. A look of shock crossed A's face as she realized her full-strength swing had been blocked directly. Without hostility, the woman redirected the force aside, avoiding harm while preserving balance. Watching carefully, she shifted her stance to demonstrate control rather than superiority. Turning slightly, the silver-haired woman showed proper movement through a calm, controlled follow-up motion. A subtle wave of energy moved around her hand, revealing refined inner control instead of raw strength. Steadied herself, frustration blending with focus as she tried to grasp the difference. The forest grew still as the exchange ended, leaves drifting down between them. Lowering her sword, reflected quietly, recognizing the gap in experience she had just seen. Standing across from her, the silver-haired woman remained composed, certain the lesson would remain long after the spar. Pain and frustration appeared on A's face as she struggled to steady her breathing after the clash. The silver-haired woman stepped nearer, carefully examining A's condition and reaction without interfering. Despite fatigue, straightened her stance, refusing to seem weak before her. As the silver-haired woman reflected inwardly, her gaze lingered on A's strength and stubborn spirit. Concern emerged when she thought about Gu Yangxin's influence and why A reacted so strongly to his name. Facing directly, she voiced clear disapproval toward Yangxin's nature and presence. The remark struck deeply, causing A's emotions to rise and her composure to falter. Briefly, energy surged as the silver-haired woman reacted sharply, instinctively releasing controlled power. From the forest's edge, Gu Yangxin appeared, witnessing the tension between them unfold unexpectedly. Turning toward Yangxin, the silver-haired woman acknowledged his presence without hostility. Yangxin replied calmly, unaffected by the criticism directed at him. Silence followed as both evaluated each other, neither giving ground through words or posture. Standing beside Yangxin, firmly refused outside interference, her voice steady despite lingering anger. Surprise crossed Yangxin's face as he realized her resolve went beyond mere pride. Watching them together, the silver-haired woman reconsidered her judgment, sensing a deeper connection forming between them. After the spar concluded, bowed briefly, showing gratitude for the training before turning away. Standing together, Ji Yongkan and the silver-haired woman watched her depart, both quietly reflecting on her demeanor. Yangxin noticed how disciplined seemed. Despite her rough behavior and lingering tension, curiosity arose as Yangxin asked the silver-haired woman about A's identity. With a steady look, she explained that A's actions came from being raised improperly rather than ill intent. Her tone carried concern, suggesting the child's current direction could lead to future trouble if not corrected. Yangxin clarified matters by revealing was his younger sister. Hearing this, the silver-haired woman froze, clearly taken aback by the revelation. Embarrassment surfaced as she realized her assumptions had been made without knowing the truth. After the clash with Jiu Ryangwa Namgung, Bia fell deeper into confusion. Burdened by lingering emotions unresolved, she wandered without purpose across Manhwa, her footsteps uncertain, eyes dimmed by persistent shock. Whispering that all had ended, Bia moved past disciples, unseen and detached from everything around her. Yangxin came back to discover only one person inside, startled that Bia was nowhere in sight. With no details about her location, he stayed still, uncertain whether to grow concerned or simply wait. The missing sword supreme worsened the tension, each passing day stretching longer without any news. Instead of remaining idle, Yangshan chose action, heading out in pursuit of meaning or possible traces. The marketplace hummed with life as he entered, vendors shouting loudly to attract wandering customers. A shopkeeper eagerly displayed leather and horn items presenting goods sourced directly from the wild. Yangshan asked about demonic stones, his voice firm and his expectations clearly defined. The seller appeared puzzled initially, caught off guard by such an unusual and abrupt inquiry. Lacking any response, Yangshan departed, resolved to continue his search in another place. A different merchant confirmed no demonic stones nearby, suggesting none could be found in the area. Demonic stones, fragments of a beast's heart, lost significance once the creature itself had perished. Still, for Yangshan, through his demon well-absorption art, even an abandoned core held value. He remembered how that technique had once preserved him from ruin during a fierce and deadly encounter. Within his core, a strange presence shifted, as if reacting to the unfinished demonic energy inside. Determined to examine the stone's properties, he started seeking reasons behind the sudden lack of supply. Hearing that demonic beast sightings had declined, he questioned if a hidden change was unfolding. He strolled through the marketplace, subtly gathering insights from martial artists without drawing suspicion. Though short on money he focused on collecting information over buying items while hunger slowly built. A sharp rumble from his stomach disrupted his thoughts, leading him to decide to return and eat. Once back at the residence, Yangshan wondered what food awaited, expecting something usual from Manhwa. Instead, Seol proudly revealed a burnt fish, her excitement far greater than its appearance. Although reluctant, everyone was urged to eat as Seol eagerly watched for their reaction. Her feelings overwhelmed her when they hesitated, resulting in tears and loud pleading. Following the meal, Yangshan excused himself to complete a task. Declining assistance from his companion, choosing isolation, Yangshan moved forward alone, sensing the matter was something personal. Elsewhere, Seol, trained in swordsmanship with the silver-haired woman, carefully adjusting her stance. An abrupt noise from the forest startled them, cutting their training session short. Yangshan stepped out from the trees, casually greeting Seol, and the silver-haired woman during practice when questioned about his presence. Seol snapped, stating the obvious while avoiding his gaze. She explained she wasn't upset with her teacher but only with him, hinting at unresolved tension. Gyu Ryongwa acknowledged her mistake but clarified she had apologized first before asking for guidance. Yangshan let out a breath, realizing no grudge remained, only a wish to improve strength. As evening approached, he suggested heading back, prompting everyone to prepare to leave. Seol remained quiet, eyes lowered, uncertainty covering her face as she hesitated to answer. Her teacher softly called her, yet she stayed still, lost within doubt and thought. Only hearing about why Seol's safety moved her forward, leading to a reluctant nod. Left alone, Seol clenched her sword, staring at her bruised and blood-stained hands. Calluses and injuries covered her fingers, proof of relentless training endured silently. Raising her hands slowly, she examined the damage, eyes filled with calm determination. A bitter memory appeared, her brother's voice scolding her for simply lifting her head. He harshly denied her attempt to call him family, deepening her emotional scars. Speechless, Seol stood in solitude, absorbing both the pain and the strength it left behind. Cold remarks lingered as Yangshan dismissed her, instructing her to stay out of sight. Alone within the forest, she swung her sword fiercely, her movements turning increasingly desperate. Tears gathered in her eyes, frustration surfacing as she battled unseen pain and memories. A distant voice called her name, blending recollections with petals drifting through her thoughts. Images of a stern swordsman haunted her, his presence etched into her mind like a wound. She breathed out, gripping her sword firmly, whispering that she needed to bloom. Golden glow reflected upon a newly grilled skewer while festival vendors filled the street with food in motion. Seol moved through the crowd, gripping the skewer firmly, hunger obvious after days of fatigue. A young child suddenly stood beside her, gazing quietly at the food while Seol hesitated yet kept it. Heading back to the inn, Seol set the food before Yangshan, who sat resting with his back facing away. Yangshan sensed her arrival and told her to eat instead, prioritizing her state above his own. Though uncertain, Seol obeyed, exiting the room while holding the skewer without taking a single bite. Outside, Seol paused beneath the lantern-lit street, guilt emerging as she thought about her teacher. Behind her, the same child was seized by an unknown man, drawing slight attention from nearby onlookers. Discomfort settled in as Seol turned away, her steps quickening despite lingering hesitation. Without pause, Seal suddenly began to run, decision clear as concern overcame restraint. Night grew darker as she pursued the commotion beyond the crowded streets into shadowed paths. Without warning, assailants appeared, forcing Seal into a brutal clash she had not expected. Blades gleamed in the darkness as Gu Yangshan intervened, cutting down the attackers with precision. Seal stared in shock as foes collapsed, realizing her master had been following her the entire time. From the darkness, a greater threat observed them calmly, intrigued by the power displayed. Seal stepped back carefully as a hostile figure revealed himself. Tension filling the dark forest path, Yaojak asserted dominance with quiet menace, ordering her to drop her weapon while openly judging her worth. Despite fear, Seal steadied herself, refusing to surrender as the threat of violence became inevitable. A sudden burst of sword energy split the air as Ji Yangshan intervened, positioning himself behind Seal. Namgung Bia advanced at once, her blade crackling with force as she took control of the battlefield, facing opposition. Yaojok mocked their determination, unfazed by the sudden arrival of skilled adversaries. Recognizing the risk, Bi ordered Seal to withdraw, prioritizing her safety over direct confrontation. Reluctantly, Seal turned and fled as the battle intensified behind her beneath the cover of night. Lightning, lit blades collided as Bi pushed forward, forcing the enemy to focus entirely on her. Sel rushed back into the inn courtyard. Breathless as reality shifted suddenly from danger to calm, Gu Yangshan appeared uninjured, casually explaining his absence while Seal struggled to understand everything. Though reassured, uneasiness remained as her thoughts returned to the fight she had abandoned. Later that evening, Saul accompanied Yangshan through quiet streets, determined not to be left behind again. Playful exchanges hid her growing attachment as she promised to return with food and remain close. Suddenly, panic overwhelmed her as realization struck, fear sharpening into certainty that Biri was still in danger. Killing intent flooded the battlefield as Yahyoljiok unleashed immense force, eyes shining with cruelty. Namgung Bia faced the assault head on, lightning wrapping her blade as she pushed beyond limits. Each clash tore through the ground, signaling a fight where neither side intended to retreat. Bi endured the pressure, her movements sharpening despite increasing wounds and fatigue. Yahyoljiok laughed freely, enjoying the struggle while testing her resolve with relentless strikes. Even then, her sword continued to rise, refusing to break under his overwhelming dominance. Gu Yangshan suddenly joined the battle, cutting through the chaos with precise timing. His intervention disrupted Yahyoljiok's rhythm, forcing the enemy to recognize a new threat. Despite injuries, Yangshan stood firm, protecting Bai without hesitation. Dark energy surged as Yahyoljiok revealed his deeper intent, declaring the price of interference. The battlefield grew heavy, power distorting the air as Yangshan prepared himself. Realization struck that escape, not victory, had become the only choice. Bia collapsed into Yangshan's arms, her strength finally fading away. He carried her away from the battlefield, ignoring the pain tearing through his body behind them. Yahyoljiok watched silently, satisfied as fate began tightening its hold. Gu Yangshan knelt beside Namgung Bia as she lay wounded, her condition unstable but her gaze still unwavering. Following her guidance, Yangshan withdrew into hiding while Yahyoljiok's presence returned, signaling danger remained. Relief briefly appeared on Yangshan's face before Bi sensed a sudden shift, realizing the enemy's attack was not finished. In a previous life, Gu Yangshan recalled witnessing Namgung Bi fall while shielding him. Remorse persisted as he understood she ought to have lived, yet destiny required her loss while waiting for judgment over innumerable wrongdoings. A sudden opportunity to return emerged. Time rewound, and Yangshan discovered himself younger, facing recognizable faces from earlier days. Another existence was given, bearing recollections of slaughter, treachery, and unchangeable outcomes. Optimism appeared momentarily, implying the future could be altered through new decisions. Uncertainty quickly followed as images of repeated defeat and inevitable sorrow haunted his mind. Grim memories of devastation and tainted strength resurfaced, reminding him why fear still lingered. A dark silhouette represented the road he once followed and nearly embraced again. Refusing that destiny, Yangshan released surging power, rejecting a return to endless ruin. Strength erupted fiercely, crushing adversaries who could not perceive the transformation within him. Every blow carried determination, proving he would no longer bow to fated downfall. Foes stepped back in disbelief as unfamiliar power and precision warped the battlefield. Yangshan advanced further, realizing mere survival was meaningless without amending past mistakes. Holding his ground, he accepted his renewed life, resolved to safeguard what he once lost. Blazing infernos clashed against Gu Yangshan's defense as he faced the demon's immense physical force directly. The earth fractured repeatedly while Yangshan stood firm, enduring the unending assault without retreat. Each collision pushed his boundaries, yet his stance reflected calculated control instead of panic. Within raging flames, the flame demon analyzed Yangshan's actions, noticing inexperience blended with lethal promise. Yangshan moved forward rather than retreating, forcing close-range combat where sheer strength could not dominate. A swift clash ensued, fists and bodies striking violently as sparks scattered throughout the battlefield. The demon retaliated savagely, launching Yangshan across burned terrain with overwhelming force. Regaining balance midair, Yangshan adjusted his posture, reducing impact before striking the ground again. Intense pain coursed through him, yet his face hardened as he dismissed fear completely. Drawing upon deeper reserves, Yangshan surged ahead once more, striking with refined precision instead of reckless might. Successive strikes connected cleanly, breaking the demon's rhythm and causing visible strain. The tide shifted as Yangshan maintained pressure, refusing any chance for recovery or distance engaged at close range. Both fighters collided with equal intensity, neither willing to concede. Yangshan unleashed his full power, fueled by determination born from past regret and failure. As the ground shook, the battle evolved into a genuine trial of endurance and resolve. Triumph was confirmed as Gu Yangshan remained standing, wounded yet conscious, his eyes unwavering, despite fatigue. Lowering his weapon, Yangshan steadied his breathing while flames and scorched land marked the battle's conclusion. Nearby, the fallen foe lay stunned, struggling to comprehend the result before him. The battlefield ignited once more as lingering flames surged, forcing Yangshan to respond instantly. Dashing forward, he struck with precision, overpowering resistance through timing and controlled strength. When the dust cleared, Yangshan stood alone, affirming his victory through resolve rather than speech. Beneath a frigid moon, blazing fire devoured the woodland while Gu Yangshan remained above defeated foes, his aura oppressive and wavering. Crimson stained his tightened hand, proving brutality persisted even with lifeless bodies already scattered around him. From the rear, Namgong Bi watched the sight, immobilized as dread and disbelief took hold while Ruin carried on without restraint. Covering her lips, Bi fought to inhale as a vile, strange presence spread across the scorched terrain. Sinister force wrapped around Yangshan, exposing a condition far beyond restraint, something no opponent deserved to face. Understanding struck her that the slaughter had exceeded purpose, and halting him became urgently necessary. Moving ahead, Bia pushed herself nearer despite fear, extending her hand toward Yangshan as flames thundered behind them. She seized him firmly, pressing against his blood-soaked body, grounding him before another blow could be delivered. His hollow gaze quivered, revealing uncertainty and control slowly overtaking the murderous impulse consuming him. Yangshan dropped to the ground, strength fading as Bai held him up among corpses and smoking land. Elsewhere, masked watchers assessed the aftermath, deciding the target had perished and withdrawing without verification. Their retreat left the battleground quiet, unknowingly leaving survivors still alive within the devastation. Deep inside a cavern, an aged man steadily approached armed intruders, unmoved by the weapons drawn against him. The elder recognized their intentions, identifying their connection to the Manhwa children incident. Threatened from close proximity, he stayed calm, forcing the attackers to face an unforeseen presence. Within the cave, a masked killer brought his blade down, certain the old man was helpless beneath the strike. Astonishment spread as the weapon stopped unnaturally, revealing the elder's awareness and complete absence of fear. The assailants faltered, realizing his composure and ability surpassed expectations for someone unarmed. Later, inside a silent chamber, the elder received reports exposing the Dark Knight Palace's role behind Manhwa's tragedy. Upon hearing the name An Hyokshin, a heavy burden settled as the matter stretched beyond simple revenge. Unable to intervene personally, he chose for another blade to act in his stead to resolve the issue. When attackers charged again, the elder stepped forward, releasing a precise strike that divided the field entirely. Foes fell instantly, bodies dropping before terror could fully take shape in their thoughts. Stillness followed as the survivor realized the overwhelming gap in strength separating them. Elsewhere, Gu Yangshan suddenly awoke in bed, pain surging as confusion clouded his awareness. The elder restrained him gently, explaining Yangshan had narrowly survived after severe internal collapse. Clarity gradually returned as Yangshan learned his condition had stabilized unexpectedly during unconsciousness. Needles pierced his body as treatment continued, forcing dormant power to settle instead of erupting. Worry emerged when Yangshan asked about the safety of Namgong Bai and his sister. Assured they were unharmed, Yangshan eased slightly, sensing the immediate danger had finally ended. Relief washed over Gu Yangshan as tension faded, his breathing calm while moonlight filled the silent night. Outside, the full moon hung peacefully above drifting clouds, sharply contrasting the earlier chaos. Nearby, Namgung Bia and the others rested together, exhaustion evident as danger temporarily withdrew from them. Sitting alone, Yangshan reflected on the lives he had taken, recognizing it as the first true killing of this life. Unusual sensations stirred within his body, suggesting unfamiliar strength lingering. Despite medical care, sudden realization struck when demonic energy pulsed outward, confirming something abnormal had rooted itself inside him. Far away, a man calmly received updates, his hand steady as tea rested between his fingers. Information about MANHUA and missing children shaped his thoughts, revealing plans quietly forming. With a firm decision reached, orders were issued, signaling the situation would escalate beyond whispers and secrecy. Darkness deepened as glowing symbols descended, surrounding a lone child seated quietly within a foreboding space. Violet eyes opened beneath falling light, radiating intent that hinted at an approaching convergence. The presence acknowledged nearing completion, confident no obstacle would halt what was unfolding. Morning came to MANHUA, where an elder stood waiting as calm replaced lingering unrest. A young girl approached him, reporting Yangshan's recovery while noting his stable condition. Extending martial manuals, she showed determination, marking the quiet beginning of training that would shape what lies ahead. Beneath a violet moon, Gu Yangshan dipped his bare foot into radiant water, ripples drifting with unstable force across the table. Seal watched in silence as the unusual aura shimmered within her steady gaze. The night view of towering cliffs and glowing buildings framed their quiet encounter with tension. Yangshan raised a small cup, his motions deliberate while his eyes remained unnaturally sharp. Sel caught the disturbance in his gaze, sensing something darker beneath his calm exterior. The air grew heavier as Yangshan's presence subtly warped the surrounding energy. A sudden memory emerged in Yangshan's thoughts, revealing Seol, fighting beside him in unending rain. Both figures released fierce power in that vision, exposing a future drenched in blood and sacrifice. The image unsettled him, reminding him of lives lost due to his former choices. Returning to reality, Yangshan lowered his foot into the water again, forcing restraint upon his thoughts. Seal remained seated, her posture unchanged, though her awareness sharpened at his instability. Gentle ripples continued spreading, symbolizing strength barely kept contained. Yangshan's expression shifted briefly, curiosity and obsession flickering within glowing pupils. The city lights shimmered as his fixation on Seoul, as influence over his heart intensified. Despite the danger inside him, Yangshan chose to suppress those impulses, favoring restraint over destruction. Morning fog covered Mount Hua as Gu Yangshan climbed the long stone steps, breath uneven from lingering fatigue. Each step strained his wounded body, irritation growing as the steep climb tested his fragile condition. Reaching the upper grounds, the sect buildings appeared quietly among cliffs and blooming trees. Inside a wooden hall, Yangshan sat across from an elderly Mount Hua leader, posture controlled yet alert. The elder examined his condition closely, noting lingering injuries beneath his composed appearance. Yangshan dismissed his wounds, placing the sect's ongoing ceremony above his own state. The discussion turned toward the postponed Mount Hua ceremony, exposing internal issues within the sect. Concern crossed Yangshan's face as he realized powerful forces were interfering behind the scenes. Before departing, the elder advised him to rest and hinted that someone outside wished to see him. Standing alone, Yangshan gathered his thoughts, recalling unresolved dangers tied to his past and present. He stepped outside into falling petals, tension easing slightly. As the mountain air cleared his mind, an unexpected presence approached, capturing his attention sharply. A young girl hurried toward him, worry evident as she examined his condition closely. Her anxious behavior contrasted with Yangshan's guarded calm, revealing unspoken concern between them. As she continued fussing, Yangshan realized his weakened state was becoming harder to hide. A sudden shout shattered the calm as Namgung Bi grabbed Gu Yangshan, startling him with excessive energy. Yangshan reacted instinctively, flailing in panic while Bia's outburst drew unwanted attention. Realizing the scene she caused, Bia froze in embarrassment as Yangshan struggled to regain composure. After slipping away from the commotion, Yangshan walked beside Seal through the courtyard, tension lingering awkwardly. Noticing the sling beneath her robes, his attention shifted toward the injury she tried to hide. Seol admitted it was temporary, minimizing the damage despite his clear concern. A brief memory flashed through Yangshan's mind, recalling Seol protecting him during a brutal past battle. The weight of that moment tightened his expression as guilt quietly surfaced. Pushing the memory away, he reassured himself that the present remained different. Yangshan thanked Seol, sincerely acknowledging her presence during the earlier chaos. She paused, then expressed gratitude in return, her tone softer than before. For a moment, silent understanding settled between them without words. As Seola left abruptly, Yangshan turned too late to stop her. The quiet courtyard contrasted sharply with his growing unease. Alone once more, Yangshan sensed unresolved threats approaching, reminding him peace would not last. Gu Yangshan crouched on barren ground, studying a silent figure ahead while suspecting the Sword Queen's involvement. Doubt arose as he questioned how a mute man could have spoken clearly in his previous life. That inconsistency sparked unease, forcing Yangshan to reconsider memories he once trusted. A surge of recollection overwhelmed him, revealing a battlefield soaked in violent energy and relentless slaughter. Enemies fell endlessly as corrupted power intensified through bloodshed and survival. The memory ended with the realization that the mute man had never needed words to express intent. Yangshan arrived at a residence and formally announced himself, maintaining respect despite lingering suspicion. The silent man guided him inside without hesitation. Movements calm and familiar inside, Yangshan found Ryonghua resting, her condition stable but visibly weakened. Ryonghua showed relief, explaining she had been worried before sensing Yangshan's return. Gratitude followed as she acknowledged his role in her survival and recovery. Yangshan accepted the thanks awkwardly, unsettled by emotions he did not remember feeling before. Gu Yangshan felt a strange and violent force rising within his body. Quickly realizing it was unlike ordinary internal qi, a dark energy spread wildly, resembling demonic power he should not have possessed at his current age. Fear blended with confusion as he realized this force responded to the memories he had long suppressed. An elder man approached him calmly, placing a firm hand on his shoulder to stabilize him. With gentle pressure, he guided Yangshan's breathing, forcing the chaotic energy to gradually settle. Although the man seemed relieved, Yangshan caught a trace of hesitation in his eyes, suggesting deeper worry. Without warning, Yangshan's control shattered and demonic energy erupted outward, filling the room with dark qi. Pain contorted his body as he instinctively absorbed nearby energy, even drawing traces from others around him. The elder stepped back in shock, recognizing the technique as something dangerously unnatural. Yangshan stared at his shaking hand, realizing he had unintentionally triggered demonic absorption. Energy surged violently around him, confirming his fear that demonic traits still lingered inside. Tension filled the space as the elder prepared to act before the situation escalated further. Elsewhere, Seal moved forward with her sword raised, sensing the disturbance from a distance. Determination sharpened her gaze as she advanced, knowing danger was rapidly unfolding. Her movement signaled the beginning of an unavoidable clash tied to Yangshan's hidden destiny. A shadowed figure revealed glowing crimson eyes, exuding confidence while dismissing the broken weapon nearby. Overwhelming pressure crushed the surroundings, making resistance feel pointless as killing intent spread heavily. Despite her fear, Seal a step forward, aware her current strength was insufficient to change the outcome. Gu Ryonghua urgently pushed her aside, forcing her to retreat before the attack could strike. Letting go of pride and duty, Gu Yangshan turned and fled, choosing survival over confrontation. His breathing grew heavy as exhaustion consumed him, while shame and self-loathing weighed on his thoughts. Training continued in silence as Yangshan knelt on fractured ground, replaying the failure again and again. Seola watched him closely, sensing his struggle as she offered water to steady him. Yang Feng, the Blossom Sword Inspector, appeared quietly, observing Yangshan with calm interest. The inspector examined his condition, noting unusual growth despite his unstable foundation. Memories of Yangshan's earlier state resurfaced, emphasizing progress that defied expectations. Seola listened carefully, realizing Yangshan's path diverged greatly from traditional martial training. Standing alone at dusk, Yangshan reflected on how others followed structured routes toward mastery. Gripping his sword, he admitted he had survived through escape rather than true strength or discipline. His resolve hardened as he accepted reality, understanding that real change required facing fear directly. Yang Feng prepared to depart silently, assuming Yangshan would continue training on his own. Rejecting that presence, Yangshan suddenly walked away, cutting off the moment and creating distance. Behind him, Seal hesitated, sensing something deeper than mere fatigue. Yangshan ran through the forest, silently apologizing while pushing his body beyond its limits. Fragments of his past resurfaced, reminding him that running away had always been his choice. Seola followed closely, her concern deepening as his instability became more apparent. A distant memory appeared of a gentle promise made beneath falling blossoms long ago. That warmth contrasted sharply with the present, where darkness settled and loneliness returned. Standing alone beneath the night sky, Yangshan realized how far he had strayed from that promise. Later that evening, Esiol confronted him indoors, her frustration breaking through restrained concern. Yangshan explained his belief that medicine alone could not cure the Sword Queen's condition. The room grew tense as his statement challenged everything the elders believed. Lifting his gaze, Yangshan steadied himself despite the pressure weighing on him. He declared confidence in a forbidden method capable of saving the Sword Queen. Shock spread throughout the room, marking a turning point that could no longer be ignored. Under the quiet moonlight, the elders gathered near the bed, struggling to accept his bold claim. Surprise filled the air as Weseal reacted strongly, revealing the depth of her concern. Yangshan remained firm despite tension, knowing that proving himself meant challenging all they understood about healing. Weseal leaned closer to Gu Yangshan with clear panic, realizing her master's condition was deteriorating quickly. Although doubt lingered, Yangshan evaluated the situation calmly, recognizing the energy within the body was irregular. The nearby figures sensed tension rising as the possibility of treatment carried serious risks and consequences. Inside the silent room, the elder physician demanded explanation, refusing to permit reckless action without understanding Yangshan's method. Yangshan disclosed his plan to use the Gyu family's hidden technique, astonishing everyone present with its danger. By concentrating inward, he detected demonic energy feeding upon the Sword Queen's life force. Dark energy surged as Yangshan activated his internal heat, forcing corrupted power to emerge violently. Memories from his previous life resurfaced, reminding him this technique once drove him toward ruin. Despite resistance, he stabilized his flow, preventing the demonic energy from spreading further. A grim vision appeared, warning that survival could still lead to corruption and disappearance from existence. The shattered container symbolized the irreversible decision Yangshan had already taken. Accepting responsibility, he resolved to alter the outcome unlike his former life. Weseal gripped Yangshan's sleeve, desperation overwhelming her composure as she pleaded silently. Her tears revealed trust placed entirely in him, despite the danger ahead. Yangshan steadied himself, committing to save the Sword Queen regardless of the cost. Gu Yangshan lowered his gaze, accepting that hesitation would only delay an inevitable decision. Permission was requested from the Divine Doctor as Yangshan prepared to bear full responsibility alone. The warning about the Gyu family technique emphasized it was never intended to preserve lives. Pressure filled the room when responsibility for the Sword Queen's fate was placed before him. Yangshan reacted sharply, refusing passive acceptance while the patient's life still remained uncertain. The Divine Doctor struck the ground in anger, condemning reckless resolve driven by desperation. A quiet pause followed as the Sword Queen sensed an unfamiliar shift within her weakened body. Trust replaced resistance when she acknowledged Yangshan's resolve differed from reckless defiance. Weseal watched silently, realizing time left no space for safer alternatives. Yangshan positioned himself behind the Sword Queen, preparing to intervene without hesitation. Memories of countless lives lost surfaced as his hands hovered, heavy with past consequences. A new pressure formed, confirming the Divine Doctor's words were not exaggerated. Despite fear, Yangshan acknowledged that inaction would only repeat past failures. Weseal steadied herself. Understanding this decision carried irreversible risks for everyone present. With resolve hardened, Yangshan committed to act, determined to protect others this time. Demonic energy surged violently as Gu Yangshan forced his technique open, allowing corrupted power to spill outward uncontrollably. Pain tore through his body while dark qi wrapped around him, threatening to consume his senses completely. Despite resistance, Yangshan anchored himself, refusing to lose control as the technique advanced. The expelled energy reacted fiercely, colliding with Yangshan's internal heat and distorting the surrounding space. Pressure intensified as his body became the boundary between purification and collapse. By tightening his focus, he redirected the flow, preventing the demonic power from escaping unchecked. The Sword Queen's body responded as foreign energy was drawn out, her suppressed life force stirring faintly. Yangshan reinforced the technique, channeling heat to isolate corruption without harming her core. Shadows gathered behind him, forming a presence that reflected his past sins. The demonic will attempted to devour the expelled energy, sensing opportunity within the chaos. Training persisted within the open valley as Weseal, a struggle to raise her sword higher leaves, scattering from unstable motions. Observing quietly, the Sword Queen evaluated her posture and rhythm, recognizing clear improvement compared to earlier attempts. Encouragement followed as Soul built confidence, realizing her strength had increased through repeated instruction and correction. Later memories emerged of Soul, leaving her family residence in distress after her grandfather firmly rejected martial arts. Tears followed as confusion and frustration pressed heavily, her steps slowing beneath the familiar gate. At that moment, a gentle presence approached from behind, interrupting her grief without aggression. Turning around, Esiol, I encountered the Sword Queen again, now extending a hand filled with silent reassurance. Through training and protection, Esiol gradually learned martial arts despite fear and lingering uncertainty. Dependence deepened as Esiol realized her growth came from trust rather than force. Reaching adulthood, Esiol declared her resolve, standing firm against her grandfather's authority. Anger erupted as he rushed forward, unwilling to accept her chosen path. The confrontation froze when her determination refused to yield despite the looming threat. The scene shattered as Jiyu Yangshan awoke abruptly, pain spreading throughout his body. Confusion followed while unfamiliar sensations lingered, reminding him of the Sword Queen's presence. Regret surfaced quietly as Yangshan realized past memories continued to seep into his present life. Inside his body, Gu Yangshan forced the raging demonic energy inward, choosing absorption over suppression to avoid collapse. Stabilizing his stance, he redirected focus toward the Sword Queen's condition, realizing urgency outweighed lingering pain. Without hesitation, Yangshan prepared to search for her first, leaving the room despite incomplete recovery. Stepping outside, Yangshan sensed unfamiliar calm as cherry blossoms filled the mountain path ahead. Under the blooming tree, Jiyu Ryongwa appeared in the distance, moving freely with unrestrained vitality. Recognition struck as Yangshan watched her approach, surprised by the lightness surrounding her presence. Suddenly, Gyu Ryongwa leapt upward, her body propelled high into the flowering branches with explosive force. Petals scattered violently as she twisted midair, channeling power through refined movement rather than brute strength. Shock spread across Yangshan's face as he realized her physical condition exceeded previous limits. Landing firmly, Jiyu Ryongwa displayed skeletal transformation, her frame reinforced by perfectly circulating internal energy. The impact fractured the ground below, confirming her complete return to peak condition. Yangshan understood her body had stabilized beyond expectation, contradicting all medical predictions. As residual energy faded, Jiyu Ryongwa turned calmly, acknowledging Yangshan's presence without hostility. Relief mixed with unease as he accepted her awakening carried consequences he could not yet foresee. Standing beneath falling petals, Yangshan realized fate had already shifted beyond his control. Beneath the cherry blossoms, Gu Ryongwa gently embraced Wai-Sol. Her posture relaxed as gratitude settled between them. A faint smile appeared on Jiyu Ryongwa's face, reflecting relief after witnessing Seola's emotional stability nearby. Gyu Yangshan watched quietly, choosing restraint while processing the unexpected warmth of the scene. Inside the residence, the elder doctor closely examined Yangshan, expressing sharp interest in his cultivation method. Discomfort spread through Yangshan's body as lingering pain reminded him of the risks he had taken earlier. Despite exhaustion, he endured scrutiny, understanding that revealing too much could invite danger. Later that night, the Sword Queen confronted Yangshan during a meal, her expression calm yet observant. Unease followed as Yangshan struggled to answer under her steady gaze, sensing suspicion beneath concern. Her questioning ended abruptly, leaving tension hanging as she warned him through action rather than words. The Sword Queen stood to leave, clearly unsettled yet reassured enough to withdraw without escalation. Yangshan remained seated, realizing her attention would only intensify from this point onward. Silence filled the room as footsteps faded, signaling a fragile pause rather than resolution. Moments later, SEO. As emotions erupted during the meal, fear resurfacing from memories of her grandfather, Yangshan reacted instantly, alarmed as her distress overwhelmed the calm atmosphere. Watching her cry, he understood that hidden wounds remained, shaping the future far more than strength alone. At the dining table, Yangshan forcefully stopped Wai-Seal from speaking, realizing her emotions were spiraling again. Pain throbbed through his arms as demonic energy churned violently, leaving his control unstable and strained. Xiao continued eating tearfully, while Yangshan sensed something missing, especially the absence of old man Shin. Retreating inward, Yangshan recalled the strange voice heard while absorbing demonic energy earlier. Dark memories surfaced of something devoured, accompanied by an unsettling sense of satisfaction. The thought unsettled him as he questioned whether old man Shin's disappearance was connected. A sudden disturbance interrupted his thoughts when movement was sensed outside the room. Yangshan turned to find Wai-Seal, entering hesitantly, clearly nervous yet determined. Internal energy flared again, confirming his condition had not fully stabilized. Standing before him, Seol expressed gratitude through action, bowing deeply despite lingering fear. Embarrassment crossed Yangshan's face as he deflected her intent, uncomfortable with attention and praise. Her sincerity remained firm, showing how deeply his actions had affected her life. Gyu Ryonghwa suddenly intervened, calling Seol away with quiet authority. Yangshin froze upon hearing himself addressed as master, caught completely off guard. Watching them leave, he realized bonds were forming faster than he could control, reshaping his future. Gu Yangshin remained within the silent residence as the Sword Queen entered, her composed demeanor contrasting with his clear astonishment. Her unwavering eyes assessed his state, confirming that the wounds and fatigue from earlier had completely diminished. Yangshin pondered inwardly about how swiftly his body healed, recognizing his power had returned sooner than anticipated. The Sword Queen watched him attentively, observing his even breathing and steady posture compared to their previous encounter. Close by, Seol paid careful attention, her focus fixed on their interaction and Yangshin's present condition. Yangshin conveyed his purpose through actions instead of speech, displaying control and resolve rather than simple appreciation. The setting transitioned to a table prepared with food, indicating a brief break from unease and tension. Yangshin's determination became evident as he showed readiness to repay the life saving assistance he had received. Though outwardly calm, uncertainty appeared as he felt the burden of any request placed upon him. Dark recollections consumed Yangshin, remembering devastation caused by unchecked strength and uncontrolled fury. Images of ruin and demonic force reminded him of errors he could never undo. Those thoughts gradually disappeared as he forced himself into the present again, regaining composure. The Sword Queen perceived the change in his expression, recognizing concealed weight beneath his calm demeanor. She shifted the situation, presenting a request concerning Gyu Ryonghwa that required Yangshin's participation. As the meal went on, Seol remained focused on eating, while Yangshin readied himself for duties ahead. The Sword Queen settled within the inn, remarking on the familiar surroundings while Gu Yangshin listened silently. Her expression softened as memories of Yangshin's mother surfaced, recalling times of laughter and gentle warmth. Focus shifted as Yangshin became serious, realizing the conversation was heading towards something deeply buried. A closer observation of Yangshin showed hesitation, his mind weighed down by gaps in forgotten recollections. The Sword Queen encouraged him forward with calm insistence, watching his gaze search for clarity. Silence followed as Yangshin struggled, unable to recall anything clearly from that distant past. The moment shifted into a snowy recollection where a woman walked away through falling snow. Young Yangshin stood beside an older figure, sensing an ending without understanding its meaning. Those words remained as survival became the only guidance left behind. Snow continued descending as the woman disappeared, leaving responsibility behind for Gyu Ryonghwa. Returning to the present, the Sword Queen explained the memory had been sealed until he was ready. A concealed power reacted, indicating the moment had finally come. A vast, unstable space unfolded as Yangshin observed the sealed energy awaken. At its core, his mother appeared, regret and determination crossing her face. Overwhelmed with emotion, Yangshin understood this truth had been hidden solely for his sake. A violent surge ripped through the sealed space as Gu Yangshin was thrown back, reaching desperately toward his mother. His cry echoed as she was dragged away by unstable force, her form fading within crimson energy. Tears filled his eyes as the separation became permanent, leaving him powerless. The snowy recollection sharpened when a stern-bearded man appeared, standing firmly before young Yangshin. Pain and confusion overtook him as grief turned into rage, demanding to know where his mother had gone. The man turned away calmly, indicating that answers would come through understanding, not forced. Chains and dark shadows revealed the truth behind the Gu clan's existence and its hidden burden. Yangshin realized the legacy was not merely strength, but responsibility inherited through suffering. The vision collapsed, forcing him back into reality with unanswered doubts. Inside the inn, Yangshin sat quietly, struggling to speak as emotions lingered heavily. He admitted he could not confirm his mother's fate or location within the world. The Sword Queen accepted his limits, choosing not to push further. She rose calmly from the table, understanding his silence held deeper meaning. A gentle hand rested on Yangshin's head, offering comfort without demanding resilience. Left alone with his thoughts, Yangshin prepared himself to carry the Gyu clan's truth onward. The Sword Queen leaned closer to Gu Yangshin, lightly teasing him after hearing about someone aiding Gyu Ryonghwa. Embarrassment became obvious as Yangshin reacted awkwardly, realizing she had already understood the situation. His thoughts drifted to Ryonghwa's words, realizing she referred to the girl who trained her in swordsmanship. Standing up from the table, the Sword Queen redirected the topic toward Yangshin's return to the Gyu clan. Yangshin calmly explained his plans, stating that Ryonghwa herself had no intention of returning. Interest appeared across her face as she called out to Ryonghwa, confirming the decision directly. Ryonghwa answered obediently, her voice steady as she acknowledged her master's presence, The Sword Queen approached her, examining her tense posture and clear hesitation. Concern replaced her teasing as she questioned whether Ryongwa truly wished to remain behind. Gu Yangchen strode across the residence courtyard while the Sword Queen prepared to leave, petals floating over the tiled rooftops. Wei Seal trailed nearby, confirming that the Sword Queen planned to manage Gyu clan affairs. Personally, Yangchen cut in, questioning her obligation toward ManhwaCapped, exposing his discomfort about her abrupt choice. The Sword Queen calmly replied she had guarded ManhwaCapped long enough, shifting responsibility away from herself. Nearby, Wei Seal, mood suddenly lifted as she announced her intent to follow Yangchen without hesitation. Yangchen responded with confusion, while the sudden eagerness disturbed the quiet atmosphere of the courtyard. A silver-haired woman, Namgung Bi, approached after identifying Wei Seal, as Ryongwa's rescuer. She conveyed thanks through a respectful gesture, recalling stories Ryongwa had shared about her compassion. The attention made Wei Seal, flustered, overwhelmed by praise she was not used to receiving. Yangchen stiffened as Namgung Bi, brought up hearing about his engagement, clearly taking him by surprise. Before any explanation came, a young girl shouted energetically, urging Wei Seal to resume training practice. SCO. Quickly agreed, turning away with excitement and leaving the adults behind. She dashed across the courtyard with light steps, focused entirely on practice rather than lingering tension. Yangchen reached out instinctively, realizing events were slipping outside his control. Behind him, plans for the ManhwaCapped ceremony emerged, signaling further complications awaiting their group. Wei Seal looked up at Gu Yangchen, seeking permission to leave together as her decision was clearly settled. Yangchen accepted her intention without resistance, recognizing her desire to return home after recent events. With the plan settled, Seal clapped her hands softly, already thinking ahead to preparations. As schedules were discussed, Namgung Bia suddenly went quiet, her expression tightening with restrained concern. Her gaze sharpened while watching Sol closely, recalling Ryongwa's remarks about neglected training. Caught off guard, Seal stiffened, realizing her practice had not been as consistent as expected. Yangchen was drawn into the situation as Bia suggested a sparring session to fix Seal's loosened habits. Despite his visible reluctance, the suggestion gained traction, shifting focus toward immediate instruction. Sil protested weakly, but was guided firmly into position. A wooden sword placed into her hands, training moved beyond the courtyard as Seal stepped into the forest clearing, testing her resolve. Yangchen agreed to face her, making it clear the exchange would not be gentle. Encouraged to commit fully, Seal steadied her breathing and stepped forward. She attacked first, swinging with determination but uneven balance. Yangchen countered decisively, knocking her down before the strike finished. Lying on the ground, Seal absorbed the lesson, understanding the gap she still needed to close. Inside the quiet residence, Gu Yangchen and his younger sister sat across a small table as snow drifted outside. The sister noticed their mother's long absence and the father's indifference, letting unease slowly rise. Yangchen brushed off the concern bluntly, forcing the meal to continue without addressing the tension. Frustration finally overflowed as his sister stood, anger replacing restraint while questions spilled out uncontrollably. Tears followed as fear took form, revealing how deeply their mother's disappearance had shaken her. Yangchen answered harshly, shouting back while keeping an outward calm that only worsened the situation. The argument escalated as Yangchen slammed the table, food scattering while his sister collapsed in shock. Blood and tears mixed on the floor, exposing how far the conflict had crossed into cruelty. A cold realization struck Yangchen as the word mother lingered heavily in the air. Dark thoughts followed as Yangchen recalled rumors about her disappearance and the possibility of murder. His sister later sought him out, holding on to training as a way to endure emotional pain. Determination replaced grief as she decided to follow him, believing he alone remained her anchor. Under falling petals, the girl ran across the path, calling him her master with unwavering trust. Looking back, Yangchen understood her devotion came from family, not obligation. Silently, he accepted that responsibility, realizing she had already chosen him as her only home. Wei Seal collapsed onto the forest path after the exchange, breathing unevenly as Gu Yangchen steadied himself nearby. He evaluated her condition coldly, acknowledging that her current strength reflected strict training under the Sword Queen. Struggling to sit upright, Seal looked toward him and revealed her wish to return to the bond they once shared. Yangchen turned away, boots pressing into the dirt as he rejected the idea without hesitation. Left behind, Seal remained seated on the ground, tears slipping free as his back grew distant. As the sun lowered behind the mountains, The silence confirmed his answer, leaving her alone with unresolved feelings. Beneath the scarlet waterfall, Muyin stood still, staring into the roiling river. He unsheathed his sword in silence. A surge of power gathered around him as if echoing the storm within. Muyin rushed into the darkness, releasing a brutal technique. Muyin knelt beside Yangshan's unconscious form. Muyin's hands trembled as he stared at Yangshan's bloodied fist. He had faced every enemy alone. Though Muyin knew he had become unnecessary, the pain of being left behind burned deeper. Anger surged as Muyin clenched his teeth. Yangshan's sacrifice wasn't nobility, it was recklessness. He recalled the vow made long ago to protect, not to fight alone. Watching Yangshan's desperation in battle, Muyin's heart twisted. Rain poured as Muyin stood at the edge once again. Sword drawn, trembling in shame. Memories echoed in his mind. He had failed to protect anyone. The vow meant nothing if he stood alone. Then, a voice, familiar, soft, his eyes widened. Attendant Waiwa. Was it truly her? He stepped forward, uncertain but hopeful. The memory of her voice urged him on, eyes closed. Yangshan followed the guidance in his mind. Her words echoed gently, just a little longer, you're doing great. Seol, Ah, and Baya clashed midair, their weapons glowing with radiant energy. Below, Muyin watched in awe as Seol moved with incredible precision. Dazed, he questioned his reality. Was this truly the same girl he once knew? The duel resumed with speed. Seol Ah unleashed swift, each flowing into the next. Her swordplay was refined, graceful but deadly under the moonlight. She shifted into the final stance. The fifth form, her strongest, was about to unfold. With a cry, Seol Ah launched upward. She rotated midair, gathering momentum for her final strike. She landed gracefully, her sword's impact rippling through the lake. The display ended. Muyin realized her strength wasn't sudden. It had been nurtured quietly all along. Muyin stood frozen. He had misjudged her. Clenching his sword, he snapped himself out of doubt. Jealousy or pride wouldn't help him grow. He reaffirmed his duty to protect, improve, and remain steadfast as Jiyu family's guard. Seol Ah approached calmly. Surprising Muyin, she had acted with clear resolve and strength. She charged at a blazing enemy with determination burning in her eyes. Don't be trapped by titles, she had said. Sometimes he just has to break free. Selazol and the swordsman clashed in a blinding burst of golden energy. Muyin gasped for breath, overwhelmed by the sheer force of their clash. He tried to steady himself. Stunned, confused, he scanned the area, calling out for attendant Ladder. A lively festival brightened the city streets. Merchants called to passers-by, offering discounts and food. People gathered near bridges and pavilions, fully immersed in the celebration that filled the evening air. Yangshan and Baya sat beneath fireworks. Despite the chaos earlier, they shared a rare, quiet moment. Yangshan sighed, suggesting they rest while they could. Baya responded with a soft smile. He reminded her they'd return home soon. She listened quietly. Bia leaned gently against him. Her voice was low, but her words sincere. Yangshan, caught off guard, hesitated, then simply replied, "Fine." He let the moment linger together. They watched the fireworks bloom, silent among the noise, finding peace in fleeting sparks. The fragrance of incense remained as two elders sat across from one another. The elderly man with weary eyes spoke to the Alliance leader, though known as the Divine Doctor. He questioned his own capability. The Alliance leader continued, asking whether there was truly no method to save the child. A quiet tension settled between them. Both men understood the risk of hope. The doctor did not reject it. Yet he clarified the matter required power beyond ordinary limits. Beyond medicine, the doctor's tones softened. This concerned Esola. Her situation was not straightforward. He revealed her inner vessel was highly abnormal. Her energy fluctuated, like a void that devoured all light. She did not seem human. Her strength did not rest, it consumed. In a memory, Seol Ah was reprimanded for gripping a sword to him. She was not someone meant for battle. He pleaded earnestly. Seol Ah deserved to live as a normal child. This plea stepped into uncertainty. It was no longer only about healing. Still, the Alliance leader insisted. That was why he came, not merely for treatment, but for a miracle. He promised to arrange everything. Time, resources, whatever was needed. The mention of the White Jade Demon Stone created instant strain. The Alliance leader reminded him that their responsibilities exceeded their titles. He implored the Divine Doctor to do this for Seol. He questioned why she was forbidden from learning the sword. The Alliance leader proposed in exchange he would explain if the doctor fulfilled his request. He admitted the truth. Seol Ah's ability was not a blessing but a curse. Though she possessed great skill, each use of it consumed part of her. On the surface, Seal Ai appeared ordinary, like any cheerful child within the estate, but once she held a blade, her instincts overtook her thoughts. Each time, her presence weakened. Gradually, she was being consumed. The doctor was disturbed. It resembled the cursed lineage of the demon cult. He suggested a method. A sealed stone might restrain her unstable chi. Only the demon-sealing stone could safely contain her energy, but it would remove any future use of martial arts. The girl would never fight again. The doctor wondered if the grandfather truly accepted that. The alliance leader understood. Seal Ah would grow up and feel shattered by that decision. He feared the reality that she might never forgive him. Beneath lantern-lit skies, petals drifted as the spring festival began. Yangshan walked beside Bai. Yangshan instinctively intervened, knocking the man away. Yangshan approached a nearby game stall, his gaze fixed on golden ornaments offered as prizes. At the same time, Sel Ah wandered alone through an alley, her footsteps quiet against the stone. Yangshan called her name, startled. Sel Ah turned and bowed quickly, embarrassed to be seen alone. He lightly scolded her for disappearing all day, suggesting they enjoy the festival together. Sel noticed something in Yangshan's hand, one of the golden ornaments from before, flustered. He said it was nothing important. He simply wanted to give it to her since morning. When she asked if he truly meant it, he grew nervous. She grabbed the gift tightly, insisting that she wanted it. Yangshan hesitated, then softly offered to place it on her. After finishing, he stepped back. Esciola asked if it suited her. Yangshan avoided a direct answer. He awkwardly downplayed it, saying it was not expensive. Unexpectedly, Esciola kissed Yangshan on the cheek, leaving him stunned. She stepped back slowly, lowering her head and whispering a gentle thank you. Her cheeks flushed pink, eyes shining as she smiled brightly at him. Biel lets out a long yawn, indicating that she has only just awakened. Meanwhile, Esciola eagerly dashes forward, thrilled to witness the coming battle. Yangshan feels surprised at how fast Seal Ah regained strength overnight. Seal Ah narrowed her gaze. She notices Yangshan's flushed face and wonders if he feels ill. Worried about his condition, taken aback, Yangshan reddened as memories suddenly resurfaced in his mind, feeling awkward. He insists nothing is wrong, yet Seal Ah stays confused by his odd behavior. Onlookers gather around the arena, debating if the renowned sword dragon will appear this year. A banner flutters in the breeze while a composed figure steps ahead to enter the competition. The audience recognizes him. Yongsung, last year's victor, has returned yet again. A self-assured man dressed in white presents himself as Yong Peng, a third-generation prodigy. The spectators immediately acknowledge him, applauding his title as the legendary sword dragon Yangshan. Watching from afar, questions why Yong Peng is here despite his usual responsibilities. Yong Peng greets Yangshan and casually inquires if he plans to attend the festival. Although Yangshan agrees, he wonders why Yong Peng isn't training alongside the others, brushing it off with a laugh. Yong Peng admits that many have skipped practice. The group reaches the dueling arena, its massive scale astonishing Seola. She encourages Yangshan to participate, but he firmly declines the suggestion. Concerned about Ryongwa's state, Yangshan fears she could be overwhelmed in the duel. Yang Peng tells Yangshan that his opponent is Gao Ryongwa, Yangshan's own sister. Startled, Yangshan panics, aware of how outmatched Ryongwa is in comparison. Baya finds the pairing entertaining, while Esciola feels worried. Peng politely asks Yangshan to watch and offers sincere feedback. The duel grounds ready for the ceremony as Baya pushes the group to move along. Yangshan doubts the fairness of the match lineup, suspecting it was arranged deliberately. Sensing his discomfort, Yangshan denies any personal worry. He just doesn't want Ryongwa harmed. The sect leader makes his entrance, unleashing a dramatic display of energy. The spectators stare in awe as mystical energy spirals down from above. Descending with authority, the sect leader lands at the arena's center, exuding control. As petals drift through the sky, the sect leader commends the efforts of ManHwa's disciples. With immense power gathering, he declares the start of the opening duel. A brilliant surge dazzles the crowd as the tournament officially commences. Two warriors collide fiercely on stage as the audience cheers loudly for Yongsan. As daylight fades, instructors discuss the sword's weight and ask if Ryongwa feels ready. Sitting quietly, she listens intently while preparing mentally for her upcoming fight. Ryongwa softly expresses thanks, surprising nearby students with her genuine sincerity. A voice calls out to her, offering a hidden technique, causing surrounding disciples to grow angry. Enraged, they demand to know who dared speak to her so casually in public. Yangshan proclaims himself as Ryongwa's brother, silencing the disciples who mocked him. Elsewhere, Ryongwa confirms she will join the duel despite understanding her chances. Yangshan advises her to withdraw, doubting she can face Yang Peng, but she refuses. Ryongwa thanks Yangshan for caring, surprised that he came to see her. Resolute, she remembers the support she received and vows to repay it through action. She strengthens her resolve to face the challenge, refusing to retreat. Night arrives as earlier matches finish, and the next special duel is announced. Yongpeng enters, praised as the strongest of Manhua's younger generation. Ryonghua follows, stepping into the arena with firm determination as the crowd watches. Ryonghua observes Yangchen throw it in fury. She remembers instant she first dreaded him, not due to pain, but from the malice hidden within his eyes. Frightened and helpless, Ryonghua flees, searching refuge in a place she hardly recalls. Beneath the moonlight, she holds onto a silent memory, a moment of warmth that once seemed like peace. She confronts the training field and chooses to stop fleeing. With strong resolve, she releases her power. Their blades collide beneath the night sky. Yongpeng attacks with trained strength. He observes her accuracy. She mirrors his rhythm, channeling the blade style of ancient fighters. In a mighty blow, she sends him airborne. The earth splits beneath the power of her will. Ryonghua propels herself into the air, wrapped in a surge of violet energy. Yongpeng deflects the blows mid-air but gets driven back with each hit. Despite the power, Yongpeng steadies himself, amazed by her newfound strength. He recognizes the progress she's shown, but his tone hardens. Yongpeng cuts downward hard. Ryonghua's blade lifts in defense. With a savage feint, he moves past her guard and lands a blow, just enough to rattle her resolve. The fight intensifies. Yongpeng urges her not to waver and demands her true power. With a cry, Ryonghua channels everything. Energy bursts outward, lighting the night. Their weapons collide once more, the impact shaking the very ground beneath them. Onlookers gasp as Ryonghua's power surges. Among them, Yangchen quietly watches, recognizing her growth. He sees that she has broken free from fear. There's strength in her movements that wasn't present before. Silently stepping away, Yangchen entrusts others to convey his praise. Yangchen runs through the forest beneath moonlight, timing his exit to avoid suspicion. He rushes toward Manhua's hidden valley, hoping to verify something dangerous. Reaching the forest's edge, he looks for signs of others. Inside the cave, torchlight shows scattered debris and disturbed soil. Yangchen kneels to examine the signs, marks that shouldn't exist if the place was cleared. He realizes something is wrong. The Dark Knight Palace was here, but what were they plotting? Yangchen freezes as dark energy seeps from a shattered container. He steps into a hidden chamber filled with eerie silence. He knows this is where the Dark Knight Palace would have concealed their secrets. Torch in hand, he searches for a source where yin energy appears. It should be a hidden point. A sudden motion distracts him. A noise echoes from deeper below. With careful steps, Yangchen follows the sound, descending deeper into the unknown. Reaching the bottom, Yangchen sees strange figures lying still. He realizes they're not human. He walks among them, looking for the cause as he finds something buried in crimson light. Anger rises. He's uncovered something unforgivable. Yangchen discovers lifeless bodies drifting in blood. They're Manhwa disciples, the missing ones. He walks through the crimson pool, unsettled and confused. Why commit such horror at the center? Stands a glowing red flower. He wonders if this eerie bloom is the reason behind the massacre. Drawing nearer, he lifts a corpse, clearly a recently slain martial artist. The clothing marks him as a member of the Muram Alliance. Realization dawns. It's not that the Alliance hasn't arrived. It's that they've already perished here. Suddenly, a blade cuts toward Yangchen. A shadowy figure praises his reflexes and reveals himself in the darkness. The masked man ridicules a fallen ally and steps forward. Yangchen faces the masked figure beside the Crimson Lake, questioning his connection to the Dark Knight Palace. The stranger calls him impolite while addressing Yangchen directly by name. Yangchen understands he has been deliberately marked as a target, and the opponent advances, making it clear this encounter was no accident. Yangchen reflects on how rapidly news about him has spread. While the masked man presents a proposal from the palace, he urges Yangchen to surrender quietly, stating they require him alive. Yangchen prepares for battle, rejecting the proposal and confronting the man head. On, the masked figure reveals himself as the warding demon before initiating his assault. He lunges forward with explosive speed, taking Yangchen by surprise. Yangchen braces to respond, stunned by the sheer velocity of his opponent. Yangchen retaliates with a blazing strike, but the warding demon closes the distance with relentless swiftness. With no route of escape and no certainty of victory, he slams Yangchen into the ground during a brutal mid-air collision. As Yangchen hits the blood-soaked earth, the warding demon accuses him of cowardice and recalls how his target once betrayed someone dear to him. Yangchen lies injured, the impact severe, blood spreading as his vision fades into darkness. Within the red haze, Yangchen hears a familiar voice urging him to stand again. He stirs, burdened by memories and refusing to collapse. The warding demon, observing closely, prepares to end the battle swiftly. However, he stumbles back in confusion as Yangshan uses a sword instead of fists. The enemy realizes his information was incorrect, leaving him uncertain about Yangshan's true abilities. Yangshan declares himself as Xin Qiu, his gaze sharp and unreadable as tension rises. A mysterious voice echoes within Yangshan's mind, awakening a new strength. Pain surges through him, yet he rises with power and fury, matching his opponent's assault. The clash escalates, and the warding demon roars in anger, vowing to annihilate him entirely. The masked figure threatens brutality, releasing a massive crimson whirlwind of energy. Yangshan stands his ground, guided by swordsmanship and precise control. He concentrates on a single fatal point, one decisive strike to end everything. Yangshan descends rapidly, channeling focused energy into his blade for a killing blow. The warding demon braces for impact, but the explosive force surprises him. The radiant slash rips across the battlefield, overwhelming the enemy with unexpected power. Yangshan, astonished, senses a calm presence guiding him from within. His mentor's spirit appears, reminding him of discipline and restraint. With renewed clarity, Yangshan prepares to finish the battle with precise control. Yangshan unleashes a massive energy burst as petals spiral fiercely around him. He engages in blade combat with the masked foe, overpowering him with strength while Old Man Shin watches. Yangshan stares coldly, resolved to finish the battle without doubt or compassion. The energy burst detonates in midair, sending both fighters flying across the field. Yangshan regains composure swiftly, reminding himself he isn't a swordsman but must adjust. The enemy, enraged and injured, questions why Yangshan hadn't used his power sooner. Yangshan rushes ahead, now fighting with precision and instinct, no longer restraining himself. He disregards the opponent's weapon technique, intending to break through with pure aggression. Aware this fight tempers the body, he strengthens his will to attain full development. Yangshan battles intensely with the masked foe, seeking maximum impact with minimal chi. The weapon reveals Yangshan's bodily limits as unfamiliar muscles strain under tension. Old Man Shin confirms his body's strain results from using motions he never practiced before. Yangshan adapts, refining his stance while his blade barely escapes a deadly counterattack. The masked opponent staggers backward, injured, yet bursts into sudden fury. Yangshan understands the old man orchestrated this trial to awaken deeper instincts. Old Man Shin cautions Yangshan against depending on arrogance in combat again. Yangshan realizes his past life's downfall stemmed from overconfidence and incomplete growth. With resolve, he swears to fight without relying on chi and fully strengthen his base. Old Man Shin grins, affirming Yangshan's choice to discard reliance on chi is right. He observes Yangshan is no longer held back by fear and can now face the enemy alone. Yangshan remembers the guidance and steadies himself while the masked foe gathers power again. Yangshan discards his sword, shifting into a pure martial stance with assurance. He reflects on his previous life and confirms he has always valued true martial basics. The enemy charges furiously, releasing a full power assault to crush Yangshan. Their bodies collide at great speed, fists and legs striking in rapid exchanges. Yangshan applies refined techniques to redirect the opponent's strength and counter effectively. The masked enemy channels all his chi out of desperation. Yangshan pushes through flames, recalling the concept of maximizing effect with minimal chi. He steadies his breathing, preparing an exact strike under immense pressure with full strength and perfect form. He leaps, channeling everything into one attack. His strike connects directly, shaking the masked foe with overwhelming force. The enemy screams in rage, but Yangshan remains focused and unmoved. Yangshan breaks through, unleashing a strong counter as petals and energy erupt around him. A concealed mark on Yangshan's body glows darkly. Reacting to the clash, the masked foe releases a violent purple blast, throwing Yangshan backward. Yangshan slams into the ground, gritting his teeth as the energy rips into him. Yangshan's anger rises as demonic absorption techniques begin activating within him again. His chi surges wildly, burning through his body and flooding his senses. Old Man Shin shouts, reminding him of the breathing method to stabilize the turmoil. Yangshan steadies his breathing, guiding his chaotic chi into one focused point. With complete concentration, he directs the energy deep into his core with intent. He pierces his central core with condensed chi, triggering a powerful breakthrough. A vortex of energy explodes around Yangshan as his body glows crimson red. He stands up with fierce confidence, now fully controlling his raging power. Looking at his glowing hand, Yangshan realizes he has finally reached the martial pinnacle realm. Yangshan examines his hand, understanding his newfound strength demands firm discipline. He contemplates his earlier failures and how his former life lacked genuine martial insight. A recollection emerges of an enigmatic figure, perhaps linked to the strange flower's existence. Yangshan wonders why such a malevolent flower was cultivated in this region. The vile aura around it exposes a link to demonic cultivation. Old Man Shin concludes its source must be the demonic realm. Yangshin proposes reporting it, but Old Man Shin cautions the sect may misuse it. He envisions the sect leader foolishly planting the perilous flower within his garden. Uncertain whether to destroy it or not, they weigh the consequences of preserving it. Old Man Shin presses Yangshin to eliminate the corrupted flower at once. Yangshin pauses, unsure why such a dangerous object was concealed so near the sect. He then understands the cult used fallen martial artists to nurture its sinister power. Old Man Shin explains the flower responds to resentment and fury. Yangshin finally comprehends and grasps the flower, accepting the danger it bears. With determination, he chooses not to hesitate, resolved to leave no regrets ahead. Yangshin steels himself and consumes the flower, letting its energy merge within him. The aura erupts as it descends, driving into his body with force. He cries out in agony, overwhelmed by the chaotic surge now ripping through his core. Yangshin struggles as the flower's energy floods him with inner demonic and spectral chi. He realizes the power wasn't intended for ordinary martial artists and nearly loses control. Despite the immense resistance, he directs it into a blazing force of destructive energy. The energy settles into his fist as he senses a strange reaction deep inside. Exhausted, he steadies his breathing, realizing a transformation has just taken place within him. He opens his eyes wide, sensing the rise of a new form taking shape. Old Man Shin observes the shift and acknowledges the power's successful fusion. The GU flame wheel art unveils a fifth star marking progression. Yangshin exhales sharply, both amazed and afraid of what he has now become. Yangshin dashes through the forest, moving quickly toward MANHWA after his breakthrough. He reflects on his sudden surge in power, though regrets arriving too late. Leaping across treetops, he realizes the ceremony has likely already concluded. He burns his blood-stained garments and cleans himself beside a quiet flame. Knowing the missing martial artist will be discovered, he declares his task complete. As he returns to rest, he's surprised to see Bia awake and attentive. Old Man Shin scolds him loudly while Bia questions his delay and notices blood. Yangshin offers excuses, puzzled how she detected it despite his attempts to conceal it. Though she appears calm, he notices her worry and feels quietly relieved. Yangshin remembers Ryongwa's bright smile after the ceremony, surprised by her response. He gives a soft reply, caught off guard as Bia suddenly hugs him. She questions his concern and hints at her own hidden burdens while holding him close. Bia murmurs she won't ask anything yet and asks him not to ask either. She only seeks comfort in the moment, and Yangshin agrees without hesitation. Watching them, Old Man Shin sighs, noting the boy's maturity is finally emerging. Elsewhere, light filters through a quiet forest as an investigation begins beneath the ground. Two martial artists discover the missing bodies and question the cult's purpose. They realize the unorthodox sect's actions surpass comprehension or logic. A senior investigator tells his partner to return with a report while he remains behind. Left alone, he reflects on the warding division's failure to secure the site. He wonders who absorbed the essence and suspects the involvement of someone dangerous. The corpses confirm the attackers were aiming for MANHWA's essence. He fears one of their own may have absorbed it during the conflict. A mysterious figure watches silently, suggesting that greater forces are already in motion. The assassins practice their strikes in swift succession. Three killers step out from the woods, aiming at Yangshin mid-session. Yangshin retaliates, unleashing a massive blazing shockwave, destroying the surroundings in a devastating explosion. The forest ignites as smoke ascends. Old Man Shin watches the devastation. Yangshin listens silently as Shin comments on his immense strength and wonders if he's actually restraining himself. Old Man Shin taunts him once more, questioning if this represents the heavenly demon's might. A shadowy portal shines as Shin questions the source of an unfamiliar demonic force. From the crimson glowing gateway, a dark silhouette starts to emerge, revealing itself with increasing menace. Yangshin's expression tightens. Someone is arriving from the demon realm. A shadowed figure appears from the luminous portal, hovering ominously with energy emanating around them. The unknown intruder lands before everyone. Tension grows as Old Man Shin demands their identity. The figure declares themselves as the heavenly demon. Old Man Shin contemplates the portal's sudden emergence within the courtyard, its timing far too intentional. Yangshin, still processing the danger, pauses before speaking. In the aftermath of the demon's slaughter at MANHWA, Shin questions Yangshin's focus. The heavenly demon stands over corpses, reminding Yangshin that he chose to overlook the warning signs. Yangshin listens quietly, accepting the consequences and his role in the escalating chaos. With fierce determination, he declares his resolve to stop the heavenly demon. Yangshin walks along the temple stairs where he notices a graceful figure ahead. Sword Queen, he calls out to her politely. She turns asking if he's coming back from training and mentions their travel arrangements. She recommends heading toward the carriages. Yangshin agrees, fellow disciples shout out, bidding Ryongwa goodbye with exaggerated tears. Yangshin watches in confusion as others cry loudly, overwhelmed by their dramatic emotions. As they continue onward, Yangshin hesitantly asks Sword Queen for the favor she promised, hoping she'll remain beside him. The sect leader blesses Yangshin's journey, wishing for his safe return despite recent turmoil. Yangshin bows deeply before him, expressing one final request before leaving. He asks to be granted the rank of honorary disciple. The sect leader hesitates but agrees to give Yangshin the honorary title. Sword Queen steps in, supporting Yangshin's strength. Yangshin gladly accepts and hands over an item given by Jiyu Ryun. Yangshin departs on horseback as the elders and disciples cheer for him, requesting a rematch. Someday, he reflects on a strange remark from earlier, feeling an odd sensation as the town disappears behind him. He observes the shifting season and quietly recalls how much has occurred at Manhwa. He remembers being possessed by Old Man Shin and the chaos it caused. Flashes of fights and strange encounters with allies and enemies alike fill his mind. Among everything, healing the Sword Queen stands out, something he never imagined he'd accomplish in this life. Yangshin reflects on Jagel Hyuk's condition. The once proud warrior now remains silent. Though Yangshin considers confronting him, he decides to leave it alone. Looking forward, Yangshin prepares for the long journey to Shanxi in a warm autumn scene. Head Clan and Ryongwa stand side by side outside. They both appear tense but composed, then begin walking forward calmly as someone exits the carriage. With a gentle smile and soft tone, Head Clan welcomes Ryongwa, leaving her stunned. Inside the residence, Head Clan greets Yangshin, referencing the letter he received describing the Manhwa events. Yangshin bows respectfully, identifying the elder as head of the Shanxi Gu clan. Bia suddenly speaks up, revealing she traveled alongside Yangshin. Old Man Shin mocks Namgung Bia's sudden politeness. Guchelin introduces himself to Namgung Bia and offers to contact her clan as a courtesy. He then informs Yangshin that a guest has been waiting for him for 10 days. Curious, Yangshin wonders who the visitor might be. As he walks, meanwhile, Jiyu Chulin greets the Sword Queen, who hasn't been seen for decades. Yangshin, overwhelmed by the number of reunions, slips away to find peace but is quickly startled by what he hears. Inside the chamber, Soyo lounges comfortably, imagining sharing the bed with Yangshin. She sighs longingly, wondering how long she'll have to wait for him to return and notice her. As she shifts beneath the blankets, Yangshin peeks through the door, making her shout. Yangshin sat opposite Soyol inside a calm little tea house, quiet. Yangshin carefully questioned why she had traveled to the Gu clan. Suddenly, Soyol highlighted a serious inconsistency. His name was not Gu Julayop. Earlier, Soyol had reached the clan in excitement, eager to meet the sender behind the message. Her expectations were high and her pulse quickened. A young man stepped ahead, confidently presenting himself as Gu Julayop. But Soyol, puzzled, looked at the stranger. Her first question cut directly through. "Who are you?" Back in the present, Soyol confronted Yangshin sternly. His false name had caused disorder. Guilt burdened Yangshin as he regretted not selecting a different alias. When asked why she came to Shanxi, Soyol paused briefly. Soyol suddenly lifted her voice, trying to gather courage to speak. Soyol hesitated, but eventually started. She held tightly a letter. She disclosed the timing of the upcoming Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. Soyol asked if he would attend with her. Yangshin recalled the name Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. The assembly was once a prestigious martial arts tournament for Orthodox sects. Soyol described how her sister, Tang Soyan, gained her title at that very event. Yangshin admitted that in his previous life he avoided the assembly due to shame. He told Soyol he was uncertain if he would attend and could not answer yet. Soyol concealed her disappointment. When Yangshin asked if she had other reasons for coming, she replied no. Soyol's true feelings were clear to anyone observing closely. Yangshin rejected the idea immediately, believing he had not done anything in this. As he sat quietly, memories of their time together appeared. Soyol's emotions remained unspoken. Yangshin hesitated, then called out to Soyol, Old Man Shin clearly attempting to stop him. Yangshin asked awkwardly and directly whether she liked him, shocking everyone in the room before she could respond. Bia entered. Her sudden arrival cut through the tension. Bia greeted them casually, seemingly unaware of what she had entered into. Yangshin, irritated, asked her to leave. Old Man Shin panicked. The tension between Soyol and Bia was just beginning. A surge of old suppressed jealousy rose within Soyol as she sensed Bia's presence. Soyol suddenly stood, offering to leave and give Bia and Yangshin space. Yangshin, sensing the growing tension, quickly excused himself as well. As Yangshin left, Bia approached Soyol with steady steps, Soyeol wanted to speak with her directly. Her expression remained calm as she brought up the topic she had already heard from others. She mentioned the news. Soyeol was to be engaged to the Guan heir. Soyeol asked a sharp question. Was Baya involved in deciding the engagement? Soyeol admitted she was not. Baya quietly stated that she believed it was a favorable outcome. Soyeol's emotions hidden beneath restraint. She clenched her fist and calmly repeated the question. Soyeol looked Baya in the eyes and asked directly, "Did she love Gu Yangshan?" Baya admitted she did not know what love truly meant, but she was certain of one thing. She wanted Yangshan to stay by her side, and that desire alone gave her clarity. Soyeol left silently, emotions clouding her expression. She felt betrayed, not only by Bia, but by the circumstances surrounding Yangshan. Bia was surprised by the reaction, confused why Soyeol blamed herself when she had loved him first. Soyeol felt she had no right to interfere with a union arranged by the clans. Bia noticed the letter. Soyeol calmly told her it was an invitation to the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. If Yangshan accepted and attended, Bia would be there as well. No matter the result, her confidence astonished Soyeol, who sat silently as warmth filled the room. Soyeol watched Bia glowing with determination. Her presence, so radiant and resolute. Shaken, Soyeol questioned what had changed between Bia and Yangshan to her. This must have been the power of love, though Soyeol felt completely lost. Bia leaned closer and quietly revealed a shocking secret. She might be carrying Yangshan's child. Soyeol choked in disbelief, unable to process the statement, panicked and trembling. Soyeol demanded Bia repeat what she just said. Meanwhile, Yangshan, outside and unaware, sensed a sudden ominous chill. He assumed nothing serious was being discussed, yet above him, the sky darkened slightly. Soyeol responds in shock after hearing something unbelievable from Bia. Bia calmly remembers holding hands with Yangshan while sleeping on Manhwa, thinking it might have resulted in conceiving a child. Soyeol imagines an exaggerated outcome, assuming the two crossed a line. Trying to understand the statement, Soyeol questions Bia further about what occurred after holding hands. Soyeol struggles internally, observing how unaware Bia is about physical relationships. She prepares to explain the reality directly, stating that holding hands doesn't produce babies. Still puzzled, Bia sincerely asks how babies are truly created. Soyeol leans closer to explain. Bia listens attentively, her eyes wide, waiting for the answer. Suddenly, her mind bursts in shock as realization strikes. Yangshan stands waiting impatiently for Bia, questioning her delay. When Yangshan calls her, Bia's face turns bright red in panic. Bia suddenly runs away in a flustered state, leaving Yangshan bewildered. The Sword Queen enters the room where Gao Shulen is already waiting. He respectfully invites her to sit and discuss the matter she asked about. Just as she gets ready to leave, he firmly addresses her as squad leader. Guiyu Qiaolin tells her to abandon formalities, insisting titles are no longer needed between them. As she mentions the demon realm, his mood shifts. A surge of intense energy erupts. She calmly responds that while she agreed not to ask about Chun-Hee, Gu Qiaolin accuses her of doubting such horror could occur. She demands he stop avoiding the truth. She remembers the squad members who once followed her orders, confident and loyal. She demands to know what truly caused the massacre in the demon realm that led to such tragedy. She questions how any event could frighten the survivors so deeply that they chose death. Gu Qiaolin suggests that she might not understand, even if he explained it clearly. He softly asks whether she would believe him, even if what he witnessed was the exact same horror. They both recall the distorted, cursed tree. Gu Qiaolin remembers how even the strongest warriors descended into madness upon seeing it. Their minds breaking from despair, he speaks quietly, stating that everyone witnessed the same thing. The Sword Queen accuses the Sword Supreme of deception. She recalls the Sword Supreme's resignation after dissolving the Dragon Squad. She confirms her suspicions after speaking to him directly during their return to Shanxi. The Sword Queen criticizes the Sword Supreme's decline from honor. Gu Qiaolin quietly admits he was aware of everything. She demands to know why he kept obeying. He answers that he had no alternative. Visibly frustrated, the Sword Queen regains composure and leaves, vowing to return for more answers. Gu Qiaolin silently recalls the horrifying vision that deeply unsettled him. What he witnessed in the demon realm, a massive looming evil, left a haunting impression. A crowd gathers as Yangshan lands dramatically, flames swirling around him. The Elder and Soul watch in amazement. The Elder praises Yangshan's development at Manhwa, calling him a dragon. Yangshan replies humbly, brushing aside the praise. The Elder jokes about his age. Yangshan is given a red pouch by the Elder, who says it once belonged to him. Opening it, he finds a necklace. The Elder insists it's nothing special and urges him to accept it. Just as Yangshin considers giving it away, the elder scolds him for regifting it. The elder slams him to the ground for his insensitive behavior. Someone from the Wanshin clan had been searching for his pendant. He now realizes that pendant may be connected to something greater. Yangshin dashes across rooftops under the night sky, deep in thought. Memories of Baya smiling and embracing him flash through his mind. Despite her calm farewell, Yangshin feels conflicted. As he runs, a strange unease begins to grow. He leaps across rooftops, landing heavily outside a building. A chilling sensation runs down his spine as an unknown danger suddenly rises. He bursts into the room only to find Baya being slapped by her father. Her father reaches toward her as if controlling her. Yangshin clenches his fists as tension builds. Overcome by rage, Yangshin releases a surge of violent energy. The heavenly demon gradually poured liquid onto the soil. He remained before a plain earthen mound, face serious. Gazing at the dark sky, he held the flask against his chest, wordless. Baya once likened someone to the moon, her tone naive, yet lingering. She brushed off her remarks swiftly, yet his gaze trailed the moon long afterward. Even as she spilled her final breath, Baya's eyes lifted skyward. She often questioned what he found in the moon, what ideas lingered behind his quiet glances. Despite their brutal existence, she noticed his silent contemplation. It confused her, how someone so merciless could appear so adrift. The heavenly demon drank heavily, shutting his eyes. If one passes, there is no moon. Images of Bayer's last strike surged through his thoughts, her look intense, her strength immense even in death. He mutters harshly under his breath. Her sacrifice burdened him with doubts no one could resolve. The moon observes quietly as remorse and uncertainty press upon him. Inside the Namgung clan chamber, Yangshin arrives abruptly. His energy bursts fiercely, fire burning within his gaze. As blows are traded, the old man is compelled to react, his shock visible. Their clash fractures the chamber as Yangshin's force meets the elder's defense. The elder is known as Namgung Jin, leader of the clan, his command unquestionable. The tension eases slightly as Jin steps ahead, extending his hand with composed authority. Yangshin politely presents himself as the Jiyu clan successor, questioning the earlier dispute. Namgung Jin replies coldly, interpreting Yangshin's presence. As disrespect, Yangshin responds directly, criticizing their handling of visitors. The elder explodes with anger. Namgung Jin strikes back, rejecting Yangshin's manner and tying it to his father's faults. Yangshin smirks, firing back verbally by ridiculing the elder's son, delivering a sharp insult. His remark sparks fury, yet Yangshin keeps a confident expression. Enraged, Namgung Jin rushes forward, but Gu Qiulan, Yangshin's father, steps in. Gu Qiulan calmly assumes responsibility, asking his son to apologize for the disruption. Yangshin complies, lowering himself slightly. He offers a respectful apology to Namgung Jin. Gu Qiulan guides Yangshin out from the chamber, dismissing the clash. Though angered, Namgung Jin holds himself back. He vows they will meet again. Watching them depart, Baya quietly voices relief. As they move on, Yangshin panics inwardly. Replaying the event, Gu Qiulan casually speaks to him, making Yangshin flinch. Instead, Qiulan merely states, "You did well," leaving Yangshin stunned and uncertain. Yangshin stands silent, unsure how to react. Praise was not what he anticipated. Qiulan tells him that defending someone is never wrong. The words hit deeply. Yangshin observes his father walking ahead beneath the moonlight, finally feeling warmth beneath the strictness. Young Yangshin offers a blossom to his mother, proudly holding it with both hands. Gu Qiulan observes the scene from afar, quiet yet attentive. As the children embrace, Qiulan steps forward, holding the same blossom. Later that evening, Yangshin gathers courage to speak with his father about the promised medicine for his sister. Gu Qiulan does not give the pill. Instead, he asks to be shown something deeper. Yangshin hesitates, yet Qiulan persists. There is something below he now wishes uncovered. Yangshin is startled. His father had not mentioned that location for years, not since the incident. He agrees, understanding it cannot be avoided. Qiulan pauses, then nods in approval. With a grin, Qiulan tells him they will go after marriage discussions finish. Surprising. Yangshin, back in his quarters, Yangshin vents anger to old man Shin, asking why nobody interfered during the chaos. He remembers the earlier confrontation with fire and shouting. Old man Shin brings up the upcoming Dragon and Phoenix assembly. Yangshin senses that someone significant waits at the gathering, someone he will eventually confront. Though cautious of the Shaolin's role, he agrees to attend, knowing there is little danger in passing by. Under moonlight, Yangshin confirms his choice. The trip to Henan is decided. The following day, Yangshin arrives early at the meeting place. Yet nobody is present. He becomes restless, speaking to himself before noticing a familiar figure. Baya walks toward him gracefully, carrying flowers, her soft smile bringing an unexpected peace to his mind. Morning light floods the courtyard as the heads of the Jiyu and Namgong clans sit together at a table with their children. Gu Cholin offers a formal greeting, yet Namgong Jin answers bluntly. Jin cuts off further pleasantries, clearly setting his limits. Bi sits beside him, quiet yet attentive. Gu Cholin ridicules Jin's arrogance, drawing a sharp glare. Their long-standing rivalry lingers beneath the surface. Jin tightens his fist, his voice edged with hostility. Yangshan watches uneasily as tension rises between their fathers. Cholin redirects the topic toward the marriage arrangement. Yangshan nearly chokes from pressure. Even with tension present, the discussion moves forward smoothly. The fathers manage everything. Bi becomes noticeably flustered when attention briefly turns toward her. Yangshan watches in surprise. He anticipated conflict. Yet everything is proceeding well. Gu Cholin suggests that Bi should move to their clan once Yangshan becomes heir at 20. Namgong Jin objects, pointing out the long wait. Bai appears tense but stays silent. Cholin responds firmly, directly challenging Jin. Jin reflects quietly, realizing this is not a negotiation but a decision forced upon him. He yields, asking when the wedding should take place. Cholin casually proposes next spring. Jin agrees to consult his elders, masking frustration with politeness. That evening, Jin sits alone beneath the moonlight. Tense, the room remains still, but his thoughts churn. He remembers Gu Cholin's piercing stare, unchanged since their last clash. Consumed by lingering resentment, he recalls the day he was defeated by Cholin. The shame still remains unresolved. In the past, Namgung Jin faced flames so fierce he could barely breathe, overwhelmed by Gu Cholin's overwhelming strength. Driven by that loss, Jin spent years training relentlessly to surpass his rival. Yet now, despite all that effort, he is told he is missing something within. He recalls the Heavenly Supreme's mysterious advice about filling what is empty inside. Decades have passed, yet he still cannot understand its meaning, nor escape Cholin's shadow. Now even the sun looks down on him, and Jin has reached his limit. Yangshan's defiance reignites Jin's humiliation. He grips his sword, convinced it is time to act. If Gu Cholin will not discipline Yangshan, he will. Namgong Jin prepares to strike, certain his actions are justified. Seola stood beneath the moonlight, her sword raised. Her focus deepened as she remembered her sister's teachings. The night breeze drifted gently as she gathered energy, eyes fixed ahead. She moved swiftly, her blade cutting through the air, power surged around her, stirring leaves into a spiraling wind. Her aura steadily intensified, losing her rhythm. She stopped and sighed, frustration crept in. But her improvement was evident. Her sister appeared, praising her efforts. Sola smiled brightly, encouraged by the rare recognition. Suddenly, a pulse of energy disrupted the air. Both girls sensed it instantly and turned toward its source. Dark energy erupted from Baya's quarters. Alarm spread across their faces. Sola hesitated, worried she might be exposed as Gu Clan's staff, but her sister, confident, already had a plan. Namgung Jin walks alone through the forest at night when he notices a mysterious figure fleeing in disguise. He calls out, ordering them to stop. The figure halts but keeps her identity hidden under a wide hat. Recognizing her unusual clothing, Jin questions the disguise. Jin steps closer, demanding to know who sent her and what purpose she has with him. She hesitates, unable to answer as Jin's energy crackles with hostility. Fear begins to rise as he scorns her presence. Jin scoffs at her objection, sensing no danger until her words strike a nerve. She accuses him of directing anger meant for Yangshan elsewhere. Jin freezes, his eyes narrowing sharply. Enraged, he unleashes a powerful wave of energy. As the elder's lightning surge, Esiola panicked, unsure how to respond under the weight of his killing intent. He struck out in fury, releasing a devastating attack, his face twisted with disdain. A massive blast crashed down, shaking the ground, yet Esiola stood firm, her resolve unbroken despite the overwhelming force. She steadied herself and rushed forward, recalling every technique she had practiced. With speed and precision, she advanced through his attacks, weaving between the bursts of lightning, avoiding the projectiles. She closed the distance, forcing the elder to acknowledge her unexpected ability. The elder stared in disbelief. His powerful strike had been neutralized. He growled, demanding to know what she was. Seola stood tall, unshaken by his rage. Her eyes gleamed beneath the brim of her hat. She was no longer just a servant. Footsteps rang along the dim corridor while a young man moved down toward the prison cell. He reached the cell, where an elderly prisoner welcomed him in a taunting tone. The visitor took off his headband, exposing a recognizable face. The young man described how years spent hiding made him at ease within the shadows. The prisoner asked for a delivery to the Dark Knight Palace. The courier doubted it, yet was given a letter to carry without any further explanation. Grumbling softly, he took the task and began to leave. The old man grinned, realizing even Gu Chungjun desired support from their faction in chasing power. Entertained by the greed before him, the prisoner watched the torchlight disappear. The moonlit forest trembled as dazzling light burst through the trees. Sayasola confronted Namgung Jin's lightning using blade in motion. Jin staggered backward, bewildered by the strength opposing him. Every strike Seol-Ah delivered forced him further back. Avoiding his counterattack, she propelled herself upward, leaving Jin vulnerable beneath. She shouldn't have been able to fight like this, yet she did, and relentlessly so. Their last collision split the ground, shockwaves tearing across the clearing. Jin withdrew as Soul pressed forward. Steady, blade secure in hand. He wondered whether Gu clan servants trained like warriors. Namgung Jin could not understand how his attacks were being deflected so accurately. A peculiar sound echoed as Soul-Ai's blade glowed. He recognized it. Resonance. A mark of sword mastery. His disbelief grew deeper. A servant wielding such polished skill. It shook the core of his pride. Jin released a massive wave of lightning, desperate to reclaim dominance through pure power. Seol-Ah's sister stood quietly beside her, unaffected Jin, snarling fiercely, readied another strike, enraged that a servant forced him to push harder than ever before. The clash continued as Jin surged through his own energy, intending to overpower them with speed and force. Seol-Ah anticipated his motion, confronting his attack directly without hesitation. Another blast shattered the battlefield, a deafening reminder that this was no ordinary duel. Namgung Jin searched wildly, lightning flickering around him. Seal appeared behind him, blade shining. Her sudden arrival left him shocked, golden hair and fierce eyes fixed upon him. In an instant, her sword crashed down with force. Jin's energy faltered. Her strike had disturbed his flow, something he never believed possible. Seol-Ah's words cut deeper than steel. She saw through him, exposing the emptiness inside his sword. The old master's judgment echoed inside his thoughts. Furious, Jin struck back with a violent blast, refusing to be looked down upon. But Seol-Ah deflected it cleanly. She countered with refined skill and composed strength. As they exchanged blows, she understood clearly. His strength was vast, but his heart was empty. Seol-Ah's movements stood apart even among martial elites. Her blade struck with precision, guided not by raw strength, but by natural instinct shaped through discipline. She outsped Jin's attacks, leaving him wondering how she could move so smoothly without hesitation. A burst of energy illuminated the field as Seol-Ah blocked a lightning strike directly without retreating. Jin stumbled backwards, stunned. His strongest attack had been completely absorbed. Her golden eyes met his with silent defiance. Frustrated, Jin unleashed an enormous wave of power that tore the ground apart. Dust and light filled the sky, yet Seol-Ah's figure remained untouched. She spoke calmly, unwilling to let him leave until she defeated him herself. Seol-Ah dived from above, channeling everything into one decisive strike. Blue and golden energy clashed midair, crackling fiercely as power surged between them. Her sword pierced through the elder's aura, and with one final burst, as the dust settled, Jin staggered back, shaking from the force of her strike. Shocked, he demanded answers, unable to accept the blow came from someone so young beneath the moonlight. Shula stood quietly, Namgung Jin, astonished by the servant's martial performance, pleading to be shown the method. Despite her claims that she is merely a servant, Jin's urgency intensifies, his desire for power surpassing his doubt. She states the method belongs to the Namgung clan, yet he refuses to accept it. Jin insists on learning where she acquired it. Calmly, Seol-Ah suggests that her young master is connected. Shocked, Jin declines to believe that Gu Qiulin's son could be linked to such strength. She discloses Yangshan had once seen the lost sword technique himself, shocking Jin even more. Seol-Ah cautions him not to mention today's incident and leaves belief entirely to him. She adds that if he wants Yangshan's guidance, he must first settle his anger. Hearing the name, Jin trembles, shaken by the revelation. Seol-Ah softly descends, carrying her sister's body. Though worried someone may target Yangshan again, she reassures herself it is no longer an issue. With quiet determination, Seol-Ah admits she passed a heavy burden onto him, something she now regrets. Yangshan wakes with a numb arm, surprised to see Bia sleeping beside him. He wonders why she came into his room despite her parents being nearby, noticing a wrapped item near his bedside. He opens the cloth and reads a bold note stating the Namgung clan was already handled. Confused and annoyed by the odd message, he wonders who left it before hearing a voice. Recognizing the Namgung clan head outside his door, Yangshan panics and hurriedly prepares himself. Namgung Jin enters Yangshan's room with a stern look, saying he has something to ask. As Bias stirs, Jin releases his energy, causing Yangshan to panic. Jin calmly asks Yangshan to speak privately, requesting a serious discussion. Jin leads Yangshan to the training grounds, a place that instantly raises suspicion. Yangshan notices Jin brought his sword and instinctively readies for a confrontation. As Jin draws his blade, Yangshan prepares himself. Realizing this is not just a conversation, Jin unleashes a powerful sword technique, sending a surge of energy directly at Yangshan. Yangshan deflects it and tries to understand the reason behind this sudden attack. Jin demands the truth about Yangshan's sword ability and refuses vague explanations. Yangshan realizes the earlier message is linked to the current confrontation. Namgung Jin begs Yangshan to demonstrate the sword technique again, offering anything in return. Stunned by the elder's sudden shift, Yangshan wonders what might have happened. As Old Man Shin recalls, Jin had once seen the sword technique but could never recreate it. Now seeing it again reignites his obsession to restore his clan's pride by understanding the lost sword style. Old Man Shin suspects his subtle influence intentionally stirred those feelings. Namgung Jin, renowned for once saving the world, now calls upon the power of his legendary lightning sword. Yangshan, uncertain and overwhelmed, prepares himself while questioning his next move. As Jin raises his blade, Yangshan braces for what follows, realizing the Namgung clan's sword now targets him. Yangshan examines the blade's weight and balance, unsure how to meet Jin's rising expectations. Old Man Shin reminds him internally about the sword's nature. He takes a stance and executes a precise sword motion, catching Jin off guard with its form. A wave of sword energy bursts forth, slicing through the air and creating a strong current toward Jin. Jin watches in amazement as Yangshan's control mirrors the original Namgung technique. Realizing the truth, Jin calls it a wave, deeply moved by the familiar form revived again. Overwhelmed, Jin thanks Yangshan and eagerly expresses how helpful the demonstration was for him. Jin leaps away to immediately begin his own training. Watching him leave, Yangshan notices his energy feels strangely familiar. Yangshan questions how he managed to imitate the Namgung sword technique. He brushes it aside, thinking the important part is that the Namgung clan head is satisfied. With the encounter resolved, Yangshan becomes serious, as he has somewhere urgent to go next. Yangshan enters an underground area and meets his father, Gu Qiaolin. They exchange a few words before descending deeper into a hidden underground facility. The atmosphere grows heavier with each step as faint echoes fill the darkness. Their footsteps echo through the silence until the man stops and confirms they have reached the lower level. Yangshan looks uneasy as distant screams echo from somewhere within the dark space. A chilling voice emerges from the shadows, signaling the start of something unknown and dangerous. Shadows writhe while its voice rings out in insanity, sensing someone nearby and repeatedly demanding who it might be. It senses two entities, one strong, one tiny, and starts slamming against its containment barrier. Within the turmoil, Yangshan and Old Man Shin observe everything happening. Previously, Gu Qiaolin said their clan lives to shoulder the patriarch's karma. Now, Yangshan presses his father for answers about those words spoken long ago in the snow. Gu Qiaolin hears him quietly as Yangshan urges him to clarify the real meaning behind that heavy burden. Gu Qiaolin explains that the creatures beneath them are not from this world. He calls their origin the demon realm. Certain beings still manage to cross into the human realm. Those who avoided sealing were seized and imprisoned within this underground facility. Yangshan listens as his father gravely explains that bearing this duty is the Jiyu clan's inherited karma. The founding patriarch of the Jiyu clan was the one who opened the gateway to the demon realm. The Jiyu clan carrying the blame continues enduring punishment across generations. The Jiyu clan still suffers even after defending against the demons for such a long time. Yangshan already understood these truths from his previous life. If his memories remain intact, what exactly is still hidden from him? If punishment exists, someone must be delivering that punishment. Yangshan remembers hearing about this unclear guilt in his past life, but never uncovering its true origin or intent. He asks the question he dreaded most: who or what is punishing the Jiyu clan? If Yangshan can find out who punishes the Jiyu clan, he may finally understand everything. Gao Qiaolin ends the conversation, saying he cannot reveal the truth yet. Yangshan turns away in frustration as strange voices taunt him from the cells. His father's silence confirms one thing: something truly lies. Behind the punishment, Gao Qiaolin decides it is time to depart. Yangshan asks for a moment to look around alone. Yangshan turns to explore further. He believes he might discover more if allowed to search freely without supervision. Old Man Shin hesitates to follow but agrees to remain outside. He strains himself, recalling the first elder once used a certain prisoner here to scheme secretly. Yangshan believes it is crucial to confirm whether the same manipulation is happening again. Yangshan reaches a sealed cell, recognizing his face. Old Man Shin reacts in shock. It is a young dokibi. Suddenly, the prisoner lunges forward with aggression. Yangshin wonders how the prisoner knows his name. Yangshin stays composed, unaffected by the attempt to intimidate him. With a wicked grin, the prisoner challenges Yangshin to respond further. Yangshin realizes the strange prisoner never left any trace behind. Yangshin asks what the man wants. The prisoner mocks him, saying he is only checking in, yet still remains confined. The man suggests Yangshin could release him. Having no intention to comply, Yangshin prepares to leave. Yangshin warns the prisoner that any tricks will be answered with force. The prisoner slumps back into the darkness. From another cell, a bearded man remarks how Gyu Changhun finds Yangshin annoying. Outside, Yangshin breathes heavily after rushing through the prison's depths. They return to the training grounds, where Esciola suddenly runs toward him in worry. Yangshin straightens, surprised by her urgency and concern. Esciola asks if something happened or if anyone treated him poorly. Yangshin brushes it aside but grows curious when she mentions someone had been searching for him. Hearing that a beautiful lady and the young Miss Gyu Ryongwa both arrived, Yangshin asks if Seola meant the Sword Queen, surprised she would call her that. He tries not to think about it, distracted by hunger after skipping every meal that day. As they walk, Yangshin asks about Bayer's whereabouts. Sola says she was last seen speaking with a visitor from the Tang clan. Yangshin approaches and notices Bayer with Soyeol. Yangshin points out that this is his own room, confused why they are near it. He invites Soyeol to join the Sword Queen for a meal. Flustered, Soyeol reacts dramatically at the thought of dining with young Master Guas. Still confused about the situation, she nervously asks who the meal is with, and Yangshin plainly answers the Sword Queen. Soyeol bursts into confusion, embarrassed and overwhelmed. Yangshin pauses as the Sword Queen arrives. The Sword Queen walks forward with a gentle smile, acknowledging everyone present while her attendant follows quietly behind. Soyeol, flustered by Ryongwa's presence, hides behind Yangshin. Soyeol, the Tang clan's eldest daughter, formally presents herself. The Sword Queen recognizes her lineage from the Tang clan. Despite the limited gathering, Yangshin reflects inwardly on the unpredictable nature of encountering such capable individuals. The Sword Queen steps onto the martial stage, displaying exceptional technique. Yangshin internally acknowledges her as a top-tier female martial artist, recognizing her ability and aura. A brief tension emerges as Soyeol questions Yangshin's motives regarding another woman. Night descends over the compound as Yangshin observes a meal prepared more lavishly than usual. He learns that Hyuk and others helped arrange the meal, appreciating their effort. A figure in the shadows, once his aide, quietly remarks on his cooking ability, leaving Yangshin silently surprised and thoughtful. Yangshin recalling past deceptions and worrying whether the food could be poisoned. He cautiously takes a bite, carefully observing the flavor and his reaction, finding it acceptable. He internally notes it is not bad. Soyeol offers the Sword Queen a cup of tea. The Sword Queen hesitates, aware that the herb is known to be toxic. Hearing that, Yangshin spits out his food onto Ryongwa. Yangshin nervously apologizes while continuing to eat, trying to maintain composure. Unexpectedly, he is struck hard on the head by Ryongwa for his perceived carelessness. The commotion intensifies as others react in shock, leaving Yangshin overwhelmed and the group in chaos. Yangshin and the Sword Queen walk outside beneath the night sky after the earlier chaos. Yangshin confirms he is unharmed, and the Sword Queen notes his endurance, quietly admiring his composure. They discuss the potential of Soyeol, recognizing that she will grow into a remarkable martial artist in the future. The Sword Queen notices a faint fatigue in Yangshin and questions whether something is unusual. She scans the surroundings carefully, taking note of the stillness around them. Silence lingers over the area, hinting at untold events during the day that went unnoticed. The Sword Queen thanks Yangshin for his concern. Yangshin downplays his worry, trusting that events will resolve naturally. The Sword Queen departs with a calm, flowing presence, leaving Yangshin standing quietly. Soyeol thanks Yangshin for inviting her to the meal, expressing sincere appreciation for the shared experience. Yangshin hesitates, trying to clarify whether she meant him or the Sword Queen. Soyeol quickly corrects herself, saying it was nice to dine with both. Yangshin recalls advice from Old Man Shin about speaking carefully, considering how to approach Soyeol. He begins a discussion about the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. Soyeol reacts with excitement and gratitude, eagerly agreeing to join Yangshin on the journey. Soyeol apologizes for any sudden behavior, and Yangshin reassures her that it is fine. He instructs her to rest until he departs, showing care and responsibility. Soyeol watches him leave, quietly smiling with warmth and anticipation. Bayer and Seal walk along a night path covered in white flowers, marveling at their abundance. Bayer identifies the flowers as white smiling flowers, recalling familiarity with them. Seal confirms her knowledge, noting the quiet significance of the flowers in the past. A memory surfaces of Bai A's mother, who once cherished the same flowers, leaving a lasting impression. Her mother silently wishes happiness for her daughter even without her presence. Bia absorbs the memory, reflecting on her mother's love and care as she holds the flowers. Yangshan approaches Bia during the walk, greeting her and noting the simplicity of the scene. He explains that when her mother was alive, there were even more flowers, deepening the moment's meaning. Bia asks to take some flowers, and Yangshan allows it, showing his quiet respect and understanding of her feelings. Bia places a flower in Sol A's hair, following a gesture her mother once did for her. Sol A encourages Bia to wear a flower as well, sharing a personal memory and bond. Both girls quietly smile, appreciating the moment under the starry night, deepening their connection. Yangshan observes them from a distance, noting their appearance and the beauty of the white flowers around them. He internally reacts to the scene, feeling slightly overwhelmed by the serenity and charm of the moment. A playful voice reminds him not to overthink, adding humor to the otherwise calm night. Meanwhile, Namgung Jin trains in the night, demonstrating incredible skill with a sword. The movement is precise and overwhelming, showing his mastery of martial arts. Suddenly, Jiu Changjun greets Jin respectfully, setting the stage for a significant meeting in the night. The elder instructed Yangshan to arrange a meeting with the Namgung clan leader. Asiola inspects Yangshan's wounded hand while he keeps a low profile. The elder questions Yangshan, probing for concealed insight about who could rise as the next clan leader. Yangshan recalls earlier events that night and admits he recently became closer to the Namgung clan leader. In the recollection, Namgung Jin practices beneath the moonlight. Yangshan studies his development and tests him, evaluating if Jin is prepared for deeper involvement. Yangshan is commended for his progress, yet he feels puzzled when outside assistance is mentioned. Jin quietly acknowledges the obligation and suggests the support was deliberate and carefully arranged. Yangshan discovers the Gu clan's first elder had visited. Yangshan realizes the Go clan's first elder has finally made a move, and he cautiously asks what was discussed with him. Namgung Jin admits he accepted Yangshan's guidance and chooses to respond truthfully. Namgung Jin reveals the elder seeks ties with the Namgung clan and proposes a direct meeting. Yangshan points out that the Gu clan and Namgung Jin had never been close. Namgung Jin displays his swordsmanship, making it clear he only wishes to improve himself through training. He declines deeper involvement and prepares to refuse the elder's offer to avoid trouble. Yangshan urges Namgung Jin to accept, viewing it as an opportunity to gain influence and knowledge. He suggests repaying the favor by watching the elder and reporting his real intentions. Namgung Jin is taken aback by the bold suggestion, sensing Yangshan is already planning ahead. Yangshan concludes Namgung Jin is currently focused only on sword practice. The elder brings up the invitation and hints he has brought something for them. He gets ready to present gifts, appearing friendly while controlling the flow of the meeting. Esiol Ah is given a small sweet by the elder. Yangshan receives the item he had requested. The elder reveals he had waited years for this moment, and Yangshan senses the gift carries a hidden meaning. Yangshan recognizes the object as evidence of the Aura Supreme. The elder suggests this figure eliminated many rivals, causing Yangshan to question why such a person is being introduced into his path. Yangshan demands to know how the elder acquired it. The elder harshly cuts Yangshan off and forces him to accept the item. He orders Yangshan to attend the assembly and fight fiercely, then leaves with a laugh. Yangshan clutches his head in pain and realizes the elder's influence is expanding. Yangshan admits he is worn out and decides to take a walk to clear his mind. He pauses and invites her to join him, and she immediately brightens. Salah's excitement catches Yangshan off guard. In town, Salah runs ahead, delighted to be outside after so long. She greets people in the market and familiar faces recognize her, showing she has roots there. Yangshan notices how warmly others treat her and realizes she once lived more freely than now. Sola confidently buys skewers and shares them with Yangshan. Yangshan is surprised she has money and realizes she has grown more independent. Yangshan observes closely and notes how naturally she interacts with vendors and strangers. Sola calls Yangshan the Ga clan heir, and the title immediately unsettles him. Seola repeats the title playfully, unaware of why it feels uncomfortable. Her innocent reaction makes him recall the weight of the name, and he realizes others already label him. Yangshan remembers a similar moment in the past when the same title appeared. Seola stays near him and tries to comfort him. Yangshan feels the pressure return and understands the calm walk is ending. Seola gives Yangshan an item and calmly tells him to use it, then calls him the Jiu clan heir. She asks what he will do once he leaves, and Yangshan is confused because the question feels too personal. Yangshan realizes time has passed since he was brought there. Yangshan recalls how many martial artists died after being transported into the demonic realm during the assembly. He remembers the chaos, the fear, and how quickly people were overwhelmed. When asked about his dreams, he admits he has none, and Seola quietly accepts his uncertainty. Yangshin repeats the question to Seola. She answers honestly, saying she wants to see the world beyond the demonic realm. She describes a place full of people and light, longing for a normal life. Seola worries about Yangshin's mood, thinking it is because she called him the Gu clan heir. Yangshin snaps and corrects her harshly, showing the title bothers him more than he admits. Seola cries and runs away, and Yangshin freezes. Yangshin chases after her and scolds her again. Seola keeps running, and Yangshin watches her back, wishing she could remain cheerful like before. Weeks pass, and the time to travel to Hunan arrives. The elder gives Yangshin some spending money and reminds him to use it carefully. Yangshin learns Seola and her sisters will participate in the Dragon Assembly. Yangshin realizes Seola trained for years for this moment, and he understands she is stepping into danger alongside him. Yangshin travels with companions toward the Hanan gathering. He notices many powerful figures are being drawn to the same place. As autumn leaves fall, Yangshin senses the situation is becoming serious again. Seola coughs while attempting to withstand the chill. The team pauses in the frozen forest near a small flame, and Yangshin remains composed as he observes them. Yangshin permits it while maintaining his attention on the path ahead. Seola and Bae rest against Yangshin, drawing warmth from him as the snow keeps falling. Yangshin notices how naturally Seola settles next to him, and the group's strain softens briefly. He questions why the atmosphere feels unusual this time, yet he stays quiet and continues protecting them. Later, Yangshin watches Bioya and her father managing affairs elsewhere. Noticing they have been occupied, he realizes Bioya's position is becoming more defined. Yangshin remembers severe training days and accepts that their path will only become tougher from here. Old man Shin is hurt and grumbles about being treated without respect. Yangshin listens silently while the tension thickens inside the hall. Yangshin calmly acknowledges the insult without retreating. Gu Changjun explains the heavy burden tied to their territory and the risks of seeking strength. He ridicules the pride of Yangshin and his father. Yangshin stands resolute, showing he understands the caution but refuses to feel threatened. A dark, foreboding presence seems to press into the area, hinting at the price of duty. Gu Changjun confesses power would gather if the responsibility fell to him. Revealing his desire, Yangshin kneels, and the elder prepares to offer guidance that will influence his future actions. Yangshin recognizes the danger linked to the old clan's past. He understands old man Shin's words were meant to ready him for conflict that could destroy everything if mishandled. Back in the snowy woods, Yangshin stays watchful beside Baya, aware their peace is only brief. Soyeol steps forward near the flame. She admits her hands feel cold. Baya warms Soyeol's hands, and Soyeol accepts it with slight embarrassment. The group reaches Hainan, and Yangshin is instructed to remain. A heavy sack drops inside the chamber. Yangshin feels uneasy because his initial attempt to settle does not go as smoothly as expected. Yangshin recalls a future event where a demonic realm gate opens and people disappear amid the chaos. He remembers being trapped there for years before escaping alone. In the present, he realizes the disaster might repeat, and the warning feels nearer than before. Yangshin walks through the building, thinking most past conflicts faded, but one person still unsettles him. He recalls how that meeting caused problems before, and he hopes to avoid it this time. He rushes upstairs, trying to prepare himself. Yangshin suddenly senses their arrival and feels alarm because the timing is off. He steps out to confirm it, realizing the people he feared are entering again. Suddenly, someone greets him politely. Yangshin rushes down the stairs while the woman ahead pauses in surprise. She steps back too quickly and loses her balance, her foot slipping on the edge of the step. Yangshin realizes too late that she is falling straight toward him in the narrow corridor. Yangshin grabs her sleeve to stop the fall. They tumble together down the stairs, landing hard as the impact echoes through the building. Yangshin ends up trapped beneath her. Soyeol arrives with others and sees them fallen, and her apology halts when she realizes what she is witnessing. Everyone freezes as the situation appears worse than it is. Yangshin tries to recover while the others panic. Knowing this mistake will create new trouble, the woman reveals she is Moyang, Haya from Snow Peak, and displays skill and authority that Yangshin recognizes. She lies beside him after the fall, then quickly steadies herself. Yangshin realizes she is tied to the demonic realm events he remembers. Yangshin presses a hand to the ground, frustrated that he has reached this exact moment again. Moyang Haya looks down at him calmly. She turns to leave as others arrive. Yangshin apologizes and explains the fall while Moyang Haya remains silent. Moyang Haya accepts the apology and walks away, and Yangshin forces himself to stay composed. Yangshin withdraws with Soyeol and the others. As Baya passes her, Haya recognizes her arrogant clan. Yangshin quickly tries to leave with Soyeol, hoping to avoid another meeting before it grows into a larger issue. Moyang, Haya stops them and politely asks to join lunch, catching Yangshan off guard. Yangshan freezes, embarrassed and shaken, because he expected hostility instead of a calm approach. Moyang Haya observes him closely, while others gather, making it clear she is examining him deliberately. Yangshan feels trapped by her attention and realizes avoiding her will not be simple anymore. A fierce argument erupts beneath the night sky as the group debates removing someone considered dangerous. Sil-Ah declares she will bear the responsibility, even if it places her at risk. Moyang Haya confronts her, pointing out that power alone cannot resolve everything. The group continues further into the hall, deciding who merits protection and who does not. Yangshan moves ahead with firm resolve, revealing he has already picked a target. Haya observes carefully, calculating the danger and bracing for the consequences. Yangshan departs with icy resolve, severing ties while the others waver. Esiola remains behind, unsettled yet quiet as the tension lingers in the air. Haya tightens her grip on her weapon and feels remorse, aware this choice will cause bloodshed. Snow blankets the mountain sect as Yangshan walks across the crowded courtyard, careful not to attract attention. After lunch finishes, he separates from Haya, who had hosted him. Yangshan detects a concealed motive behind the invitation and grows wary. Yangshan goes back to the table and is questioned about his origin and martial history by the group. He understands they are evaluating him for something significant. He confirms his knowledge, and the others respond as if his answer fits a broader scheme. Chunjun appears and brings up a major gathering, raising tension around Yangshan. Yangshan identifies the names involved and realizes influential figures are observing his connections. When energy surges nearby, he realizes someone is indirectly threatening him, and he prepares for confrontation. Yangshan feels tension rising as the upcoming duel exhibition becomes a focus for revenge. Alativ from the GU clan suddenly clings to him, acting overly familiar and attracting attention. Yangshan forces himself to remain composed while the room notices the link and begins judging him. He framing Chunjun as connected to someone important through family. Chunjun reacts with clear anger. A dark-haired man intervenes to halt the conflict, signaling that personal grudges must wait. Chunjun arrives smiling, shifting the atmosphere as if nothing happened. He openly confirms engagement news, using it to corner others and gauge their reactions. Yangshan realizes the visit is deliberate and the lightning dragon is here to direct the clan's next step. A Peng clan man states he is the only participant this time. Haya treats Yangshan as someone already linked to the lightning dragon. Baya departs with a cheerful farewell. Haya asks to speak privately with her sibling. Chunjun, Yangshan notices Haya kept staring at Baya, connecting the visit to the Namgung clan. He decides the meeting is not casual and suspects a deeper intention behind the engagement news. Yangshan recalled his meeting with Haya. He concludes the only answer is to cure the illness, not simply forcefully break the blockage. He remembers Haya's relentless effort for treatment. Yangshan rushes through the snowy gate and orders everyone to hurry. He spots Haya ahead and halts, surprised to see her outside the hall at this time. Haya turns and recognizes him, and Yangshan realizes the situation is becoming personal. A carriage arrives through the storm, and the group barely reaches shelter before the path closes. Yangshan follows Haya toward the quarters. Haya responds calmly, but her look suggests she is hiding something urgent. Yangshan lowers his head and regrets not speaking earlier when they were rushing to escape. Old Man Shin appears in his thoughts, reminding him that hesitation will always lead to consequences. Yangshan steadies himself and decides he must question Haya properly before the next crisis arrives. Yangshan realizes the Gyu clan is relying on him to treat the sealed blockage. The pressure increases as he understands he was brought here. He focuses on Haya's condition and decides the cure must occur soon. Yangshan prepares to leave quickly, knowing the weather and politics are both closing in. He refuses to involve others, but the younger members follow anyway, refusing to leave him alone. As he steps forward, Yangshan suddenly stops when a strange sensation tightens in his chest. The guard realizes something within him has changed unexpectedly. Yangshan arrives and confirms the issue is real, not a passing feeling. Yangshan understands the condition is linked to the sealed illness, and the crisis has now reached him too. Yangshan has got manipulated by the girls, making Jiang Chun confused. Jiang Chun demands an explanation from Yangshan like a suspect instead of a guest. Yangshan, realizing his status and recent actions have placed him under suspicion. Jiang Chun questions the origin of the recommendation that allowed Yangshan to enter this place. He orders Yangshan to examine his own body. Yangshan reads the result and stiffens, recognizing the message as proof that his condition is dangerous. Yangshan studies a letter stamped with the mark of the Aura Supreme. He quietly remembers scenes of ruin, anxious about the prophecy tied to him. Once a child blessed by power, a dominant figure lifts a radiant sphere. Yangshan contemplates the immense burden placed upon him. Jiangxun identifies the seal as belonging to the Aura Supreme. He tells Jiangxun to confirm what it says. Jiangxun, thinking he had never known of such a link in his previous life, he remains still. His thoughts spin with uncertainty as Jiangxun questions if he truly is that disciple. Jiangxun rejects the notion. He considers revealing the truth to remove the confusion. He states he is not the Aura Supreme's disciple and denies any knowledge of the letter's meaning. Jiangxun quietly acknowledges his reply and begins to walk away. Jiangxun asks Jiangxun if the letter was his only purpose. Jiangxun affirms it was. Jiangxun suggests that grasping the Aura Supreme's intentions requires time. He gives courteous thanks and departs. Jiangxun leaves angrily, swearing at the second elder. He believes the elders falsely labeled him the Aura Supreme's disciple as part of a hidden scheme. He faults himself for sending the letter despite his hesitation. Jiangxun reflects, uncertain if that was truly all he needed to question. He recalls a past incident involving a disciple and a powerful man. Jiangxun's father Jiangxun wonders if the promised treasure from the letter will truly come. He remembers when the elder suddenly gives him a pouch filled with coins. Suspicious yet intrigued, Jiangxun questions if it might be the treasure mentioned in the letter. He opens the pouch eagerly, gripping it firmly as he anticipates a surprise. Coins pour out, nothing but ordinary money. Jiangxun's excitement fades at once. Angry, he tightens his fist. Feeling tricked, rushing outside, Jiangxun yells at the elder in fury for ridiculing him. At the same time, a banquet is being arranged in the clan's main hall with guests assembled. Murmurs spread among those present about delays and strange tension. Some attendees speculate about changes, noticing unfamiliar individuals seated among them. During the feast, guests begin whispering about Soyo, the girl from Poison Peak. Sitting beside her is Baya from the Namgung clan, whose elegance amazes the crowd. Nearby guests admire Baya's beauty and wonder about her background. Haya gently approaches them, greeting them warmly. She points out Jiangxun's absence, which catches Baya's attention. Baya, keeping her thoughts concealed, replies vaguely, suggesting he may arrive soon. Wangbo Chiolwi admires the rare sight of the three women gathered. Impressed by their presence, determined to approach them, he prepares to sit, ignoring his companion's objections. Chiolwi boldly proclaims his intention to win affection through bravery. Chiolwi politely asks to join the table where Hai, Soyo, and Baya are seated. Haya recognizes him as a member of the Wangbo clan, noting his effort to join the most elite group. Soyo frowns, seeing through his shallow intent, while Baya stays silent but clearly irritated. Soyo firmly refuses Chiolwi's request, stating every seat is already occupied. Chiolwi dismisses it and insists on joining, calling it a chance to get acquainted. As he reaches toward Hai, she strikes his hand away to stop him. Haya coldly warns him never to touch her without permission, her tone sharp and firm. Angered, Chiolwi snaps, shouting insults at her, his pride clearly hurt. He charges forward in rage, but suddenly a force hits from behind. Jiangxun appears instantly and stops Chiolwi mid-charge, shocking everyone present. Chiolwi cries out in pain as his arm is broken instantly, drawing attention from nearby guests. He grabs his arm in agony, unable to understand what happened or who attacked him. Jiangxun slams Chiolwi to the floor with a loud crash, silencing the hall. Spectators whisper about the scene, assuming Chiolwi was drunk and reckless. Jiangxun checks if anyone was hurt, pointing out the absurdity of a gathering where even a feast feels unsafe. A man praises Jiangxun for resolving the situation quickly and avoiding further chaos. Jiangxun listens quietly, but inside his thoughts burn with anger as he remembers the man's identity. His expression darkens. Recognizing him, Jiangxun clenches his thoughts. This bastard. Inside the ceremonial chamber, a composed man dressed in white welcomed Gu Jiangxun with refined courtesy. The name echoed deeply. Jiangxun remained quiet, recollections flickering behind his eyes. Seonyen was not unfamiliar. He remembered Seonyen's role in an earlier disaster, one that altered the course of his previous existence. A wave of fury rose within him as he remembered the slaughter. He recalled the cries, the devastation, and Seonyen standing amidst the ruin. That betrayer, once protected by influence, was now close enough, facing him without awareness. Seonyen reached out his hand, smiling as though nothing had occurred. Jiangxun answered coldly. He seized Seonyen's hand firmly, concealing anger behind a blank expression. Presenting himself with formality, Jiangxun stated his name with icy purpose. The handshake shifted into a clash of power. Chi flowed subtly between them. Seonyen flinched as the grip tightened, discomfort crossing his face. Nearby spectators observed quietly, sensing tension forming beneath the polite interaction. A guest noticed the shimmer in Jiangxun's hand and murmured in concern. Jiangxun pressed harder, releasing controlled strength through their joined hands. Before things worsened, a silver-haired woman stepped in, halting Yangshan's hand with a firm order. Jiang Sanyan let out a forced chuckle, masking unease behind a courteous bow. Uncertainty appeared. Sanyan couldn't grasp how someone from the Shangxi Gu clan held such strength. He examined Yangshan warily, aware the Gu clan lacked connections to any renowned sects. By logic, Yangshan shouldn't carry the favor of the shooting star. Sanyan surveyed the hall, his gaze landing on a quiet girl near Yangshan. She unsettled him. Though unfamiliar, her eyes felt filled with accusation. A voice demanded silence. The alliance leader arrived, drawing focus as the feast officially commenced. With steady authority, he greeted the guests and noted the delay in hosting them. Yangshan stood steady, still sensing Sanyan's lingering discomfort beneath the celebratory mood. Sichuan interacted with a nearby woman, his charisma evident. She replied with courteous interest. Across the hall, another girl sulked. Jealousy sparked as she saw attention move toward Yangshan. She grumbled about his sudden rise. Resentful others ignored her earlier warning. Flushing slightly, she quietly admitted Yangshan's strength, summoned forward by staff. She stumbled nervously, embarrassed for causing a delay. She hurried ahead, cheeks burning, promising herself to remain focused next time. Tang Soyol returned to her seat, flustered. Her mind had wandered again because of Gu Yangchun. The match official handed her a slip. Group 2, row 3. Her opponent was already assigned. Her eyes widened when she read the name. Jiang Sanyan of the Taeyong Jiang clan. Soyol rejoined Yangshan and his companions, her expression clearly unsettled. She quietly requested Yangshan for assistance. His gaze sharpened with concern. Days later, the dueling arenas were prepared outside the fortress beneath clear skies. Flags swayed as participants stood at their assigned stages. A voice called Group 3, Match 9. Gu Yangshan stepped into the arena, facing a member of the BA faction. Standing calmly, he readied himself as the match was declared to begin. At the signal the opponent charged, Yangshan responded with overwhelming power. In a moment, the opponent lay defeated. Yangshan remained untouched. As whispers spread, Yangshan departed quickly. He had another match to observe. Thinking of Tang Soyol's duel, Yangshan rushed toward Group 2's arena. His thoughts grew heavy. Jiang Sanyan was not an easy adversary. Blood staining the ground suggested the fight had already turned brutal. Jiang Sanyan stood assured, praising Poison Peak's strength while hiding mockery within his words. He ridiculed Tang Soyol's condition, implying she should have prepared better. Without hesitation, she rushed forward, blade spinning. Their weapons collided in a rapid exchange. Soyol released a surge of poisonous green energy, twisting her body in midair. Twin streams of toxic force descended towards Sanyan, her attack fierce and direct. Sanyan blocked the strikes just in time, surprised by her accuracy and strength. Calmly, Sanyan suggested surrender. In the next instant, he struck and hurled her away. She slammed hard, blood trailing as her body slid across the stone ground. Despite the pain, she wondered whether to surrender, struggling with pride and expectation. She raised her eyes toward the distant tower. Gu Yangshan was watching her. Her heart tightened. Was he truly worried about her fight, though he never responded before? His presence now pushed her to stand. Soyol rose and bowed slightly. She thanked her opponent but declared the match wasn't finished. She hadn't shown all her abilities and refused to yield yet. Yang Sanyan paused, surprised. His grin returned. She had made things intriguing again. Tang Soyol stood firm, breathing heavily. Despite her wounds, she activated one final move. Green spectral arms spiraled from her body, enhancing her toxic energy in a desperate strike. Jiang Sanyan's expression hardened as the air trembled. Her reckless resolve had driven the duel to its climax. Tang Soso calls Gu Yangshan aside, her voice firm, curious. She reveals that her opponent in the next round is the heir of the Jiang clan. Although she intended to wait, doubt compelled her to speak sooner. Lowering her gaze, she steels herself, voicing her desire for him to talk. She likens it to how he speaks with others, like servant Y and B. Caught off guard, Ji-Yu finds himself unable to answer. Her cheeks flush as she suddenly denies any misunderstanding. She clarifies that accepting casual speech now would feel like conceding defeat. At first drawn to his appearance, she gradually came to respect his deeds and character. Observing him, she realized his silent kindness ran deeper than it seemed. She remembers times he showed care, offering food or warmth without being asked. Though he brushed them off as ordinary, she recognized the intention behind them. Those moments quietly nurtured her emotions, strengthening her admiration. She understands he treats everyone similarly, yet her heart still responded. Wishing to grow closer, she wonders if she has earned that place beside him. Uncertainty burdens her, surpassed by stronger individuals. She questions if friendship is all she can hope for. Tang Soso reflects on her role in the clan her brother was meant to guide, while she was born to lead through strength. Standing among her peers, she reminds herself this journey is not for others but for her own will. She lowers her head, resolved not to follow past expectations. This time, she wants to decide for herself. She tells Gu Yangshin she must prove something that she is more than weak or sheltered. Her voice rises, asking to be acknowledged as capable, even if the plea sounds childish. Later, she awakens disoriented. Realization dawns she missed the duel. A memory surfaces the instant she suffered defeat despite using her strongest technique. Even the Poison Fang's steel body failed to shield her. She accepts the reality she lost. She trembles, unable to hold back the tears streaming down. Conflicted, she questions why the defeat hurts so deeply. Gu Yangshin appears, surprising her with quiet concern. She admits shame for making a promise she failed to keep. He commends her bravery, saying she fought well as he turns away. She reaches out, calling his name too late. Tang Soso sits alone, her thoughts revolving around Gu Yangshin's actions. His effort to hide concern was clear. She realizes he is poor at concealing emotions, his care evident despite his words. The second day of preliminaries begins, the arena fills with tension. As new battles start, Gu Yangshin unleashes a powerful strike, his speed and strength astonishing the audience. Nam Gungbla responds fiercely, each clash displaying skill. Observers whisper, noting the match's intensity. Spectators discuss the emergence of a new peak or dragon, wondering who will win. Some place their bets on Gu Yangshin, impressed by his performance and connections to influential figures. His status as the Aura Supreme's disciple and clan heir raises expectations. Others recognize him, surprised by his appearance and sudden rise to attention. Jiyu is approached by Peng Wujin, a former divine dragon, who confirms the unexpected participation. They exchange remarks about how effortless earlier matches felt. Peng shows impatience, eager to face Gi directly in battle. Peng brings up Esiel, as absence again increasing Gu's concern. He decides to assign someone to watch over her. Though focused on the tournament, Gu cannot ignore Esiel as unusual behavior. A snow-covered cave entrance stands silent. Deep within, a figure runs through darkness. Cries echo in the distance. Blood stains the stone walls as another man falls to something unseen. The survivor staggers forward, barely holding his wound, while behind him another pleads for help. Fear overtakes him. This mission has become a nightmare. He recalls the Shanxi branch's downfall caused by reckless defiance of orders. Because of secrecy, no sect has uncovered their actions yet, but that may change soon. A figure blocks the path. The injured man's eyes widen. How could one girl cause such destruction? Determined to escape, he plans to report to the main palace. He runs forward, trying to outrun what now feels inevitable. No matter what, he must live. But as he reaches daylight, he collapses. Dead, the girl approaches and softly apologizes for using his body to kill. Her voice is gentle, the burden of her actions lingers in her expression. A glowing apparition comforts her, understanding her sorrow and desire to protect. They embrace, surrounded by light. One acknowledges they are the same. A voice calls for Soul Ah. She turns, fading back into reality. Hongwen reunites with Esiol Ah outside. She scolds her for vanishing, but soon hugs her. Seul nods quietly. They walk back together as the winter air deepens. Hongwen looks back, her thoughts lingering. She silently hopes to repay everything Esiol has done. The third day of the competition starts. Ju Youngchun walks out alone, prepared to confront the main battles. Behind him, a young man attempts to halt a girl from departing, cautioning her about the consequences for their Jiyu clan. She ignores his words and proceeds toward her destination. His objections fade as she pulls her arm free. She insists the marriage is purely political and fails to see why her brother supports it. His devotion to the alliance only irritates her further. Her feelings erupt as she presses him for an explanation. Breaking loose from his hold, she strides forward without pause. Electric sparks flash as she tells him to mind his words, her anger apparent. He stands still, realizing he has overstepped. Yang Shun arrives and greets them. Casually observing the tension, the brother steps back embarrassed. She moves to stand beside Yang Shun. Yang Shun smirks, reminding him they will face each other soon, teasingly. He calls him brother-in-law, triggering a bitter response. The younger man murmurs a goodbye, tightening his fist. Yang Shun steps into the arena as the quarterfinals commence. Thinking about what is at stake, his rival stands prepared, lightning flowing through his blade, determined to fight with all he has. Gu Yangchun mocks his rival with a grin, saying he has not even used half his power yet. As the match begins, flames burst from beneath his feet. A blazing creature forms inside the fire. A giant wolf lunges forward. The wolf slams toward its target with immense force, making his opponent's eyes widen in shock. Molten force shatters the arena floor, sending fragments flying everywhere. Onlookers react with surprise, some wondering if Yang Shun had hidden this strength the entire time. Uncertainty grows as they question what happened to the famed lightning dragon. Within the dust, lightning crackles, gathering into a radiant figure standing again. Enraged, the young man shouts, accusing Yang Shun of unfair methods. He strikes back with a powerful bolt, releasing raw electricity in all directions. Although the impact rips through the stage, Yang Shun endures it. Gaze unwavering evaluating his rival, Yang Shun observes his raw strength lacks speed and precision. The other fighter thinks distance will grant him advantage in combat. Staying composed, Yang Shun quietly watches, waiting for the perfect timing. When flames rise once more, his counter is already underway. Yang Shun crashes into the ground, fire circling him as his power surges. The opponent looks on in disbelief, unable to grasp the force coming from Yang Shun's strike. With both hands lifted, Yang Shun leaps upward, then slams down, shaking the arena. Dust and debris spread from the impact, sending waves across the battlefield. Spectators cover their faces as the blast wind reaches the stands. Amid the turmoil, the lightning dragon clenches his teeth, angered by humiliation and desperate to regain control. Painful memories rush through his thoughts, his sister's devotion to Yang Shun, and the growing distance between them. Resolved to change everything, he recalls his promise to gain power at any cost. From deep inside, dark energy rises, the forbidden strength begins forming. Lightning surrounds him as he prepares for one final decisive strike. He rushes forward, aiming to completely disable Yang Shun and finish the fight. In the air, Yang Shun steadies himself, shocked by the sudden surge in strength. Sensing the aura, Yang Shun's expression hardens. It is something unnatural. The opponent sneers, declaring dominance as he attacks with full power. He yells, telling Yang Shun to never go near his sister again. A warped obsession erupts from the young man's mind as he cries out his sister's name. With fists clenched, he dives toward Yang Shun, but his strike is stopped mid-air. Shocked, he realizes he is overwhelmed, eyes wide as the counter takes effect. Fury rises as he attacks again, but Yang Shun seizes him with crushing force. Suspended mid-air, the young man struggles to breathe, unable to escape. Fear takes hold as flames rise around them, the pressure overwhelming. The arena shines intensely, blinding those watching from a distance. Despair fills the opponent's voice as he understands what he has lost. Yang Shun forces him down, tightening his grip while demanding the truth behind the strange power. A colossal burst of power surges through the heavens, its blazing radiance pulling every gaze toward the battleground. Within the stunned spectators, two youths remain side by side, one intrigued, the other cautious. Worry darkens the red-haired watcher's expression, remembering that one unstable element could endanger their entire scheme. Gripping his flank, the black-haired young man endures the pressure of a strange energy flowing within him. Uncertainty appears as his ally questions why someone so inexperienced was chosen for something so vital. Instead of retreating, the young man justifies the decision, arguing that untapped strength surpasses doubt. A sharp laugh breaks the heavy silence as young Master Zhang openly ridicules the situation. Cut off mid-mockery, he's told to stop insulting others and show proper respect for the moment. He sneers, insisting his power requires neither rank nor sacred acknowledgement. Gazing at the fading light, Zhang admits confusion over the widening distance between them. He wonders why they are being pulled apart despite sharing identical hardships. A calm response follows. There's no resentment, only reasons left unsaid to him. The world once seemed stripped of color and purpose, encircled by hollow crowds. He continued onward without direction. Then everything shifted when one presence reignited the brilliance he had lost. From the heart of a blazing field, Yang Shun advances, his form enveloped in luminous force. Witnesses struggle to define it. This wasn't merely light, but something far greater. Its intensity eclipses everything, demanding focus and wonder from all around. A surge of heat sweeps across the stage, their faces blurred by rising vapor. Even young Master Zhang leans in, stunned through settling debris. Two silhouettes confront one another, one drained, the other resolute. Shocked murmurs spread as the outcome becomes clear. Yang Shun stands triumphant over the lightning dragon. Cheers explode from the stands, even the audience struggles to accept the result. Amid the roar, Yang Shun quietly savors victory, tightening his fist in silent pride. Looking at his hand, Yang Shun senses something wrong, his energy spikes, then disappears abruptly. Fear surges within the defeated lightning dragon, whose strength has mysteriously faded. Cries of anger erupt, confusion shifting into fury as he realizes something was taken. Thrown onto the ground, the lightning dragon stares in shock, unable to comprehend his loss. His wails echo through the hall, while others remain frozen in disbelief. One noblewoman clicks her tongue, troubled by more than the fight itself. The noblewoman observes with irritation, sensing the matter could grow into a serious political problem. A heavy sigh escapes her, exhausted by schemes, hierarchy, and shattered hopes. Standing alone, she yearns for relief, wishing her broken meridians would dissolve like snow. Another figure watches from a distance, gaze fixed on Yang Shun's fallen form. Memories stir, if only that glowing energy could appear once again. Elsewhere, praise fills the corridor as guards commend Yang Shun's surprising power. He dismisses the admiration, noting weaknesses in his opponent's defense. Curiosity lingers. How did Yang Shun finish the duel amid such chaos? Pretending confidence, he says it ended with his signature technique, though uncertainty remains within. In truth, fear had risen as he barely maintained control over his power. An inner voice curses the strange reaction of his body after the clash. Now confronting a weakened foe, he questions the cause of this unstable change. Rather than exhaustion, the force within him feels familiar, gentle, and bright. It resembles the presence surrounding Y Seol. Ah! As the girl greets him cheerfully, her energy briefly throws him off balance. With excitement, she explains she learned hairstyling and begs to show her skills. Yang Chun pauses, puzzled by her sudden request and unsure about the timing. Radiating confidence, she asks again, assuring she won't ruin it this time. Watching nearby, his companion questions where the girl trained, after confirming she truly learned from Hong, where they both recognize her resolve. Before continuing, two more girls arrive, celebrating Yang Shun's win and praising his fight. Their joy turns into shock when they notice him sitting. Hair half done, suspicious. He wonders why everyone reacts so oddly frightened. The girls quickly apologize, unsure how to respond. Flustered, the hairstyling girl turns red under attention. Yang Shun shrugs it off, casually undoing his hair and rejecting the idea of looking cute. The conversation shifts to the tournament, where they may face each other again in a real clash. A new companion jokes that Yang Shun seems more relaxed around a seal. Now, he explains she simply asked for casual conversation if they met again. Sulking, Seal complains she still hasn't gotten the duel she requested. Yang Chun apologizes, but the silver-haired girl accepts calmly. Assuring they will meet in the tournament, her face softens with resolve as she repeats her desire to fight him properly this time. Surprised by her conviction, Yang Shun realizes he can no longer avoid the battle she wants. Beneath the night sky, the day ends, marking the tournament's fourth day. Crowds assemble as the semi-final matches are revealed in the arena. Yang Shun is set to confront Mo Yang Hai in the next fight. Namgong Bia steps onto the field, facing Zhang Sanyan of the Taeyong clan. Holding his ground, Sanyan readies himself for the awaited encounter. A quiet resolve fills his mind. This is his chance to rise upon the grand stage. The stadium pulses with tension as Jiyu Yangchen moves ahead to confront his Moongong clan opponent. Seeing his unease, Yangchen's ally asks about his dark expression. His rival stays composed, yet something in his calm manner disturbs Yangchen. The battle starts, but Yangchen cannot rid himself of uneasy feeling. With a soft smile, she urges him to stop worrying. His confidence must stay unshaken. Taking a calm breath, Yangchen refocuses on the battle. Strength alone will not decide outcome. The match intensity rises as both warriors get ready for their next action's moves. Yangchen's thoughts race as he must rise above pressure. Each moment counts. His rival's steady calm strengthens Yangchen's determination further. From afar, the woman observes carefully, sensing a strange, familiar presence lingering within the air despite her rising unease. She cannot identify the source. Something seems wrong about this moment. She attempts to ignore feeling, yet doubt remains lingering at the back of her mind. The contest reaches its climax. Both fighters prepare for the final strike. Struggling beneath the pressure's weight, Yangchen keeps pushing himself forward relentlessly. He questions whether his rival is prepared for what is about to happen. The woman unleashes a burst of energy, her body encased crackling bolts of lightning. Her rival struggles to move, his body burdened down by the overwhelming pressure. Frustrated, he struggles to regain control, yet the attack's force leaves him completely paralyzed. With a quick movement, the woman attacks, sending her rival flying through the air. Despite the strong strike, the man manages to stand, his resolve unbroken. He understands his opponent's power exceeds his own, acknowledging her truly unmatched skill. The man swings his blade, yet the woman evades easily, remaining one step ahead. Her weapon moves at frightening speed, pushing him into a defensive stance. As she draws closer, the man realizes exactly how outmatched he really is. The woman strikes again, her strength overwhelming his defense. He struggles to keep his footing, yet her attacks prove too overwhelming. The man sees he's on the brink of defeat. Breathing hard, the man makes one last attempt to turn the fight. With a final desperate swing, he rushes ahead, determined to victory. But the woman stays calm, readying for the final blow. Yangshan's eyes widen. He watches the strange energy reveal itself before him. His opponent, now completely surrounded by the energy, appears shocked, unable to understand what just occurred. Anger fills his thoughts. He understands his rival is wielding the same power as the Thunder Dragon. The woman, unbothered by the rival's response, recognizes the power released. Despite the brutal fight, she respects his persistence. As she moves forward, her mind stays clear. She cannot afford to hold back anymore. The man, trembling from the force surrounding him, wonders what comes next. He prepares himself, yet his rival is already drawing near. The air feels dense with power, and every blow she delivers appears to bear the force of a tempest. The pressure rises as both fighters ready for the last moments of their clash. He steadies himself, aware this last strike will decide the battle. The lightning snaps around them, marking the decisive clash between the two warriors. In the aftermath of their brutal fight, Yangshan's thoughts dwell on his own self-doubt. As the dust settles, he reflects on his weakness before the force of overwhelming power. Feeling a profound sense of regret, he wonders if his determination will ever be strong enough to surpass such trials. The woman's determination grows as she rushes ahead. Unable to keep pace, her rival staggers back, struggling to match her speed. Frustrated, she orders him to stop withdrawing and confront her with the same intensity. Her rival's eyes widen in shock, unsure how she keeps such unshakable strength. He hesitates, the burden of the fight pressing heavily on him, unsure how to proceed. Determined, he pushes past the strain, refusing to be crushed by her power. The woman's power intensifies, crackling through the air as she closes in on him. Her every action is fast and exact, preparing for the decisive strike that will end the battle. He wonders if he can endure her assault, his resolve tested by her immense power with a mighty blow. The ground beneath them fractures, the force of her strike devastating. He struggles to remain on his feet, each strike wearing him down further. The woman watches with steady focus, knowing he's nearing the breaking point, refusing to yield. The man drives his body to the limit. He makes one last desperate attempt, hoping to shift the tide of battle in his favor. Unfazed, she readies to counter his every move. The woman's strike hits the man, sending him crashing to the ground. The energy around them fades, marking the end of the battle, exhausted and beaten. The man struggles to recover his bearings. The crowd watches in silence, awaiting the outcome of the intense match. The announcer proclaims the victor, Jang Seon-yeon. The woman stands, composed, knowing that the fight has been won, yet with a quiet sense of resolve. She reflects within, understanding that the path she walks is long and unyielding. Her gaze gently flickers awake, absorbing all the unfamiliar surroundings. The silence persists while she thinks. Abruptly, voices shatter the silence. One shouts with excitement. Realizing she has awakened, perplexed, she questions her location, clearly unsettled by the strange setting. She exhales quietly, admitting she is lost, yet a slight smile appears. A calming voice replies, commending her for keeping such composure during the battle. Her blade's motion is compared to waves, sparking her curiosity. She reflects on the statement, trying to grasp the odd sensation from her sword. Memories of when her blade started moving oddly escape her. The route it should take stays vivid in her mind. But the reason fades. Suddenly, a presence appears, bringing even more confusion. The woman questions the voice, realizing it is unfamiliar. Everything feels unreal, and uncertainty clouds her thoughts as she struggles. Worried, her companions encourage her to rest after such a brutal battle, yet her determination remains firm. Resolved to take part, she insists on joining the duel, ignoring the strain the fight caused. Her companions urge her to reconsider, reminding her to focus on recovery. A comforting voice assures her not to worry, the young master will arrive soon. The woman smiles, explaining he had been observing the battle closely. She adds that it is now his turn to fight, urging her to rest while waiting beneath the blankets. She shifts, asking why she is lying down instead of rising. The answer is simple. She has been instructed to rest so she can recover properly. One of the women speaks quietly in the background. In the arena, the announcement of the top 4 resounds throughout the courtyard. Ju Yangshun from the Shanxi Gu clan is announced. A woman quietly wonders how she ended up confronting her rival in this intense competition. A memory surfaces revealing an earlier clash with a lightning dragon. He contemplates his family's expectations and the immense weight of their legacy. The choices of his father, motivated by love for his mother, still trouble him deeply. A chilly wind sweeps across the snow-covered terrain. Though Oi blockage is thought to improve accuracy, he views its cost as too severe. Still, he realizes he can turn this situation into an advantage in the coming duel. The heat of the flames surrounds her, and she senses the overwhelming intensity nearby. Despite the intense heat, the chill within her blade remains constant. She reflects on the unusual sensation she experienced earlier. A wave of bewilderment spreads through her as she questions the heat now surrounding her. She asks herself why the chill within her body feels like it is gradually dissolving. Her partner observes her struggle, visibly worried. Amid the clash of battle, her rival rushes ahead, fire spiraling wildly through the air. The opponent's mocking voice resounds as they continue the attack. Even against the blazing threat, the heroine stands firm. The enemy's burning offensive escalates as they advance, drawing nearer to the heroine. The fight intensifies, with fire and force colliding. She observes, her concentration unshaken, even while the raging flames try to consume everything. As the heat floods the surroundings, she feels the icy power within her becoming stronger than ever. Her opponent looks on in shock, seeing the shift in her strength, realizing she is surpassing limits. With renewed determination, she steps ahead, resolved to overcome every boundary she once faced. The hero tightens his fist, overwhelmed with frustration. Recollections of the previous fight surge through his thoughts as the feeling of loss overtakes him once more. He understands that sacred power can only be controlled by those who truly comprehend it. The setting changes to a calmer moment. The hero's father lost in contemplation. The son says sorry, admitting his weakness and the error he made because of impatience. With determination, he promises to keep pushing himself further. The father listens, a trace of worry in his eyes as his son shows regret. He states that his son's impatience caused him to act recklessly. The son reflects on his past choices, questioning whether his father will truly accept his path. As their discussion continues, the father remembers those moments. The son silently considers his choices, the burden of the future weighing heavily on him. A quiet determination forms as the father understands that the son's path, though challenging, the scene shifts to a moment of deep concentration. A flame burns within his heart, yet his father stays calm. With a steady breath, the son steps ahead, knowing that his journey has only begun. The young master comes back, and the question of his whereabouts emerges. He explains that he went to see Miss Moyong, thinking about her health and the attention she required. A small worry appears when asked about her condition. The hero senses a lingering warmth surrounding the recent occurrences. Even while controlling his power, he feels the remaining warmth which confuses him. The awareness begins to form that something is not right. The discussion changes, with the hero recalling a past incident. Whenever he encounters Seonyin, an unusual feeling overwhelms him. This awareness only increases his confusion as he tries to understand the strange bond. Suddenly, an image of the old man returns, triggering a flood of memories from their earlier meetings. His eyes sharpen, and he senses the lingering trace of the old man's presence. The realization strikes, the old man never truly vanished. A disturbing wave of energy fills the space as the hero thinks about the source of this power. The energy feels sinister in nature, and the hero becomes resolved to reveal the truth. With determination, he gets ready for what lies ahead, knowing that the answers exist within the darkness. Gyu clan successor confronts his rival, confused by the abrupt clash during the feast. Annoyance grows within the other individual as he rejects any chance of clarity, unwilling to accept rejection. Gyu's successor presses for explanations. A short pause occurs before the other individual confesses that sharing anything would be pointless. Now Gyu's successor's irritation deepens, unable to release his urge to comprehend. He demands an apology, becoming increasingly forceful. Thinking carefully, the man understands the Gyu's successor's choices caused this unavoidable result. There is no avoiding the aftermath. He admits, decisions taken earlier led them here. A sinister reality appears. Gyu's successor conceals his real self, always ready to turn to brutality. Blame is cast as the other individual criticizes Gyu's successor's double standards and his aggressive nature. Pressure rises, both prepared for a clash that feels inevitable. Gyu's successor remains steady, pride urging him to fight, despite the discomfort in his chest. Strength erupts as the other individual attacks, moving with speed and might. Gyu's successor readies himself. Force bursts outward, a violent impact of energy sending waves through the atmosphere. With a bold chuckle, Gyu's successor welcomes disorder. The decisive duel starts, with both families observing closely. As the fighters get ready, the host announces the beginning, the atmosphere heavy with expectation as the two rivals confront each other. Suspense increases as both warriors take their stances. In a flash, both fighters rush toward one another. Fire bursts as their blows collide, making the earth tremble. The field shakes beneath them, each strike amplifying the force surrounding them. One warrior falters, yet responds with a huge surge of power that fractures the ground. The other warrior replies with matching strength. Annoyed, the first warrior becomes more resolute, releasing a wave of power that heightens the conflict. Both fighters are drained yet persist, neither willing to yield despite the harm endured. A mighty collision knocks both down, their bodies injured but still intact. The haze clears, yet one warrior stands again, triumphant, resolved to continue despite the cost of battle. Both warriors rise, steadying their breathing, gazes fixed in a strained, silent rivalry. Power crackles as the duel reaches its climax, neither ready to retreat. With a closing statement, the winning warrior declares, "This isn't finished yet," leaving the audience in tension. A massive blast shakes the arena as both fighters release their ultimate attacks. The impact hurls one warrior away, spinning through the air with a cry of agony. Power flows through his body as he struggles to regain command of himself. With a savage yell, the second warrior strengthens, releasing an even greater surge of force. The blast widens, swallowing the surroundings in a dazzling glow. The fighter's outlines barely visible against the scene of ruin. A figure stands upright, victorious, despite the wreckage surrounding him. Observing from the edge, a man remembers how he cautioned the fighters. The spectators react in disbelief as the victorious warrior stands among the destruction. Yet, the matter is not finished. The fallen warrior struggles to stand. He pushes onward, determined to keep battling despite his shattered body and weakening strength. A strong strike from the victorious warrior sends the rival away. The fallen warrior feels his bones breaking under the crushing hold of his rival. He senses something is off, his awareness slipping away. With a last breath, he stares into the eyes of his attacker, the reality becoming clear to him. Dark force spirals around the warrior, preparing for a crushing blow. The pressure grows, forming a whirlpool of power that forces the spectators backward. His rival steadies himself, watching the approaching strike. With a shout, the dark warrior releases his strength, causing the ground to shake beneath them. Blasts spread outward as the shockwave destroys all in its path. The rival staggers back yet remains upright, wounded but determined to continue the fight. The two warriors collide intensely, each using their full might in a contest of sheer strength. Dark force surrounds the rival, forcing him to struggle against its crushing hold. With one last effort, the rival breaks loose, preparing for the final strike. The arena crumbles under their power, debris scattering everywhere as the clash reaches its height. Energy surges wildly as both warriors exceed their limits, the result uncertain. The closing moments arrive as both fighters prepare for the final encounter. Yangshan remains alone on a silent mountainside as the sun ascends above faraway peaks. Snow-like fragments float across the air while he watches the horizon. Information about the tournament spreads across the martial world, and many individuals start discussing the surprising outcomes and the arrival of a formidable newcomer. During the tournament fight, Biaya releases a powerful strike filled with fierce energy. Her sudden entrance shocks the audience as she defeats her opponent with overwhelming speed and force, leaving everyone questioning her identity. Yangshan contemplates the result of the competition. Although the tournament revealed a new rising talent, he stays dissatisfied. The outcome feels unfinished to him despite the attention surrounding the event. A symbolic image of a blazing dragon emerges above Yangshan, representing the title he has earned after the tournament. The image displays his new standing in the martial world and the expectations now placed upon him. Yangshan appears uneasy while reflecting on his accomplishments compared with his former life. The title seems slightly improved, yet he decides not to stop there. He believes the victory revealed something unusual rather than bringing true satisfaction. Yangshan suddenly remembers the name Dak Gojun and recalls the strange energy used during the fight. The memory connects to the martial technique displayed by the mysterious swordswoman earlier in the tournament. He realizes the technique resembled the heavenly demon's power. Yangshan recalls that the swordswoman used a copied version of that energy during their clash, which should not have been possible. By examining the power and the movements he observed, he begins to suspect that Dak Gojun might somehow be responsible for granting the swordswoman that strange ability. Yangshan senses a strange presence within the energy he absorbed earlier. In his mind, a dark and monstrous image appears, representing something identified by Dak Gojun as a forbidden power called the demonic chi of the abyss. Trying to understand the origin, Yangshan concentrates on the remaining energy inside his body and attempts to communicate with it. However, the mysterious power provides no clear response. Yangshan sighs and briefly lowers his guard, thinking the strange phenomenon might simply disappear. Yet when he looks at his hand again, the lingering energy is still there. The martial technique known as the Jiu flame wheel art should be purifying the foreign energy. But instead, the two forces are starting to merge with each other. The demonic energy and the internal martial art technique begin combining, creating an unstable reaction. Yangshan observes the transformation with growing concern as the energy continues to change form. The unexpected fusion suddenly produces a new type of power. Yangshan's expression shifts from focus to shock as he senses the result of the transformation beginning to manifest. A bright blue flame appears in Yangshan's hand. The energy burns with an unfamiliar color and intensity, unlike the power he previously used. The strange flame immediately makes him realize that something entirely new has formed. Yangshan understands that displaying such an unfamiliar technique could cause suspicion, especially from his father and other martial artists who might believe he is using a forbidden art. Testing the power carefully, Yangshan releases a small burst of the blue flame and then tightens his fist to control it. Though surprised by the sudden change, he begins focusing on understanding and mastering the strange new energy. The strange energy gathers in Yangshan's palm and forms a swirling pink flame. Instead of resisting it, he calmly studies the movement of the power and begins regulating his breathing to stabilize it. With careful focus, Yangshan slowly compresses the energy, treating it like any other martial technique he has practiced before. By controlling the flow of qi through his body, he manages to reduce the violent reaction of the power and keep the strange flame contained in his hand. However, the strain on his body suddenly increases. Yangshan's control falters and a sharp pain spreads through him. The unstable energy reacts violently with his internal qi. Kneeling on the ground, Yangshan breathes heavily while holding his head. He wonders whether the sudden pain is a backlash from using the unfamiliar energy earlier. After a moment, Yangshan slowly regains some control over his breathing and posture. He stays kneeling on the ground while the quiet mountain landscape surrounds him. Still uncertain about the strange power inside him, Yangshan silently asks for guidance from Shin, the elder who once taught him many things. In the quiet moment, he hopes the old man will somehow provide an answer. Later, Yangshan returns to his residence. One of the household attendants notices his arrival and greets him while acknowledging his victory in the tournament. Yangshan immediately asks about the condition of the others who participated in the event. The attendant calmly replies and suggests continuing the discussion inside Yangshan's room. Yangshan opens the door to his room and steps inside. The attendant follows behind him as they prepare to discuss the aftermath of the tournament and the events that occurred during the battle. Yangshan slowly opens the door to his room and pauses as he senses something unusual inside. The quiet atmosphere feels different from what he expected. Before Yangshan can react, Escalating suddenly rushes toward him at full speed. The impact knocks him backward as the girl jumps directly into his arms. The sudden collision sends both of them stumbling into the room. Yangshan steadies himself while holding Escalating, who crashed into him. Surprised by the sudden attack, Yangshan quickly realizes that the girl had been waiting for his return. Escalating looks up at Yangshan with bright excitement, clearly thrilled about the outcome of the martial arts tournament. So Yeol enters the room shortly after, visibly annoyed that she did not arrive first to greet Yangshan. While Yangshan sits with Escalating still holding onto him, another member of the group calmly acknowledges his victory and refers to his new reputation following the tournament, while Bia fell asleep. Escalating rests nearby after apparently waiting for Yangshan's return for a long time. Exhaustion from the long wait causes her to fall asleep before he arrives, leaving her quietly resting in the room. Yangshan watches the minor crowd and quietly handles the matter. Despite the animated responses surrounding him, he keeps a calm demeanor while arranging what must occur next. Yangshan softly tells Escalating to stay where she stands while he readies for the coming final ceremony and the return to their clan. Escalating replies with a bright smile. Darkness settles over the martial order as snow floats softly across the rooftops beneath a glowing full moon. The vast complex sits in quiet after the lengthy tournament. Within one of the chambers, Yangshan lies sleeping while Bia rests beside him. Both seem drained from the day's events, their bodies unwinding after the fierce fights and emotional moments that came after the tournament. In a nearby room, So Yeol and Seul sleep soundly as well. The quiet mood of the residence mirrors the tranquil end of a long and challenging day for everyone involved. Abruptly, Seul gently wakes from her sleep. Her eyes open with calm resolve as she collects her thoughts, clearly bothered by something she has been pondering for some time. She gets up from her bed, knowing that leaving now might not be the wisest choice. Despite knowing it could be reckless, she believes that the issue bothering her cannot wait any longer. Without waking anyone else, Seola exits the room and moves swiftly through the corridors of the residence. Her long hair trails behind her as she goes outside, resolved to handle the matter alone outside. The vast martial complex stands beneath the snowy night sky while guards stay posted near the entrance. The silent scene conceals the motion of someone exiting the building unseen. One of the guards keeps watch as snow continues to drift over the courtyard. The calm atmosphere offers no sign that someone has just slipped away from the residence. Moving quickly through the dark passages and rooftops, Sola speeds toward her destination. Her resolute expression shows that she believes she is near to reaching the place she has been seeking for. Sola silently nears a large set of shut doors inside the quiet residence. The hall is dark and empty, and her footsteps echo gently as she reduces her pace in front of the entrance. She halts right before the doors and lifts her hand with steady focus. Her expression is stern, and she readies herself as if expecting danger behind the room she is about to enter. A vivid golden energy suddenly forms around her arm and surges outward in a sharp wave. The force presses against the door as she unleashes the technique. Just as the energy fades, Seola feels something strange. Her eye widens as she detects a strange presence nearby, implying that someone inside had already been waiting for her arrival. Through the opening door, the inside of the room becomes visible. Inside, a figure sits quietly in the darkness, placed near the window and facing the night outside. Dark energy spreads around the seated figure as he gradually turns toward the doorway. The eerie aura fills the room while the mysterious man states that he had been expecting the visitor all along. A shadowed mountain valley is saturated with dense violet energy that flows over the jagged cliffs and lifeless trees. The tainted aura marks both the earth and atmosphere. Sola stands among multiple wounded warriors scattered across the ground. The fallen fighters look drained and injured following a recent battle. Seola remains upright with her blade prepared. The sword demon emerges nearby with an emotionless gaze. Violet energy concentrates around his palm. The sword demon lifts his arm and creates a gigantic orb of rotating violet energy above the battlefield. The unstable force whirls intensely in the sky, threatening to annihilate everything below if unleashed. Seola reacts instantly and dashes forward with her sword. She unleashes a strong upward strike toward the energy orb, trying to interrupt the lethal technique before it fully forms. The collision between Seola's strike and the violet energy triggers a fierce burst of force. The nearby warriors observe the impact with worry as the energy spreads through the sky and trembles the ground. Although she intercepts the attack, Seola's body reveals clear fatigue. Her breathing grows heavier after exerting so much effort. Yet she keeps standing between the enemy and the injured fighters behind her. One of the squad leaders attempts to move closer while tension fills the air. Seola keeps her attention on the sword demon, knowing the enemy still possesses dangerous strength even after the clash. The sword demon lifts his arm once more and gathers another surge of violet energy. His expression turns more menacing as he prepares to continue the fight, showing no desire to allow the surviving warriors to escape alive. Sola tilts her head slightly, while standing in the tainted battlefield filled with violet demonic power. Despite her fatigue, she holds her sword ready and observes the sword demon carefully. The wounded warriors behind Sola watch the standoff with fear and resolve. One of the squad leaders steps ahead and proclaims his loyalty to the Alliance while recognizing the danger surrounding them. Sola tightens her hold on the sword and collects her remaining strength. Even as the pressure from the sword demon intensifies, she readies herself mentally for the next phase of combat. The sword demon abruptly raises his fist and gathers a violent surge of violet demonic power around his arm. The dark force expands outward. One of the warriors attempts to interfere to defend Seola, charging forward despite his wounds. However, the sword demon reacts swiftly, unleashing destructive force that hurls the man violently onto the ground. The sword demon remains composed as the violet energy burns within his hand. His expression stays cold and assured, indicating he believes none of the remaining fighters can rival his power. The injured squad leader struggles to stand again while addressing Seola. Even though the warriors understand they may not survive, they prepare themselves to shield their leader and keep fighting. Seola moves forward alone and places herself directly between the enemy and the remaining fighters. The battlefield grows silent as both sides prepare for another encounter. The sword demon stretches out his hand and releases another wave of demonic power toward Seola. The violet force surges forward as the clash between the two powerful fighters begins again. Seola suddenly senses a powerful restraint forming around her body as dark chains of demonic energy appear and restrict her movement. The sword demon calmly extends his hand, showing he can immobilize her with little effort. Rather than ending the battle immediately, he decides to withdraw after asserting dominance over Seola and the injured warriors. Before vanishing, the sword demon unleashes a final surge of violet energy that sinks into the ground and forms a rotating vortex. The dark force destabilizes the battlefield as he retreats from the area, leaving the wounded fighters behind. After the sword demon leaves, the remaining warriors hurry toward Seola to check her condition. The squad leader and others appear worried as they help her regain her footing after the intense clash. Sola reassures the group and steadies herself despite her fatigue and injuries from the battle. The warriors begin discussing the dangerous situation and the chance of further ambushes in the Tainted Valley. The squad chooses to withdraw from the battlefield for now. Although the battle ended without triumph, they realize that staying in the area could expose them to greater danger from the demonic forces. As they start departing the battlefield, Seola contemplates the encounter and recalls the complex events that formed the conflict between the martial alliance and the demonic cult. Her mind drifts back to a moment 3 days prior when she overcame the heavenly demon's father and united with the other surviving warriors. While moving away from the battlefield, Seola silently admits that the emotions she carries are more complex than mere hatred. Alongside bitterness, she also feels a lingering nostalgia tied to the past. Within a silent hall at night, Seola faces the demon positioned near the middle of the room. Seola immediately understands that the demon's presence should have been impossible to sense. His skill to hide his aura and appear without notice makes her realize that he holds unusual power and dangerous perception. Responding instantly, Seola pulls her sword and unleashes a strong golden strike toward the man. The sudden attack slices through the air with great speed, aiming to remove the threat before he can react. The demon quietly sits beside the open window as the moonlight outlines his figure. Despite the sudden strike, his posture stays calm. Dark energy begins forming around him as he watches Seola's attack without worry. His glowing red eyes display a cold and calculating stare, suggesting that he sees the confrontation as trivial. Seola continues her assault with another surge of golden energy, sending a powerful wave across the hall. The bright light floods the room as she tries to overwhelm the mysterious man with force. The demon finally responds as the attack nears. His red eyes shine with stronger intensity while he starts to move. Acknowledging the strength of Seola's technique, Seola rushes forward through the golden energy she released, closing the gap between them with determination. Her sword remains directed straight at the enemy as she presses the attack forward. The demon lifts his arm and prepares to block the strike at the final moment. The collision between Seola's golden power and the dark aura around him signals the beginning of a dangerous clash. Seola kneels beside the fallen man inside the dim hall while golden energy streams from her body into him. The warm light spreads across the floor as she tries to stabilize his state. The demon nearby watches the scene calmly while purple energy surrounds him. He examines the healing technique with interest, recognizing the unusual nature of the power that Seola is using. Seola's expression tightens as she realizes the body she is trying to save is no longer normal. The corrupted aura within the demon's body reveals that something inhuman has already taken control. Golden light continues to surround her as she channels more strength into the healing effort, determined to save him if there is still any hope. The demon slowly raises his hand toward Seola while continuing to watch her actions. His calm behavior contrasts with the unstable energy surrounding the injured body. Seola suddenly senses something strange reflected within the demon's eyes. The reflection reveals a twisted presence, suggesting that the body she is trying to save may already belong to something else. The demon explains that the situation is more complicated than it seems. His posture remains relaxed as he quietly observes Seola's reaction to the truth unfolding before her. A surge of dark energy gathers around him while he continues to watch Seola closely. His red eyes glow faintly, showing both curiosity and patience as he studies her actions. Realizing that the man may understand far more about the corrupted body than he has shown, Seola prepares herself for the possibility that the confrontation is not yet finished. The demon suddenly grips his own throat as dark energy surges through his body. His expression twists unnaturally while the purple aura intensifies. The possessed body begins moving violently as the demonic presence attempts to fully dominate the host. The creature within the body forces the man to stand again. Seola instantly reacts and releases a burst of golden energy toward the possessed figure. Her divine power erupts outward, striking the corrupted body and forcing it back as the violent clash shakes the interior of the hall. The possessed man struggles against the overwhelming golden light while the demonic aura continues resisting the purification attempt. Seola maintains her attack and drives the golden power forward, determined to remove the demonic presence from the body. The explosion of light fills the room as the corrupted energy begins collapsing under the pressure. As the energy fades, the hall becomes quiet again while traces of golden light slowly vanish from the air. Seola remains standing in the center of the room, breathing heavily after using so much power. Seola's expression shifts to frustration as she reflects on the situation and the difficulty of controlling her power. Despite her strength, the encounter leaves her feeling uncertain about the path she has chosen. Meanwhile, the mysterious dark-haired man observes from a distance with cold amusement. His purple energy gathers once more as he watches Seola's reaction to the result of the clash. Outside the hall, the quiet night continues under the moonlight while Seola leaves the area alone. She silently reflects on her decision and the consequences. Seola stands quietly while golden light surrounds her figure. In front of her, her other form bows repeatedly with deep respect, honoring Seola's rise as a new star within the martial world. The scene shifts to the large martial arena where many warriors and spectators stand gathered after the tournament from a distance. People begin noticing a familiar figure among the participants. Confusion spreads as they recognize someone who should not be present there. The unexpected presence causes disbelief as they struggle to understand how that person could be standing there at all. Seola observes the moment with clear astonishment as her younger self nearby tries to comprehend the impossible reality unfolding. The nearby disciples and onlookers gaze toward the middle of the courtyard in disbelief. They fail to grasp how a man who should have fallen is standing normally once more. Just moments before, the same man had forcefully snapped his own neck and shattered his core in a sudden surge of energy. The eruption of power should have completely ended his life. A senior elder moves forward before the martial sect hall and lifts his hand to settle the crowd. He formally recognizes the contributions of the younger generation who joined the tournament and calls for acknowledgement of their accomplishments. The spectators celebrate the end of the tournament while the participants stand aligned beneath the towering structure behind them. Yangshin silently watches the celebration while examining Dokgo Jun's condition from afar. The unusual behavior of his body sparks questions in Yangshin's thoughts about whether the man remains alive or is controlled by another force. His instincts caution him that the phenomenon surrounding Dokgo Jun might be linked to a dangerous power. As the crowd continues praising Yangshin as the new true dragon of the tournament, he slowly walks across the courtyard while analyzing the reactions of the surrounding martial artists. Without warning, Yangshin releases a surge of energy and swiftly moves ahead, immediately calling for the members of the GU clan as he prepares to face the suspicious situation directly. So Yeol approaches Yangshin in the courtyard with Seola walking beside her. So Yeol quickly notices the unusual look on his face. Yangshin explains that he had only been wandering around the area while thinking about recent incidents. The ground near him still shows signs of blood from the earlier battle. Even though the ceremony has already finished, Yangshin remains focused on the suspicious incident involving Dokgo Jun. His serious mood contrasts with the girl's excitement, and it becomes clear that he is still thinking about the unnatural event he witnessed. To avoid drawing suspicion, Yangshin suddenly changes his demeanor and pretends to be extremely excited about his victory. He raises his arms energetically and loudly celebrates as if he is overwhelmed by the achievement. So Yeol watches Yangshin's exaggerated reaction with confusion, noticing that his behavior feels forced. At the same time, Yangshin realizes that Seola seems unusually quiet. Seola calmly insists that nothing is wrong, but Yangshin gently pats her head and tells her to inform him if anything unusual occurs. So Yeol asks Yangshin about his plans now that the tournament has concluded. She is curious whether he will return to the GU clan immediately or remain in the area for some time. Yangshin explains that he plans to visit the Shaolin Temple before heading home. He remembers hearing that his father once had unfinished business there, which makes him interested in exploring the place himself. So Yeol listens carefully and becomes slightly anxious as she considers his plan. She hesitates briefly before quietly asking if it would be acceptable for her to accompany him on the journey. So Yeol nervously gathers her courage and directly asks Yangshin if she can accompany him on his visit to the Shaolin Temple. But suddenly Haye asked him first. Yangshin casually agrees to the request without much hesitation. Haya's relaxed invitation instantly shifts the mood, leaving them surprised. Haya calmly reveals that she had also planned to visit the Shaolin Temple. Her composed expression suggests that she already expected to travel there, making the situation more complicated for Yangshin. 2 days later, Yangshin travels along the mountain path leading toward the Shaolin Temple. The stone road climbs through quiet forests and rocky cliffs as he continues his journey toward the famous sect. Yangshin remembers the heated argument between the two women before the trip. Their rivalry created tension during the preparation for the journey, which makes him feel that traveling alone would have been far simpler. While walking along the path, Yangshin suddenly encounters Hai, standing ahead of him. Her unexpected presence shocks him, as he believes she had planned to travel separately. Haya approaches with a calm and slightly amused expression. She acts as if the meeting happened by chance, though Yangshan immediately senses that the encounter was intentional. The two eventually arrive at the grand entrance of the Shaolin Temple. The large gates and towering buildings stand proudly within the mountain valley, marking the arrival at one of the most famous martial sects. A young monk greets Yangshan and Haya at the entrance and politely welcomes them to the temple. With respectful manners, he introduces himself and offers to guide the two visitors around the temple grounds. Yangshan converses with the young monk at the entrance of the Shaolin Temple and refers to the letter he had earlier sent to announce his arrival. The monk listens attentively while remaining beside Haya. The monk states that the temple had already been informed that Haya would accompany Yangshan during the visit. Yangshan understands that everything had been arranged beforehand. After the short explanation, the monk guides the two guests deeper into the temple grounds. The towering Shaolin buildings stand along the mountain cliffs. Numerous visitors come to Shaolin simply to witness its well-known landmarks. The temple complex stretches across the mountain, filled with grand halls, pagodas, and peaceful courtyards. The monk then tells the visitors to look ahead as they approach a wide-open view. Yangshan and Haya move forward and see a massive lake extending across the valley below the temple structures. The clear water mirrors the surrounding pagodas and mountain cliffs. The calm surface and the wide open space make the lake one of the most beautiful places inside the Shaolin Temple. The monk explains that the lake is known for a unique attraction hidden beneath its surface. Yangshan leans closer to examine the water while listening to the monk's explanation. Beneath the water, a single large white koi fish slowly moves through the lake. Its graceful motion stands out within the vast body of water, capturing Yangshan's attention immediately. The monk reveals that the white koi is considered a treasured symbol of the Shaolin Temple, believed to have been cared for by the temple for centuries, making it a rare and respected presence within the sacred grounds. While standing near the lake inside the Shaolin Temple, Yangshan suddenly concentrates on his true reason for visiting. His thoughts remain focused on uncovering why the old man Shin once wished to come to Shaolin. As Yangshan watches the calm surface of the lake, he suddenly hears a faint voice calling a name. The sound feels distant yet clear enough to seize his attention. He realizes the strange voice seemed to call the name Shin Chiel, the same name connected to the old man he has been thinking about. The voice echoes again, stronger than before, causing Yangshan's expression to sharpen with surprise. The sudden call feels too deliberate to be imagined, as if someone nearby truly spoke the old man's name. Without hesitation, Yangshan reacts instantly and leaps toward the lake, shouting the name Shin Chiel while demanding a response. His sudden movement surprises everyone standing nearby. A powerful splash bursts as Yangshan dives straight into the water. The surface of the lake erupts into waves as his body vanishes beneath the water. Yangshan sinks quickly into the deep water, surrounded by bubbles and flowing currents. The unexpected dive leaves him disoriented as the light from the surface fades above him. He suddenly notices something unusual about the water. Despite falling deep into the lake, he discovers that he can breathe normally, which should have been impossible. Floating within the strange water, Yangshan slowly regains control of his movements. Confused by the unfamiliar environment, he begins to wonder whether he truly fell into the ordinary lake within the Shaolin Temple. Yangshan keeps sinking through the mysterious underwater space, realizing that if he fell into the lake, then the monk and Haya may have fallen as well. As he turns his head, Yangshan suddenly spots a massive white shape moving nearby. The enormous creature slowly glides through the water, and he immediately recognizes it as the same white koi fish he saw in the lake earlier. The fish approaches him with a size far greater than he expected. Yangshan realizes that the koi is far larger and more mysterious than it appeared from the surface. A strange voice suddenly resonates through the water again, calling the name Shin Chiel while mentioning that the person who ignored its call earlier has finally arrived. The voice seems to come directly from the giant koi itself. Yangshan becomes startled as he realizes the fish is communicating with him. He quickly understands that the voice he heard earlier must have belonged to this creature. The enormous koi swims around him slowly, observing him closely while repeating the name Shin Chiel. Yangshan begins to suspect that the creature believes he is someone else. Yangshan quickly explains that he is not Shin Chiel, clarifying that the situation is complicated and connected to his own unusual past. However, the creature continues examining him with intense curiosity. The giant koi watches him carefully, suggesting that it might be possible for a person to carry another identity through reincarnation. Its words imply that it still believes Yangshan may have some connection to the name it called. Without warning, the massive fish suddenly charges toward Yangshan. Trapped in the water and unable to move quickly, he realizes that escaping the creature's sudden attack will be extremely difficult. The creature continues, speaking in a calm but confusing tone, mentioning that if Yangshan truly carried the identity of Shinshul through reincarnation, many of the strange events surrounding him could finally make sense. Yangshan firmly rejects the strange assumption, insisting that the situation has nothing to do with such claims and that the Koi is misunderstanding his identity. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupts the tense exchange as a small, bearded old man appears near the giant fish. Yangshan immediately recognizes the old man Shin. Within an immense radiant void, a young man clad in crimson garments drifts before a colossal white fish. The creature's vast eye locks onto him as light spreads outward in every direction. Realization dawns upon him as he remembers the name Kaoliang, one of the 5 great martial artists who battled during the brutal demon war. Puzzlement grows as he observes the enormous fish, unable to comprehend why this legendary warrior exists as a treasure in this peculiar realm. The fish manifests as a small, elderly man with white hair dressed in simple robes, floating calmly with arms folded. A focused view of the fish's eye returns, carrying deep significance. The elder asks whether the young man understands his present condition after death. Power surges as the fish form appears again, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. The young man remains suspended, paying close attention. He confesses that he recalls nothing after confronting the bloody demon. Uncertainty clouds his expression as he questions whether the foe was truly destroyed. The elder moves nearer and firmly demands an answer regarding the bloody demon's end. His stern demeanor leaves no space for evasion. The young man is shaken, sweat trailing down his face as the possibility of failure disturbs him. Dark imagery implies that true death never occurred. The elder explains that the enemy's demise was incomplete. A vision reveals a decisive blow struck during the war. Despite its force, the result now seems doubtful. A shadowy presence rises within violent crimson energy, suggesting an unavoidable return back within the glowing realm. The elder declares that the bloody demon will come back. The young man absorbs the warning quietly. The elder states that their plan has failed, frustration clearly visible. He then reveals that someone else is more suited for the task, leaving the young man in uneasy awareness. A close view of the massive white fish fills the scene as it calmly explains that Shinchul was selected after discussion among the 5. The small white-haired elder appears once more, explaining that they once believed the young man would become their final hope. The young man lowers his head, overwhelmed by the sudden burden of knowledge. The enormous fish looms behind the elder, who asks if Qiliang still intends to defend this world. With unwavering resolve, the elder declares his determination to stop the bloody demon. His hardened expression replaces any hesitation. A flashback shows the elder admitting past failure despite their expectations. Violet energy pours from the fish's mouth, filling the void with swirling force. The young man instinctively raises his arm as the energy surrounds him. Amid the surge, the fish acknowledges his previous sacrifice but warns that regression is not a simple matter. The fish turns slightly away, leaving the decision entirely to him. The weight of responsibility settles upon his shoulders. The scene suddenly shifts to a courtyard pond within the Gu clan estate. The young man awakens partially submerged in water. 2 individuals stand near the pond, watching him with concern. Mountains and tiled rooftops frame the tranquil estate behind them. Water drips from his sleeve as heat briefly flares around his body. Regaining control, he assures them that he is fine. A young monk gestures forward, while a woman in blue leads the path. The young man follows silently along the courtyard walkway. He glances aside and calls out to the elder, confirming that the encounter truly happened. The small, white-haired figure floats nearby. The elder questions whether he genuinely thinks it was a dream, dismissing such doubt as they walk beneath the open sky, floating beside him. The elder asks how he recognized that the fish's power resembled that of the bloody demon. The young man hesitates, rubbing his temple as he recalls the violent energy he witnessed earlier. From the terrace, the mountain temple stands prominently in the distance as the elder acknowledges his explanation. Hovering near the young man's ear, the elder grants him one question. The young man cautiously asks about a rumor concerning the heavenly lightning sword. The elder bursts into anger at the teasing suggestion, his small form radiating fury. The young man quickly retracts his remark. Calm returns as the elder demands to know how the young man learned the bloody demon's true name. Walking along the stone path, the young man explains that historical records never contain that name. The elder points out that his earlier reaction revealed hidden knowledge. He then mentions regression and another warrior named Il-chun. A dark memory emerges of Il-chun, the indestructible Iron Fist King who revealed before the final battle that he had also regressed. The young man realizes that Il-chun had lived through events more than once and possessed deeper understanding. The elder questions why Il-chun entrusted everything to him, despite having that advantage, doubt lingering in his voice. Resolve replaces hesitation as the elder insists they must act swiftly and prepare for what lies ahead. The elder accuses him of planning to forsake the bloody demon, yet the young man calmly denies the claim. Suddenly, an icy touch rests against his ear, sending a chilling feeling through his body. His expression changes from focus to startled unease. He jerks back from the freezing shock while the woman beside him smiles softly. The brief disturbance disrupts the tense mood. The young woman smiles warmly, teasing him about being sensitive to the cold while raising her hand near his face. Behind him, the white-haired elder floats irritably, grumbling that he had been overlooked earlier. The young man maintains his composure. They stand atop broad temple steps as the tour ends, mountains rising behind the grand structures. She observes him closely and asks what is bothering him. He rubs the back of his head, giving a vague explanation to conceal the true burden of his thoughts. He offers a polite farewell, saying he appreciated the scenery. The woman lowers her gaze modestly, preparing to leave ahead. Her figure fades into the distance along the stone terrace while he watches quietly, hand tightening at his side. He suddenly calls her name, making her stop and turn. Determination appears across his face. Without hesitation, he steps forward and seizes her wrist. The gesture is firm yet not aggressive, halting her retreat. He admits he should not have taken her along if it placed her in danger. Warmth gathers faintly in his palm as he accepts responsibility. Flames flicker around his hand while he warns her that weakness to the cold may become a burden in harsh times. He lets go of her gently and turns away, saying he has matters to handle. His tone suggests urgency rather than rejection. In the next moment, he rushes forward across the courtyard, robes trailing behind him. The woman remains still, touching the front of her cloak with a faint smile. Satisfaction briefly crosses her face. Far ahead, he continues sprinting with intense focus while the elder clings to his shoulder. Frustration blends with urgency in his expression. Sweat forms along his brow as he calculates the gap in strength between himself and the woman. Snow falls heavily over the mountain temple as the young man senses looming danger if he does not return quickly. Elsewhere, 3 women face the matter concerning a visit to Shaolin with the snow bear. Their serious expressions imply suspicion. Standing before them with lowered head, the young man faces their judgment while the small elder floats behind him.